You are an unforgivable big demon. Yet you have raised 7 stunning and unparalleled female emperor disciples. For hundreds of years, you have caused chaos and misery to the world. Now you are trapped in the sword array of extermination by your 7 female emperor disciples, activating the supreme law to extract your memories of sin, summoning your crimes to the 3 realms of gods, humans, and demons. Your eldest disciple, Empress Nangon, looked at the sword array and coldly voiced the doubt she had buried in her heart for many years. Why did you accept me back then, only to slaughter my entire family? It's simply insane. You just casually admitted your guilt, but I will never regret everything I have done. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd became furious, with everyone shouting to kill you immediately. At a critical moment, Empress Xuanguang stepped forward to stop everyone. When everyone thought she was acting out of old feelings, she simply wanted to know why her husband met such a tragic end at your hands. She sent out her life-treasured artifact, the Haotian mirror, in an attempt to extract all your memories and find clues to her husband's soul. As the Haotian mirror emitted a dazzling light, the beginning of your memories appeared before everyone's eyes. Your parents were wealthy merchants, and they doted on you since childhood. You were supposed to live a peaceful and happy life, but everything was shattered at the age of 7. Once, Ngong's son, Lung Feng, came to seek refuge with your family. Your father, out of gratitude, not only took him in as an adopted son, but also entrusted him with managing the family's estate. Seeing this, the Empress Nangon Ling Luoxue was surprised to discover that this Lung Feng is her father. But why would he appear here? They thought the entire family would prosper, but half a year later, an unexpected change occurred. This Lang Feng was originally an assassin who killed Ngong's entire family. The grown-up Lang Feng, masquerading as someone else, appeared honest and simple on the surface, but harbored evil intentions. In just half a year, he took control of all the family's assets and even bribed the steward. All the servants in the mansion killed your father on a dark and stormy night. He had long coveted your mother's beauty, so he used your life as leverage to force her into submission. To save your life, your mother had to endure such humiliation. After secretly sending you out of the mansion, she took her own life with a knife. Seeing this, Empress Nangon was extremely shocked, realizing that you were the true victim, and after reaching adulthood, you reclaimed the Lung Mansion. You just took back what rightfully belonged to your parents. Even the cultivators sighed, realizing that the Dark Demon Emperor was actually the true victim. Perhaps the reason for causing chaos in the world later on was due to being harmed by evildoers in childhood, leaving behind psychological trauma. Misfortune never comes alone. When you escaped outside the city, you was also captured by an old cultivator. There were also 7 other children with you. The old man treated you all very well, providing good food and drink every day. He would select the most outstanding children to soak in the medicinal bath, claiming it was to help them build their foundation. As disciples, such an opportunity for immortality is rare in 100 years. You strive to show yourselves in order to become stronger and seek revenge. Strangely, every year, one companion would disappear. The master said they had gone out to gain experience after achieving success in their training, but you always felt that something was wrong. It wasn't until one day, 3 years later, when it was your turn to soak in the medicinal bath that you realized it was not immortality, but rather hell. It turns out that the old man had been using you all as experiments in order to refine a high-level body refining technique. Inside the medicinal pool, you endured excruciating pain, but with your great vengeance unfulfilled, you refused to die. So, you persevered against death with sheer determination. The old man chuckled, realizing that you were an extraordinary talent with exceptional aptitude, and thus decided to take you as his disciple. 8 years quickly passed, during which time you spent nearly every day in the medicinal pool, almost giving up every time. You would silently recite your parents' names in your heart. When your father was killed, the image of your mother being humiliated was vivid in your mind. During these painful 8 years, you secretly mastered all the alchemy techniques, secretly practicing cultivation techniques at the same time. Under the old man's unawareness, reached the peak of body refining realm. Finally, in a medicinal bath experiment, you pretended to have an accident, creating a false death, and successfully escaped from the demon's lair. The people outside the Haotian mirrors saw everything you went through and were all too shocked to speak. This Haotian mirror's live broadcast has already displayed the images in the myriad of worlds, meaning that people from the 3 realms can all see your memories. Everyone sighed in succession. If they hadn't seen the memories of the Dark Demon Emperor, they wouldn't have known that there was such a scum in the immortal cultivation world. Someone put forward a very bold hypothesis. Could it be that we have always misunderstood the Dark Demon Emperor? After all, from the current images, you haven't done anything wrong at all, but soon someone raised doubts. The Dark Demon Emperor is cruel and unkind, having slaughtered countless immortal cultivation sects for nearly 1,000 years. These bloody facts are right in front of us. How could it be a misunderstanding? After hearing these words, everyone agreed one after another. The scene continued to play, and the Empress Nangon watched you endure everything with deep emotion. Her entire family was slaughtered by you, and she persevered with a single-minded desire for revenge. Fortunately, she was relatively lucky. She met that brother at the most difficult time, although she didn't know what he looked like or what his name was. But her brother had always been protecting her, teaching her cultivation. She had deep feelings for this mysterious brother, but then he suddenly disappeared, as if he had never existed. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but feel a little lonely. Looking at you through the Hautian mirror, having experienced hardships, finally returning to your hometown. You unexpectedly found a group of bullies, bullying a little girl. You easily dealt with the bullies and saved the neglected Shue from your childhood. Seeing how strong you were, she pestered you to take her as your disciple and even invited you to stay at her house. But when you arrived at her house, you were stunned. This place with the sign of the Lang family was your former home, wasn't it? And the current head of the Lang family is none other than Lang Feng, who killed your parents and took away your family's property. Over the years, Lang Feng did not recognize the grown-up you, but after finding out that you were a cultivator, he tried every means to deceive you and obtain your techniques. During the 6 months living in the Lang family, your relationship with Lang Ruoxue became even closer. But you also became increasingly tormented. Every time Lang Ruoxue smiled and called you master, you felt guilty towards your deceased parents. Outside the Hautian mirror, everyone could see your struggles and pain during this time. People sighed in disbelief, never expecting that the cruel and ruthless Dark Emperor also had such a side. And the Southern Palace Empress, Lang Ruoxue, looked even more moving. Her happiness at that time had always been built on her master's pain. But after struggling for a moment, she woke up to the fact that even if her father was an irredeemable scum, her mother and other family members were innocent. This sin is unforgivable. The scene in the Hautian mirror continued to play, with Lang Feng trying to deceive you into imparting immortal cultivation techniques. She and her wife drugged you under the pretext of delivering pastries. Little did they know, due to your long-term medicinal baths, you were immune to all poisons. However, you didn't rush to expose them. Instead, you pretended to faint, to see what tricks they were up to. In fact, his wife had long discovered that Lang Feng had harmed countless people over the years. It was just that now she was helpless, but it was time to put an end to it. She first hid her sleeping daughter, Lang Ruoxue, in the cabinet. Then, when Lang Feng arrived, she paralyzed him with a nerve-relaxing powder and then ambushed him with a dagger. However, Lang Feng was quite powerful after all, and he had some strength left. In the struggle, his wife was accidentally hit and passed away from then on. At this point, when you wanted to stop it, it was too late. In the critical moment, you promised the dying wish of his wife. You promised to take good care of his disciple, Lang Ruoxue, in the future. Then you revealed the truth to your enemy, Lang Feng. Do you still remember the Xiaofu that you destroyed, causing the family to be ruined and people to die? Coincidentally, at that moment, the young empress, Lang Ruoxue, also woke up, came out of the cabinet, and happened to see her parents bleeding in front of you. The criminal Lang Feng is doomed this time. Before dying, she came up with a poisonous plan, telling Lang Ruoxue that she killed her mother and now wants to kill her father, making sure Lang Ruoxue seeks revenge for her. The little girl witnessed this scene and harbored seeds of hatred from a young age, until now. Only those outside the Hautian mirror understand everything. It turns out that all of this was an illusion, and you are the real victim. Empress Nangon, Lang Ruoxue, is completely soulless. It turns out that everything was her father's lie. Her unforgivable father is the mastermind behind her mother's murder. Other immortal leaders all sighed. Although you later became the Dark Demon Emperor who brought calamity to the world, he never owed anything to Empress Nangon, his female disciple, from start to finish. Everyone in the world can curse the Dark Demon Emperor, except for Empress Nangon, who has no right to do so. The Empress of the Inside, watching Empress Nangon emotionally collapse, showed no change in expression. When she encountered you injured, your behavior was as kind and benevolent as it appears in the image. But since you found out that you are the legendary Yin body, everything changed. You exposed the darkness and evil within your heart. Not only did you confine her, but you also absorbed the Yin energy from her every day. Your cultivation was also for self-preservation, leading to the slaughter of hundreds of people in her entire village. You now appear kind and generous, but ultimately, tempted by power, you became a demon like Lang Feng. At this moment, Empress Nangon's eyes lost focus as she looked at you in the sword formation, tears filling her eyes. After speaking, she suddenly rushed into the sword formation, startling everyone. Empress Xuanguang immediately realized that Lang Ruoxue was trying to take advantage of everyone's carelessness to rescue you, but unfortunately, she had already anticipated this. So she deliberately opened the sword formation, trapping Lang Ruoxue inside along with it. Lang Ruoxue knew that she was no match for the other 6 empresses alone. She just wanted to accompany you, her master, but she had one regret. That regret was not finding her mysterious brother. If she could see him one more time, she would die without regrets. At this point, Empress Xuanguang continued to activate the Hautian mirror to show your next memories. After Lang Ruoxue escaped from the Xiao family, she was targeted by a group of ruffians. To protect her from harm, you wore a mask and saved her. In Lang Ruoxue's heart, there was only hatred as she looked at the young man wearing a mask in front of her. She asked him to accept her as his disciple, as she wanted to avenge her parents. In fact, you also had this intention. At this time, due to the previous medicinal bath, toxins had accumulated in your body, and you were already close to death. Teaching her the cold blood technique would not only allow her to kill you and end her hatred, but also give her the ability to protect herself in troubled times. As time passed, Lang Ruoshua unknowingly fell in love with you, her elder brother. After 10 years, she finally achieved something, came down the mountain for revenge, and made a promise with you that as long as she returned after avenging, you would be together for life. And at this moment, you also know that it's time to let go of the hatred. After Lang Ruoshua came down the mountain, you took off your mask and appeared in front of her. After being pierced by a sword, you fell into the cliff. Seeing this, the Empress Nangong completely broke down in tears. It turns out that for thousands of years, she has been searching desperately for her brother, only to find out that the person she has been longing for is the enemy she has hated all her life. But what use is there for regret now? It was she who personally led the 6 empresses to capture you and turn you into what you are now. At this moment, outside the Juxian sword formation, the Empress Taiyin let out a sigh. It was she who saved you when you fell off the cliff and brought you back to the village. The memory of that moment undoubtedly feels like rubbing salt into her wound. If she hadn't saved you back then, the tragedy that followed wouldn't have happened. However, she wants the world to see what kind of ruthless and unforgivable evil person you truly are. After being pierced in the chest by the Empress's disciple, you fell off the cliff, landed in the river, and drifted for a long time. You were saved by a girl named Wen Yaxien. Everyone recognized from the scene that this person is the future Empress Taiyin. She brought you back to the village and kindly treated your injuries. Unexpectedly, while you were recovering, a group of bandits arrived. They were attracted to Wen Yaxian's beauty and wanted to take her as their concubine. At a critical moment, you wielded the firewood cutter like a flying sword and wiped out all the horse thieves. Wen Xian was saved by a hero, and because you are so handsome, she secretly admires you. To ensure her daughter's safety in the future, Wen Yaxian's parents want her to become your apprentice. As you spent time together, feelings gradually grew, and you became tired of the chaos of the martial arts world, feeling that a simple and peaceful life would be nice. But human hearts are unpredictable. In the face of huge interests, so-called true feelings seem so vulnerable. The Moon Empress sneered, because afterwards, it was the beginning of sin. After she embarked on the path of cultivation, she awakened the extremely rare lunar goddess body. This constitution emits the aura of the moon, the best healing and cultivation method in the world, a sacred object. And it's because you coveted this constitution of your own that you killed hundreds of people in her village, and kept her imprisoned by your side. She doesn't understand why you did this. Clearly, as long as you spoke, she would have given you her life. Why use such a cruel and inhumane method? At this point, the Empress Nangong retorted. She didn't believe the master would do such a thing. Everything was fabricated by the Moon Empress. Since the truth was revealed years ago, Lang Ruoshua has stood by your side. She believes that all the rumors about you in the world must have hidden motives. The Moon Empress laughed in anger. Fabricated? Are you saying that everyone in her entire village committed suicide? With Wen Yaxian awakening the Taiyin divine body, she can now heal you, allowing the toxins in your body to be relieved. In order to be with you, the Empress Taiyin took the initiative to soak in the medicinal bath with you, sharing skin contact. The Empress Nangong is furious, feeling that Wen Yaxian's behavior is shameless and deliberate, pretending to be weak and flirtatious in front of the master. The Empress Taiyin's expression is somewhat unnatural, admitting that she did have some ulterior motives in the past. Now exposed in front of everyone in the 3 realms, she also feels inexplicable shame. Although Wen Yaxian awakened the Taiyin divine body, her mother is not happy at all. One day, she quietly pulled you into the room and revealed a huge secret. It turns out she comes from an ancient immortal cultivation family. The first-generation ancestor awakened the Taiyin divine body, reaching the level of a saint in his lifetime. However, after a martial arts defeat, he fell into the demonic path. The Taiyin divine body was contaminated and became the Taiyin demon body. Since then, female descendants of the ancestor have a chance of awakening the Taiyin demon body when they embark on the path of cultivation, turning into inhumane killers. Now seeing her daughter also awaken the Taiyin divine body, she worries about her future falling into the demonic path. I hope you can persuade my daughter to stop practicing cultivation. At this moment, everyone in the 3 realms watching from the Haotian mirror was stunned. According to their understanding, the Empress of Taiyin is indeed the Taiyin divine body, and has never experienced any demonic possession. Could something have happened, related to the Dark Emperor? At this moment, Empress Taiyin Wen Yaxian was also stunned. She had never heard of the term Taiyin demon body, and had always believed herself to be the Taiyin divine body. Seeing the disbelief on your face, Empress Nangong woke up with a cold smile and said, "See, I told you there must be a hidden truth." The young Empress Taiyin Wen Yaxian, although puzzled, still pretended to agree, but still resting behind the scenes. As the memories continued to play, everyone began to realize that something was amiss. Last night, you unintentionally arrived at the mountaintop, and as soon as you reached the summit, you smelled a strong scent of blood. Walking over to take a look, you were instantly shocked. In front of you was a huge pit filled with animal corpses, a gruesome and brutal sight. You realized that something was wrong. You had greatly underestimated the severity of the Taiyin demon body. Its demonic nature can influence the host, making her unaware of her actions. In Wenyaxian's view, she was saving these animals, but in reality, she was brutally slaughtering them. After understanding everything, you quickly rushed towards the direction of the village. Thick smoke was already rising there, and a sense of foreboding surged in your heart. When you arrived at the village, it was already too late. The village was engulfed in flames, and bodies were scattered all over the road. Your body was trembling. This period of time in the small mountain village was the most carefree for you, with no scheming or competition. Everyone got along harmoniously. You hurried back to the Wen family, hoping that there was still time, but to your dismay, when you returned, you saw two bodies lying on the ground, with Mr. and Mrs. one severely injured. Wenyaxian was peacefully sleeping inside the house, unaware of her actions, but the blood on her body betrayed her. Before Mrs. Wen passed away, she begged you not to tell anyone about this. She is a kind child, please save her. Outside the Haotian mirror, the Empress of Taiyin couldn't believe it. Seeing all this, she was numb, emotionally devastated, unable to accept that none of this was real. The Empress of Nangon laughed heartily. I told you, Master is not capable of such inhumane acts. Now the truth is out. It's really satisfying. The Empress of Taiyin shed hot tears, her expression a mix of madness and sorrow. She looked at the Dark Demon Emperor inside the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. Is it because of a promise to her mother that you unhesitatingly bore all these sins? A group of immortals below are all looking at each other. I didn't expect there to be hidden truths. The Dark Demon Emperor is actually being wronged again. They are all dumbfounded. Come on, we all want to see the Dark Demon Emperor's life full of evil and deep sins. Isn't this Dark Demon Emperor a big villain? How come he only does good deeds? At the same time, some people have raised objections. Perhaps, the Dark Demon Emperor is undergoing a transformation at this time. Being a fallen demon, doesn't the lunar demon body have its own demonic nature? Maybe he transferred the demonic nature to himself. In order to explore the truth, everyone keep watching, inside the Haotian mirror. When Wenyaxian woke up, she was surprised to find an iron chain tied around her neck, and her hands were tied. And you were sitting across from her, with a cold expression. She was completely puzzled. Why did her always gentle and kind master become like this? Looking at her deceased parents in front of her, Wenyaxian's emotions collapsed. She trembled all over, and lost her composure. But you told her an even more cruel fact. Not only that, but Wen's father, mother, and hundreds of people in the village all died tragically at your hands. Wenyaxian widened her eyes, as if struck by lightning. She couldn't believe that her beloved master could do such a despicable thing. But you just remained silent with a cold face, tacitly approving of everything, letting this useless person silently bear all these sins. You suddenly changed your usual behavior, fiercely telling Wenyaxian that since discovering the Taoing energy in her body, which could help me dispel the curse, I have developed the idea of making you mine, killing all other informed individuals, and keeping you by my side forever. This is the best way. Wenyaxian couldn't believe that all this time, she had actually fallen for a heartless demon who kills without blinking. From that moment on, she went from extreme love to extreme hatred. Her love was deep, and so was her hatred. In her agitated state, her eyes turned completely black. Seeing this scene, you smiled. You had promised Wen's mother that you wouldn't tell her the truth and that you would find a way to save her. Sure enough, after pushing her spirit to the extreme, the demonic nature within her emerged. At this point, Wenyaxian had lost control of her own consciousness and had become the ancestor who possessed the first generation of Taoing demonic body. After that ancestor died, they used curses to control all subsequent descendants. As long as the descendants awaken the Taoing divine body, their demonic consciousness will awaken from the bloodline, ultimately controlling the descendants' bodies to achieve resurrection. You just want to be resurrected, don't you? Occupying my body is the demonic body for you. The ancestor looked disdainful, asking if a poisoned and trashy body was worthy of their choice. But you just laughed. You have no choice. Either continue to stay inside my disciple's body, or I will forever imprison her and prevent her from practicing, or choose to possess me, which offers a glimmer of hope. The demonic ancestor can only compromise. Boy, after I possess your body, I'll show you how I can torture you. When Wenyaxian woke up, she saw the look of hatred in her eyes. You feel as if you've been pricked by millions of needles in your heart. In order to save her, you can only make her hate you. If Wenyaxian finds out that she killed her parents and everyone in the village, she will definitely collapse without any will to live, and then she will be completely controlled by the demonic ancestor. As long as the disciple can live well, what's the harm in bearing all the sins alone? Outside the Haotian mirror, tears welled up in the eyes of the Empress Wenyaxian. The truth was revealed. It turns out that the master did all this back then to save her. But who can understand the pain of the master? Carrying a lifetime of infamy and sins. She was even imprisoned in the sword formation by her own disciple. She can hardly imagine how you've survived all these years. At this moment, within the sword formation, the Empress Nangon's expression turned icy. If the master hadn't tried to save you, her consciousness wouldn't have been manipulated into becoming the Dark Demon Emperor. All of this is your fault. The various immortal cultivators below all sighed at your tragic life. The Empress Xuanguan remained silent. She originally wanted everyone to see how heinous your life was, but unexpectedly, it ended up earning you praise and sympathy from the world, which made her quite unhappy. If it weren't for you, how could she and her father be separated in life and death? Inside the Hautian mirror, after when Yaxian regained consciousness, looking at you in front of her, she was in unbearable pain. If it weren't for her bringing back, her parents and the entire village would not have died. Now, it's too late for anything. She has given up completely. This cruel and heartless man is no longer the dashing man she loved. Thinking of this, she is determined that she must not die. Seeing this smile, my goal is finally achieved. Turning around to leave, before going out, you deliberately left the key on the table, giving her a chance to escape. Seeing the obedient disciple running down the mountain at night, you finally let go of that strength. At this moment, tears are streaming down your face. The pain is too much, but who can understand your pain? Seeing you crying in pain, the Empress of Taiyin outside the Hautian mirror was already in tears. It turns out that the master loves her so much. At this time, the furious voice of Lang Ruoxue in the Juxian sword formation scolded, "This heartless and ungrateful woman. The master has sacrificed so much for you, and yet you don't know how to be grateful. You are truly ungrateful." Hearing Lang Ruoxue's harsh words, Wen Yaxian shuddered all over. With a raise of the hand, the situation changes dramatically. A huge celestial hand appears in the sky, fiercely striking the Juxian sword formation. And just when everyone thought that the South Palace Empress was about to be struck to death, the always superior Empress of Xuanguan roared out, "Dare not to save anyone in front of me." Even the Empress Tianhua on the side smiled and said, "Your acting skills are truly exquisite." Hearing this, the Empress Taiyin's face changed slightly, and she reached out to grab the giant hand of the original Emperor City, taking the Empress Nangong, who was as cold as snow, away. After doing all this, the graceful figure of the Empress Taiyin also disappeared into the void. It was only then that the people below suddenly realized. It turns out that just now, the Empress Taiyi and the Empress Nangong had staged a play. Their purpose was to take advantage of the opportunity to rescue the Dark Demon Emperor, but unfortunately their plan was noticed by the Empress Xuanguang. Therefore, the Empress Taiyi could only rescue the Empress Nangong first. Indeed, they are worthy of being two empresses. They actually performed so perfectly without any coordination, deceiving everyone. It's a pity that the Empress Xuanguang still had the upper hand. Above the void, the Empress Xinguang snorted coldly. As long as she had the Hautian mirror in her hand, no one in the world could save Xiao Chun. As for the fact that the Empress Taiyin had just saved the Empress Nangong, she was just too lazy to waste time stopping her. In a crack in the void thousands of miles away, the Empress Taiyin, Wen Yaxian, and the Empress Nangong, Lang Ruoxue, revealed their true forms. Lang Ruoxue looked at Wen Yaxian and snorted coldly, "It seems that you're not that stupid." When everyone was immersed in the image of the Hautian mirror, she had transmitted a signal to the Empress Taiyin with her eyes. She believed that the Empress Taiyin could understand what she meant, but whether the Empress Taiyin would help her depended on whether the Empress Taiyin had a conscience. Fortunately, the Empress Taiyin was not such a heartless and unprincipled person. It was a pity that their plan was ultimately exposed by the Empress Xinguang, and they were unable to rescue their master. The Empress Taiyin could see that the Empress Nangong was jealous of her for being loved by their master, so her attitude towards her was not very good. She also looked down on the Empress Nangong, but in order to rescue their master, she had to temporarily cooperate with the Empress Nangong. "Enough talk, if it weren't for our master, I wouldn't cooperate with you. Now, let's figure out how to rescue our master." The Empress Taiyin, Wen Yaxian, said coldly. "Fine, but before that, you have to use your Taiyin power to help me restore my cultivation." Lang Ruoxue, the Empress Nangong, replied. Wen Yaxian, the Empress Taiyin, naturally had no reason to refuse. If the Empress Nangong, Lang Ruoxue, had no cultivation, then rescuing her would be meaningless. Therefore, without the Empress Nangong, Lang Ruoxue having to say anything, she would help her restore her cultivation. Fortunately, through the great divine ability of reflecting the heavens, the images in the Hautian mirror could be seen everywhere in the world. During the process of Wen Yaxian, the Empress Taiyin, helping Lang Ruoxue, the Empress Nangong, restore her cultivation, the two of them could also understand what had happened to Xiao Chen. In the Hautian realm, since Wen Yaxian left, that demonic consciousness unexpectedly had a change of heart and wanted to teach Xiao Chen a higher level of cultivation. But Xiao Chen knew that something was amiss, there must be a demon. Soon after, Xiao Chen quickly realized that as Wen Yaxian's cultivation improved, the control of the demonic consciousness over her also increased. Xiao Chen speculated that as long as his cultivation improved, the power of the demonic consciousness would also correspondingly increase. In the end, it might become so powerful that even his will would be difficult to resist, and he would become a complete puppet of the demonic consciousness. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen would never let the demonic consciousness succeed in its scheme. He had already thought of a foolproof way to perish together with the demonic consciousness. That was to endure with the demonic consciousness until he grew old and died. When his old body was decayed and decrepit, even if the demonic consciousness controlled his body, it would not be able to cause any trouble. The demonic consciousness obviously realized his plan. In order to force Xiao Chen to submit, the demonic consciousness began to constantly tempt him to harm innocent people. Every time the demonic consciousness tempted him to harm innocent people, Xiao Chen would fiercely stab himself to keep himself clear-headed. Before long, he was covered in scars. The demonic consciousness seemed very happy to see him in this sorry state. Therefore, it became even more excited to tempt him to harm innocent people. Because of this, Xiao Chen was worried that one day he would not be able to control himself, so he hid in a deep mountain forest and lived a peaceful life. He didn't know how much time had passed. One day, the mountain forest shook, the earth trembled, and a brilliant divine light gushed out from the mountains. Countless animals in the mountain forest were alarmed, including Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen didn't know what had happened, but the demonic consciousness inside him excitedly shouted, "Kid, this is a great opportunity. If I'm not mistaken, this is at least the legacy of a saint." Opportunity? Xiao Chen smiled faintly. What does it have to do with me? You. The demonic consciousness couldn't speak. Don't you want to become stronger? No, Xiao Chen said decisively. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Ever since you entered my body, you've been trying to find ways to improve my cultivation. Do you think I don't know that as long as my cultivation improves, your power will also increase? The demonic consciousness felt somewhat helpless. She was a peerless genius in her lifetime, rarely encountering opponents. But she had never encountered such a shrewd and tenacious opponent like Xiao Chen. Having been with Xiao Chen for so long, she knew that he was a stubborn kid who wouldn't budge. But there was no reason to miss out on this opportunity. If she could obtain the inheritance of a saint, she might be able to greatly increase her power, completely control the body, and even restore her cultivation to the level of a saint. But it was clear that Xiao Chen wouldn't let her have her way so easily. For this, she had to come up with a plan. Kid, how about we make a deal? No. You damn well listen to me before making a decision. I won't listen, I'm not interested. Xiao Chen's attitude was firm, not giving the demonic consciousness any chance to take advantage. What do you want? The demonic consciousness was almost in tears. She had never encountered such a difficult opponent like Xiao Chen in her life. I don't want anything. Fine, I'm tired. I'll sleep first. Don't bother me. After saying that, Xiao Chen fell asleep, not giving the demonic consciousness any chance to influence him. The demonic consciousness was completely frustrated. Not even a single chance was given. It seemed that there was no hope for her to be revived in this life. She could only wait for the next generation to awaken another demon body. Helplessly, the demonic consciousness had to temporarily dispel this thought. She concealed herself deep within Xiao Chen's body. Every time he became active, he would fall into weakness. The next appearance would require a long wait. Finally, Xiao Chen could have some peace for a while. At this time, the remnants of the inheritance site were filled with the sound of fighting. Obviously, the commotion here had attracted those cultivators who came to fight for the inheritance. It was at least a saint-level inheritance site, such a great opportunity. Perhaps only Xiao Chen would remain indifferent. Several days later, the divine light of the inheritance site dimmed. It seemed that the inheritance had been taken by someone, but Xiao Chen was unaware and uninterested in all of this. He lived a simple life, working at sunrise and resting at sunset. However, one evening, on his way home, he unexpectedly saw a young girl in a fiery red dress lying in front of his thatched hut. Xiao Chen went to check, and found a beautiful and spirited girl who seemed to be seriously injured. He quickly carried her into the house. Meanwhile, outside the Haotian realm, the heavenly Empress Wen Yaxian was taken aback. She stared at the red-clothed girl, recalling some scenes from the past. Back then, in her pursuit of revenge, she had inadvertently entered this inheritance site. With the help of fate, she had made it all the way to the end. The one who had made it to the end with her was this red-clothed girl. However, in the end, the inheritance had chosen her, and the red-clothed girl was shaken out of the inheritance site. After recalling all of this, Wen Yaxian finally understood why the Heavenly Fire Empress had animosity towards her. It was because this red-clothed girl was none other than the current Heavenly Fire Empress. The Heavenly Fire Empress had lost to her in the fight for the inheritance, and had been shaken out of the site, suffering a serious injury. She still held a grudge, which was understandable. Moreover, it seemed that there was some connection between the Heavenly Fire Empress and her master, Xiao Chen. In the sky above the original imperial city, the Heavenly Fire Empress looked at the image in the Haotian mirror, her expression suddenly becoming complicated. The original Heavenly Fire country was not the current powerful and influential Heavenly Fire divine dynasty. It was once an insignificant small country. She did not want to be an innocent little princess. She also had her own ambitions and aspirations. She not only wants to seize the throne, but also wants to develop the Tianhua kingdom to a level that is difficult for all dynasties to reach. Therefore, she has been seeking opportunities outside to gain experience. Finally, the heavens did not disappoint her, allowing her to come across the legacy of a sage. However, she never expected that as a princess, she would end up losing to an unknown maid. This failure deeply frustrated her and almost caused her to give up. Fortunately, she met the man who would become the most unforgettable person in her life, Xiao Chen. It was Xiao Chen who pulled her out of the abyss. However, it was also Xiao Chen who ultimately pushed her into a deep abyss. Two burning flames appeared in the eyes of the Tianhua Empress. People now believe that Xiao Chun was controlled by a demonic consciousness and became the Dark Emperor who later brought disaster to the world. But she was very clear that Xiao Chen had always been Xiao Chen and had never been under any control. Xiao Chen, you deserve to die. But you can only die by my hand. The onlookers watching the image in the Hautian mirror were stunned by the appearance of the girl in red. Both her appearance and attire were so similar to the current Tianhua Empress. Everyone was dumbfounded. Could it be that the Dark Emperor and the Tianhua Empress had a history together? People were bewildered. Could there be some hidden story again? Oh no! Two empresses have already fallen from grace, leaning towards the side of the Dark Emperor. The fans of the Nangong Empress and the Taiyin Empress were in tears. The most nervous now are probably the fans of the Tianhua Empress. It should be noted that behind the Tianhua Empress is the entire Tianhua dynasty. The Tianhua dynasty is now second only to the Heavenly Court in the world of cultivation. If the Tianhua Empress also leans towards the Dark Emperor, or even wants to rescue the Dark Emperor, things will be quite difficult. People were discussing fervently, and some even started to discuss what to do if even the Tianhua Empress were to lean towards the Dark Emperor. Outrageous! How dare you speak ill of the Tianhua Empress? I see you are seeking death. A powerful energy wave appeared outside the imperial city. Countless soldiers in fiery red armor revealed their true forms, forming a legion of 10,000 in the blink of an eye. Leading this legion was a burly man with eyes like torches and long hair burning like flames. With the appearance of this legion, the surrounding space quickly filled with fierce and violent aura. This is the Fire Demon Legion of the Tianhua Divine Dynasty. Someone exclaimed, revealing the origin of this group of soldiers. A legion with such power in the world of cultivation is probably only the Fire Demon Legion of the Tianhua Dynasty. It is said that the selection process for the Fire Demon Legion is extremely strict, and even the most ordinary soldier has the cultivation of the Dragon Transformation Realm. Is it true or not? Even the most ordinary soldier has the cultivation of the Dragon Transformation Realm? Someone was astonished and found it hard to believe. It should be noted that reaching the Dragon Transformation Realm means having a body like a dragon, with the ability to move mountains and seas with a single gesture. In those sects and forces, they are basically true disciples who have been carefully cultivated by the sect. But now you're telling me that even the most ordinary soldier in the Fire Demon Legion has the cultivation of the Dragon Transformation Realm? Most people find it hard to believe. However, someone spoke up at this point. Yes, the selection process for the Fire Demon Legion is extremely strict, and the cultivation of the Dragon Transformation Realm is just the most basic requirement. I once participated in the selection process for the Fire Demon Legion, but unfortunately, I was not chosen for other reasons. But I gained a lot during the selection process, and my cultivation has improved. I am planning to participate in the next selection for the Fire Demon Legion. Someone recognized the person who spoke up. He was a prodigy with the cultivation reaching the heavenly realm, and he had been gaining popularity in the world of cultivation in recent years. Unexpectedly, even such a prominent figure had been rejected from the Fire Demon Legion. What kind of extraordinary existence were those soldiers selected for the Fire Demon Legion? People were somewhat astonished. Although the world knows that the Tianhua Empire is only second to the Heavenly Court in the top power of the immortal cultivation world, it is obviously still underestimating the strength of the Tianhua Empire. Even the always lofty Empress Xuanwang, at this moment, looked at the appearance of the Fire Corps with a sense of dread in her eyes. Just the Fire Corps alone is no weaker than the heavenly soldiers and generals of the Heavenly Court. Moreover, the leader at the forefront still exudes the aura of an imperial-level figure. If she is not mistaken, this leader should be the younger brother of the Tianhua Empress, the Tianhua King of the Tianhua Empire, a quasi-imperial level powerhouse second only to the 7 Empresses. With the appearance of the Fire Corps and the Tianhua King, no one dared to discuss anything related to the Tianhua Empress anymore. The eyes of the Tianhua King were like fire, scanning all the cultivators around him. Wherever his gaze fell, no one dared to meet his eyes. Seeing this scene, the Tianhua King finally stopped, not bothering with the nonsense of the onlookers. He turned his gaze to Xiaochen, who was already like a living dead inside the original imperial city. The eyes of the Tianhua King were like fire, containing boundless anger. Xiaochen, I treated you like a close brother back then, but you caused the death of my father, almost leading to the destruction of the Tianhua Empire. Today, no one can save you. I want to witness your complete downfall with my own eyes. He had been overseeing the Tianhua Empire for the Tianhua Empress, observing Xiaochen's life experiences through the Hautian mirror. However, after learning of the conspiracy between the Nangong Empress and the Taiyin Empress to rescue Xiaochen, he led the Fire Corps to prevent Xiaochen from being rescued. Xiaochen must die. Looking up at the Tianhua Empress above the void, seeing the complex expression on her face, the Tianhua King felt some worry in his heart. He hoped that his royal sister would not be soft-hearted. In the void, the Tianhua Empress gazed at the image appearing in the Hautian mirror with her full attention, seemingly unaware of the arrival of the Tianhua King. The expression of the Tianhua Empress at this moment was very complex. There was anger, hatred, unwillingness, regret, and a hint of love. Back then, at the lowest point in her life, she met Xiaochen. Although Xiaoqian's cultivation was not as high as hers, his indifferent and untempted heart, untouched by any worldly desires, was far beyond her reach. Xiaoqian possessed a Tao heart that only a sage could have. In the end, through her daily interactions with Xiaoqian, she realized the true meaning of cultivation. She emerged from the low point and began to walk a higher and purer path of cultivation. Her relationship with Xiaoqian was that of both teacher and friend. Although Xiaoqian's cultivation was far inferior to hers, she still respectfully called Xiaoqian master. During that time, she was deeply influenced by Xiaoqian's indifference to fame and fortune and his peaceful nature. Under Xiaoqian's influence, her sharp edges were gradually smoothed out. At the same time, she also deeply fell in love with Xiaoqian, the man who changed the trajectory of her life. After learning that Xiaoqian was troubled by the demonic consciousness within him, she invited Xiaoqian to return to the Tianhua Empire with her. The national treasure of the Tianhua Empire, Tianhua, was one of the most sacred treasures in the world, capable of dispelling all darkness and evil. At the same time, she also had the idea of keeping Xiaoqian by her side. But she did not expect that this decision almost led to the complete destruction of the entire Tianhua Empire. More than half of the innocent people in the imperial city perished in that disaster. And the culprit of that disaster was Xiaoqian. Her father, the king of the Tianhua Empire, died at the hands of Xiaoqian in that disaster. All of this was witnessed by her younger brother, the current Tianhua king. Moreover, when she questioned Xiaoqian in disbelief, Xiaoqian admitted everything with his own mouth. Xiaoqian admitted that he coveted the national treasure of the Tianhua Empire, Tianhua, and inadvertently caused this disaster. After making an insincere apology, Xiaoqian, who had committed all these sins, left. There were no misunderstandings, and there were no hidden truths. Everything was due to Xiaoqian's slight deviation in thought. The Empress of the Heavenly Fire looked at Xiaoqian, who was already a living dead, with her eyes burning like torches. Xiaoqian's previous indifference to fame and fortune, and carefree attitude, were all ultimately false. After she asked her father, the Emperor, to use the power of the Heavenly Fire to remove the demonic consciousness from Xiaoqian, Xiaoqian, freed from all restraints, ultimately revealed the desires that every ordinary person would have. After the first time, it became uncontrollable. Driven by increasingly strong and insatiable desires, Xiaoqian ultimately completely fell into darkness and descended into the demonic path. She never expected that Xiaoqian would later become the Dark Emperor who brought calamity to the world. This was something she had never anticipated. Becoming a Buddha or a demon was just a matter of Xiaoqian's momentary lapse. It was she who gave Xiaoqian the opportunity to fall into the demonic path. Now, it would be her who would completely end Xiaoqian's life of sin. Gazing blankly at the Haotian mirror, the next scene that would appear would be the most ordinary, yet also the most heartwarming and unforgettable time of her life. If time could stand still, she wished she could live with Xiaoqian forever in that simple thatched cottage, free from worldly troubles. She was not the revered Empress of the Heavenly Fire, and Xiaoqian was not the Dark Emperor who brought calamity to the world. They were just two ordinary, common people who met, knew each other, and fell in love. They would grow old together and live out their ordinary lives. Xiaoqian, I love you. No one in this world loves you more than I do, murmured the Empress of the Heavenly Fire, a tear filled with deep affection rolling down her cheek. This was an emotion she had never expressed before. Perhaps to this day, Xiaoqian still did not know how deep her love was. In the past, she had wanted to express her feelings many times, but she could feel that Xiaoqian's heart was concerned about another person. Due to her status as a princess, or perhaps out of fear of rejection, she had never directly expressed her love for Xiaoqian. So she indirectly brought Xiaoqian back to the land of the Heavenly Fire, and begged her father to use the national treasure, the Heavenly Fire, to remove the demonic consciousness from Xiaoqian. She hoped that through her efforts and the accumulation of daily companionship, Xiaoqian would also fall in love with her. But her decision had brought disaster to the land of the Heavenly Fire. It led to the death of her father, the death of more than half of the innocent people in the imperial city, and almost brought about the complete destruction of the land of the Heavenly Fire. Now, she knew that the person Xiaoqian had been concerned about was the current Empress, Wenyaxian. Do you see? The person you were concerned about has abandoned you. The Empress of the Heavenly Fire sneered at the living dead Xiaoqian in the original imperial city. Perhaps it was more of a venting of her long-standing grievances. Soon, very soon, I will end your life of sin. Whether it was all of Xiaoqian's sins or the love she still held for Xiaoqian from the beginning to now, it would be her who would bring everything to a complete end. In the Haotian realm, Xiaoqian carefully took care of the girl in red. The girl in red mainly suffered from internal injuries, and it would probably take a long time for her to recover. Looking at the unconscious girl in red, Xiaoqian frowned slightly, feeling somewhat troubled. The girl in red had been unconscious for 2 days, and if she did not eat soon, she might be able to hold on for another 2 days. But if she did not drink water soon, she might not be able to hold on. The girl in red was completely unconscious at this time, and when water was poured into her mouth, it could not enter her throat. After hesitating and struggling, Xiaoqian held the water in her mouth and then used a bamboo tube to send it into the girl in red's throat. After carefully taking care of her for 2 or 3 days, the girl in red finally regained some consciousness and could drink water on her own. 7 days later, the girl in red finally slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was a handsome and refined face. Xiaoqian smiled faintly and said, "How are you feeling?" Are you hungry? Yes, the girl in red nodded slightly, showing no signs of unfamiliarity. Although she didn't know who the handsome man in front of her was, she could feel that someone had been taking care of her these past few days. Obviously, this person was the handsome man in front of her. In these days, although she gradually regained some consciousness, her body was still too weak and she couldn't fully wake up. Therefore, in her mind, she had fantasized countless times about who this person was who had saved her and taken care of her so carefully. She had imagined his appearance and his identity. Now she could finally see him. His appearance was even better than she had imagined. As for his identity, judging from the surroundings, he should be an ordinary mortal. Soon, Xiaochen came to the front of the girl in red with a bowl of vegetable porridge. Looking at the plain vegetable porridge in front of her, the girl in red frowned slightly, wrinkled her nose, and looked very disdainful. As a princess, she had never eaten such a simple and plain vegetable porridge before. She could even count the number of vegetable leaves. Xiaochen looked at the girl in red with a look of disdain on her face and said lightly, "There's only these things at home. If you don't eat, you'll have to go hungry." "I won't eat it, who cares?" The girl in red snorted coldly and turned her head away. As she was the most beloved princess of the Tianhua kingdom, she had never experienced such humiliation. Fine. Since the other party didn't appreciate it, Xiaochen didn't insist. After speaking, Xiaochen stood up and was about to take the vegetable porridge away. Gurgle, the girl in red's stomach made an awkward sound. Xiaochen couldn't help but stop in his tracks, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that the girl in red's body was more honest than her mouth. The girl in red's face immediately flushed with embarrassment, looking somewhat awkward. The girl in red stared at her belly, cursing herself inwardly. "You're really disappointing. It's so embarrassing." Xiaochen turned to look at her and smiled gently. "Still want to eat?" "Yes." The girl in red restrained her temper and nodded gently. A grown woman could bend and stretch, and in the future, she would lead the Tianhua kingdom to prosperity as the Empress of Tianhua. What was this setback? However, as she was about to sit up and reach for the bowl in the other's hand, she was horrified to find that she couldn't even muster the strength to sit up, let alone circulate her true energy. Her injuries were far more severe than she had estimated. Thinking back to her defeat by an unknown girl in the inheritance ruins, her self-esteem and confidence had been severely shaken. Xiaochen noticed the girl in red's physical condition, first putting the bowl of vegetable porridge aside, then walking over to help the girl in red sit against the wall, comforting her softly. "Your body is still too weak now. You need to rest for a few more days before you can move on your own." The girl in red remained silent, looking somewhat despondent, as if she couldn't bear such a blow. Xiaochen picked up the vegetable porridge and sat in front of the bed, scooping up a spoonful and offering it to the girl in red's mouth. "Your body won't recover if you don't eat." The girl in red didn't speak, but a crystal tear silently fell on Xiaochen's finger. Feeling the dampness on his fingertip, Xiaochen paused. The girl in red's tears gradually wet her eyes, and the tears then fell like raindrops. Obviously, her inner wounds were heavier than her physical ones. Xiaochen could see that the girl in red was a very proud person. She must have suffered a great setback this time, feeling a great sense of defeat in her heart, and may have even lost her confidence. Originally, Xiaochen was going to let the girl in red be alone for a while. However, seeing her completely breaking down at this moment, if not guided, she might just sink and never recover. Although he and the girl in red were not related, since he had encountered her, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Xiaochen put down the vegetable porridge and took out a coarse cloth handkerchief, preparing to wipe away the tears from the face of the girl in red. The girl in red roared, "Get lost! I, Huo Linger, don't need sympathy from a mere mortal like you." Xiaochen's expression remained unchanged at her words, but his actions became rough. Like a mother, he grabbed the back of the girl's head and used the handkerchief to wipe away the tears on her face with force. "You still have the temper. Looks like there's still hope." Xiaochen smirked, increasing the strength of his hand, distorting the face of the girl named Huo Linger. You! Huo Linger was furious, never having suffered such humiliation as the most beloved princess of the Tianhua kingdom. "Tell me your name. I will definitely reward you later." Although she said reward, Huo Linger's eyes at that moment were fierce, more like a threat. Xiaochen paid no attention, casually saying, "Xiaochen." It seemed that the girl named Huo Linger had completely ignored her previous sense of defeat and focused all her energy on hating him. She was truly a naive and easily fooled girl. Ignoring Huo Linger's fierce expression, Xiaochen picked up the vegetable porridge and said to Huo Linger with a smile, "This vegetable porridge will get cold if you don't eat it soon." "Humph, I won't eat your food," Huo Linger said arrogantly, turning her head away. Gurgle. Huo Linger's stomach made an embarrassing sound again. Her face, already reddened by Xiaochen's actions, became even more vibrant. She was truly disappointing. Glancing at the bland vegetable porridge in Xiaochen's hand, Huo Linger found herself unconsciously swallowing her saliva. Huo Linger was infuriated. As the most beloved princess of the Tianhua kingdom, she had tasted all kinds of delicacies. Yet now, she was tempted by a bowl of bland vegetable porridge. It was truly a failure. No, she must endure and not lose face. But, Gurgle. Xiaochen could see Huo Linger's struggle. It seemed he needed to put in more effort. Xiaochen picked up the vegetable porridge and sighed softly, "Well, since you won't eat it, I can't let it go to waste." I'll just eat it myself. With that, Xiaochen scooped up a spoonful and savored it slowly. Tisk, my cooking skills are truly exceptional. It's smooth and fragrant, leaving a lingering taste. A simple bowl of vegetable porridge was turned into a delicious dish by Xiaochen. Huolinger pursed her lips, glaring at Xiaochen with resentment. Xiaochen was definitely doing this on purpose, making a fuss over a plain bowl of vegetable porridge. However, as she watched the vegetable leaves on Xiaochen's lips, Huolinger couldn't help but swallow her saliva. It wasn't that she was greedy, but she was just too hungry. Gurgle, but her inner pride wouldn't allow her to yield to Xiaochen first. So, she could only watch as Xiaochen finished the entire bowl of vegetable porridge. Tears glistened in Huolinger's eyes. At that moment, she felt extremely wronged. When had she ever been bullied like this? Seeing the dejected Huolinger, Xiaochen realized he might have gone too far. In fact, there was still porridge in the pot, and he had just wanted to tease this arrogant girl when he noticed the porridge in her bowl had cooled. He didn't expect things to escalate. Xiaochen filled another bowl of vegetable porridge and returned to Huolinger, saying softly, "The porridge is still hot. Have some." Seeing the refilled bowl in front of her, Huolinger suddenly understood that Xiaochen had been teasing her on purpose. For a moment, Huolinger was both angry and resentful, but ultimately, amidst the stubborn gurgle sound, she cried in frustration, "Woo, you bullied me." Huolinger looked at Xiaochen with teary eyes, but her gaze was filled with stubbornness. "Even if I starve, I won't eat your food." Xiaochen sighed helplessly. She was truly an unyielding and arrogant girl. Unfortunately, Xiaochen could only apologize. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Can you please do me the honor of tasting the porridge I made?" "Oomph, that's more like it." Huolinger laughed through her tears, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Then, she couldn't wait any longer and opened her mouth wide. Xiaochen was taken aback. How did it feel like he was being played? But since the words were already spoken, there was no way to take them back. He could only obediently feed the scheming and proud Huolinger the porridge. As soon as a spoonful of vegetable porridge entered her mouth, Huolinger's eyes instantly lit up. The extravagant adjectives Xiaochen had used before were actually not exaggerated. The porridge was smooth, fragrant, and left a lingering taste on the lips and teeth. After the first bite, she couldn't wait to have a second. A bowl of ordinary vegetable porridge far surpassed all the delicacies she had ever eaten. Unconsciously, Huolinger even finished 3 large bowls, scraping the bottom of the pot clean. Seeing Huolinger contentedly satisfied, Xiaochen couldn't help but smile. After finishing all the vegetable porridge in the pot, Huolinger still seemed unsatisfied. But seeing Xiaochen's smiling face, she immediately put on an act. "The porridge has been left in the pot for too long. It has a burnt taste, a failure. The vegetables are overcooked and turned yellow, a failure. The most ridiculous thing is this." Xiaochen looked at Huolinger with a strange expression. For her to pick out so many flaws in a bowl of ordinary vegetable porridge, she was truly talented. Looking at the increasingly excited Huolinger, Xiaochen turned over the empty bowl in his hand and casually said, "This bowl is so clean, it looks like it doesn't need to be washed." Hearing this, Huolinger blushed again. She couldn't help but feel a little guilty. She had belittled the vegetable porridge Xiaochen made, yet she had eaten it so cleanly. Wasn't she just humiliating herself? Ahem! Feeling slightly embarrassed, Huolinger suddenly put on a serious expression and looked at Xiaochen, saying in a deep voice, "For saving my life, once I recover, I will definitely reward you generously." "Princess?" Xiaochen looked Huolinger up and down. Indeed, she had a bit of a princess complex. "No need for a reward, just don't linger around after you recover." Looking at the clean bowl in his hand, Xiaochen said solemnly, "I can't afford your appetite." Huolinger glared at Xiaochen in embarrassment. It was the first time in her life that someone had complained about her eating too much. It was a great humiliation. She was a princess. Couldn't Xiaochen understand the point of her words? She thought that after revealing her identity, even if Xiaochen didn't fawn over her or try to please her, he should at least treat her with caution and respect. But she didn't expect Xiaochen to not only show no surprise or fear, but also to complain about her eating too much and being afraid of overstaying. She had never suffered such injustice in her life. Huolinger was annoyed. "Who wants to stay in your shabby thatched hut? When I recover, I won't stay even if you beg me." "That's for the best," Xiaochen said with a faint smile. In fact, he didn't really mind Huolinger eating a lot. He just didn't know why, but he felt like teasing this proud girl. After speaking, Xiaochen took the empty bowl to the kitchen to clean up. Huolinger stared at Xiaochen's departing figure, stuck out her tongue, and made a face. This guy was really annoying. However, the vegetable porridge he made was really delicious. "Why does it smell so bad?" Huolinger suddenly wrinkled her nose. Because she was so hungry before, she hadn't noticed the sour smell in the air. It didn't make sense. Although Xiaochen's clothes were relatively simple, they still looked clean. Although Xiaochen was unpleasant, he shouldn't be that sloppy. The room, although simple, was still very neat and clean. How could there be a sour smell? After searching for a while, Huolinger finally realized where the sour smell was coming from. "Ah!" Huolinger let out a scream. The sour stench was actually emanating from her body. My God! How dirty is she now? But it's already smelling. Huolinger found it difficult to accept this fact. Come on, she's a princess. Where can she put her face with this stinky appearance? At this moment, she really felt like dying. Xiao Chen quickly walked into the room upon hearing the sound. Seeing this, Hu Linger quickly restrained her expression to avoid Xiao Chen noticing anything unusual. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly scream? Xiao Chen asked. Nothing, I just saw a little mouse just now. Hu Linger forced a smile, but it looked unnatural. A mouse? Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow. If nothing unexpected happened, Hu Linger's cultivation should be higher than his, yet she's afraid of a mouse? Xiao Chen clearly didn't believe it. He walked up and stared at Hu Linger with his deep eyes. I'm really fine. Hu Linger was very nervous at this moment. Xiao Chen was so close now, afraid that he would also smell the sour stench on her. Xiao Chen naturally didn't believe Hu Linger's words, looking at her unnatural expression. He could feel the tension on Hu Linger's body. With the sour stench lingering in his nose, Xiao Chen quickly realized what Hu Linger was nervous about. Xiao Chen found it somewhat amusing. Hu Linger had been lying on the bed for so long, it was normal for her to have a smell. But seeing how nervous she was, it was obviously something she found difficult to talk about. Perhaps this was the modesty of a girl. However, dealing with this matter was really troublesome. Hu Linger's current situation was almost no different from being completely paralyzed. There was simply no way for her to clean herself and change clothes. But they were not close enough for him to do these things, right? Xiao Chen fell into thought for a moment. Hu Linger kept her heart hanging as Xiao Chen remained silent. She didn't know if Xiao Chen had noticed the stench on her. After thinking it over, Xiao Chen slowly spoke. You've been unconscious for several days, but we're not that close, so I haven't helped you change clothes or clean your body. I don't know what you're thinking, but if you need it, I can help you with these things. Xiao Chen's expression was indifferent, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Hu Linger felt embarrassed. Sure enough, Xiao Chen had noticed the sour stench on her, and he even planned to help her clean her body and change clothes personally. Although she cursed Xiao Chen in her heart for being delusional, wanting something beyond his reach, she also hesitated a bit. With her current physical condition, it would probably take a lot of time to fully recover. Should she just let her body continue to stink? If it continued for a few more days, her body would probably start to smell. Hu Linger was now in a dilemma. Xiao Chen sat quietly without disturbing Hu Linger. He was open-minded and straightforward. If Hu Linger needed it, he could help. If she didn't, he wouldn't mind her smelling for a few more days. Everything depended on Hu Linger's attitude. After much deliberation, Hu Linger finally made her choice. Although it was difficult to ask a man she had just met to help her change clothes and clean her body, she couldn't bear the sour stench on her body. She couldn't accept it psychologically or physically. And although Xiao Chen was very annoying, he had saved her and taken care of her these days. This clearly showed that Xiao Chen was a gentleman, with no intention of taking advantage of her. After all, if Xiao Chen really had ulterior motives, he would have had plenty of opportunities, without going through so much trouble. Then I'll trouble you. Hu Linger's voice was as small as a mosquito. It was embarrassing to say it out loud. Okay. Xiao Chen's face showed no expression, just a slight nod. I'll go heat up some water. About a quarter of an hour later, Xiao Chen walked into the room carrying a bucket of hot water. Although she had agreed to it herself, at this moment, Hu Linger's face was still red and hot. Why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell? Xiao Chen didn't know what had come over him. He knew that Hu Linger's blushing was due to shyness, but he couldn't help but tease this proud girl. Perhaps it was because he had always lived in this deep mountain forest, isolated from the world. Suddenly encountering this proud girl finally added some fun to his life. Hu Linger was stunned for a moment, then realized that she must have written the word nervous directly on her face. This wouldn't do. She couldn't lose face in front of Xiao Chen. She immediately explained seriously, I practice fire attribute techniques, so I blush more easily. By the way, do you know what a cultivator is? You live alone in this deep mountain forest, so you must not be an ordinary mortal, right? I've been cultivating for a few years and have barely reached the chi refining stage. Xiao Chen had nothing to hide. Chi refining stage? Ha ha. Hu Linger suddenly laughed. It seems that your talent is pretty lousy. I reached the foundation building stage when I was 8. Finally, she found an opportunity to mock Xiao Chen. Hu Linger looked very pleased at this moment. Xiao Chen seemed to have no reaction, but unconsciously clenched his teeth. Enough nonsense, I'm going to start undressing. Go ahead, why are you being so loud? Hu Linger glared at Xiao Chen defiantly. Then, the next second, after realizing what she had said, her face turned red. Watching Hu Linger look embarrassed, Xiao Chen felt somewhat pleased for some reason. He didn't know why, but arguing with Hu Linger made him feel amused. Perhaps his secluded life in the mountains was just too boring and lonely. Suddenly encountering this proud girl, Hu Linger brought out his playful side that had been dormant for many years. Xiao Chen walked slowly to Hu Linger with the hot water and teased, Are you going to wash up or not? The water will cool down if you don't. I will. Hu Linger glared at Xiao Chen fiercely. She had to yield under the eaves. After she recovered, she would see how to deal with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen didn't care about Hu Linger's angry gaze and sat directly in front of the bed, as if he was about to reach out and take off Hu Linger's clothes. Wait! Hu Linger stopped Xiao Chen's actions. What's wrong? Xiao Chen looked at her. What's wrong? Huolinger was furious. Are you just going to undress me like that? You clearly want to take advantage of me. If I don't undress you like this, how else should I do it? Xiao Chen looked at Huolinger with a smile, pretending to be puzzled. In fact, he had already figured out what to do. Of course, he couldn't just blatantly take off Huolinger's clothes. He just wanted to tease Huolinger and see how she would react when she was angry. The angrier Huolinger got, the more amusing he found it. Seeing Xiao Chen smiling in insincere appearance, Huolinger could clearly see that he was pretending to be foolish and was deliberately teasing her. She was about to explode. As the most beloved princess of the Tianhua kingdom, she had never been so angry in her life. But now, living under someone else's roof, she had to show some weakness. However, she had secretly noted all the grievances she had suffered, and when he recovered, she would make Xiao Chen pay. For now, she could only show some weakness. Could you cover me with the blanket first, and then reach in to take off my clothes? Huolinger's voice was somewhat hesitant. Although she was a free-spirited person, as a young woman, she felt a little embarrassed to ask a man she had just met to undress her. Sure, Xiao Chen replied indifferently. In fact, the method that Huolinger mentioned was the same as what he had in mind. After speaking, Xiao Chen reached out and covered Huolinger with the blanket. Then he reached into the blanket to fumble for Huolinger's belt. After a while, Huolinger's face turned redder and hotter, and finally couldn't help but shout, "Not there, the belt is below." Sorry, I don't have much experience for the first time. Xiao Chen spoke the truth. He really didn't mean it. Soon, with Huolinger's guidance, Xiao Chen successfully untied Huolinger's belt. Then, one by one, he removed Huolinger's clothes, including the extremely private undergarments. Huolinger's face was now red and hot. She turned away and dared not look into Xiao Chen's eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Chen jokingly said, "Is there something wrong with your fire attribute cultivation technique? Why is your face as red as a monkey's butt? You're the monkey butt." Huolinger was so angry that her eyes were almost spewing fire. She was really frustrated. She really wanted to strangle Xiao Chen. In response, Xiao Chen not only didn't get angry, but also looked quite cheerful. While tidying up the clothes that Huolinger had just taken off, he said disdainfully, "You really should take a bath. Your clothes are all stinky." Stinky? It's really too stinky. Even through the Hautian mirror, you can smell this sour smell of love. Someone couldn't help but joke. Anyone could see that Xiao Chen's current state was completely different from his previous serious demeanor. He was completely immersed in the banter with Huolinger, cunning and childish. A man only shows his childish side when he likes a woman. This kind of liking is obviously different from his previous liking for Wenyaxian. For Wenyaxian, Xiao Chen felt more responsibility and moved. But for Huolinger, it was a genuine feeling of happiness. Xiao Chen and Huolinger's way of getting along was completely like a pair of bickering lovers. If they don't become Dao companions in the future, it's probably going to be difficult to end well. I didn't expect that the Dark Emperor, when encountering someone he likes, is just like an ordinary man. Exactly. With this kind of childish appearance, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would believe that this is the renowned Dark Emperor? Don't say that. It's actually quite sweet. It's got me all excited. No way. You two are really together? This is the Dark Emperor we're talking about. If it weren't for the Dark Emperor, I wouldn't be excited. I didn't expect that there would be such a sweet past between the Dark Emperor and the Fire Empress. It's really irresistible to watch. Exactly. If it were an ordinary mortal, what's the point of watching? The practitioners around them were speechless when they heard this kind of conversation. Anyone can fall in love. But fortunately, most people are still rational. After the lessons of the Empress Nangong and the Empress Taiyin, everyone looked very worriedly at the Empress Tianhua in the void. It doesn't matter if they are rational or not. What matters is that the Empress Tianhua must remain rational. If even the Empress Tianhua leans towards the Dark Emperor, then things will be troublesome. When the Emperor Tianhua heard the voices of those people discussing, his eyes widened, and two fiery eyebrows stood up like flames. A powerful heat pressure erupted from his body, distorting the surrounding space. Who dares to speak nonsense again? I will burn into ashes. The Emperor Tianhua's body was burning hot, but his face was as cold as ice. And the fire demon soldiers behind him, with stern faces, exuded an overwhelming killing intent. In an instant, the surroundings became extremely quiet. The practitioners who had been chatting happily before were trembling and dared not speak again. The Emperor Tianhua looked up at the Empress Tianhua in the void, with a worried look on his face. In fact, he was also a little worried that the Empress Tianhua would have feelings for Xiao Chen and be soft-hearted. But it was clear that his worry was unnecessary. The one who can become an emperor must have an extremely firm heart. Looking at the image appearing in the Hautian mirror, although the Empress Tianhua, Huolinger, showed a nostalgic expression, her eyes became more and more determined. There was no trace of attachment or hesitation. How sweet it used to be, and how painful it became. Looking again at Xiao Chen, who was already like a living dead in the original imperial city, Empress Tianhua, Huolinger, also became more and more indifferent. Xiao Chen, rest assured, I will not let you die at the hands of others. I will personally put an end to everything between us. Since the beginning, Empress Xuanguang had been observing the changes in Empress Tianhua's emotions. Seeing Empress Tianhua becoming more and more indifferent, she withdrew her gaze. Although she feared no one as long as she had the Haotian mirror in her hand, it was still quite tricky if even Empress Tianhua suddenly turned against her. Thousands of miles away, Empress Wenyaxian, who was helping Empress Nangong, Lang Ruoxue, to restore her cultivation, looked at the image appearing in the Haotian mirror just now. Her eyes lowered, and she looked melancholic. She felt a mixture of emotions in her heart. The smile that Xiaochen had shown on his face today far exceeded the time he had spent with her. She could tell that Xiaochen was genuinely happy when he was with Huolinger, and this was something she couldn't give Xiaochen. She had no jealousy in her heart, nor was she angry with Xiaochen. She just felt a little lonely and sad. How she wished she could also bring so much happiness to Xiaochen. As for Empress Nangong, Lang Ruoxue, her emotions were quite different at this time. She was almost grinding her teeth to pieces. Jealousy had completely distorted her appearance. Huolinger actually let her master personally help her change clothes and wipe her body. She looked like a shameless and flirtatious woman. She and Huolinger were like fire and ice, destined to be natural enemies. Once her cultivation was restored, she would make sure that Huolinger, this shameless and flirtatious woman, would look good. Returning to the image appearing in the Haotian mirror, after Xiaochen had taken off Huolinger's clothes, he began to wipe her body with a wrung-out hot towel while holding a blanket. When he started wiping her limbs, Huolinger could still face it calmly, but when Xiaochen was about to start wiping her torso, her heart was already pounding nervously. It was one thing to wipe her limbs, but if Xiaochen touched the most private part of a girl, she would truly be embarrassed. Just as she was about to ask Xiaochen to stop, she saw Xiaochen suddenly stop and look at her with a strange expression. Huolinger was puzzled, but soon she understood what Xiaochen meant. She saw Xiaochen sniff his own hand and said with a disgusted look, "It stinks." Then Xiaochen took out a wooden board from somewhere and tied the wrung-out hot towel to it. He said smugly, "Now it's done." Huolinger was embarrassed. Although Xiaochen's current method was more in line with her preferences, seeing Xiaochen's undisguised disgust made her feel even more ashamed. "Couldn't you be a little more tactful in your words?" She found that Xiaochen was particularly deliberate in provoking her anger. It hadn't even been a day, and Xiaochen had already angered her several times. No, she had to quickly restore her body, otherwise she would be driven to death by Xiaochen sooner or later. And now, Xiaochen had done something to anger her again. She saw Xiaochen reaching into the blanket with the wooden board tied with a hot towel and began to wipe her body. No, it shouldn't be called wiping. It should be called scrubbing. Xiaochen's movements were extremely rough. It didn't seem like he was wiping someone's body, but more like scraping fish scales, and it was a smelly salted fish. Huolinger felt quite despondent. She had previously worried that Xiaochen would covet her beauty and take advantage of her. This idea was completely unnecessary. She could tell that Xiaochen never really saw her as a woman. He didn't understand how to treat a woman delicately. It was only because she was a practitioner herself, with a stronger physical body. If it were a normal girl in her place, being rubbed so hard by Xiaochen, even if she didn't die, she would definitely lose some skin. After struggling to clean Huolinger, Xiaochen stared at the bucket of dirty water and said, "TSK, TSK. It's so dirty." Huolinger didn't say anything, just rolled her eyes at Xiaochen. She had only been unconscious for a little over 10 days. How could she be as dirty as Xiaochen described? Huolinger glanced into the bucket. Okay. There was indeed a layer of grime floating on the water surface, but that was not because she was usually untidy, but because she had been made dirty by the mechanisms in the previous heritage site she had explored. Thinking of the failed heritage site competition, Huolinger's expression suddenly became somewhat despondent. She had always been proud and pampered since childhood, adored by everyone. She never expected to end up being inferior to an unknown wild girl. She fell deep into self-doubt. Xiaochen felt a little helpless. He had let his guard down for a moment. Huolinger started blaming herself again. "Hey!" Xiaochen patted Huolinger's shoulder. "What?" Huolinger impatiently glared at Xiaochen. "Are you planning to keep not wearing clothes?" Xiaochen glanced at Huolinger's shoulder. He saw that the blanket covering her had already started to slip down, revealing a large area of fair skin underneath. "Ah, you pervert! Close your eyes, don't look!" Huolinger scolded Xiaochen loudly. "Ha!" Xiaochen's face showed a disdainful expression. He didn't say anything, but it seemed like he did. Huolinger suddenly felt embarrassed and furious. She had never suffered such humiliation before. When she recovered, she wouldn't care about the reputation of repaying kindness with enmity. She would definitely blind Xiaochen's eyes and tear his mouth apart. "Are you thinking about how to repay kindness with enmity?" Xiaochen suddenly squinted, staring at her intently. Huolinger's body stiffened. "No way? Was my expression so obvious?" "Yes, your expression is so obvious, saying that you want to retaliate against me," Xiaochen said lightly. Seeing Xiaochen once again uncovering her thoughts, Huolinger was completely at a loss. Looking at the dazed Huolinger, Xiaochen couldn't help but show a pleased smile. What a naive and innocent little girl. Xiaochen took out a clean set of clothes from the cabinet in the room, walked to Huolinger, and said, "I don't have any clothes for girls here, so just make do with mine for now." After that, Xiaochen put the clothes on Huolinger over the blanket. Huolinger was stunned for a moment and said blankly, You already knew that I wanted to repay kindness with enmity. Why are you still being so kind to me? Hearing this, Xiao Chen's face showed a hearty smile. Whether you want to repay kindness with enmity is your business. What I want to do is my business. You can't decide what I want to do. After saying that, Xiao Chen took the smelly clothes that Huo Linger had changed out of and walked out of the room, leaving behind a confident and carefree figure. Huo Linger stared blankly at Xiao Chen's back. This person was so ordinary, yet so different. Unknowingly, Huo Linger felt her heart beating fast. However, as she continued to watch, Huo Linger suddenly widened her eyes. She saw Xiao Chen outside, washing the clothes she had changed out of. During the 10 years he spent with Lang Ruoxue, he not only had to teach her cultivation, but also take care of her daily life. So he had long been accustomed to washing women's clothes and didn't feel any shame or taboo about it. After washing all the clothes, including the undergarments, he deliberately raised his hands high and spread them out under the sun to inspect. After seeing all the clothes clean and bright, she was satisfied and hung them on the hanger. This seemed like a normal action to him. It was just to check if the clothes were clean. But in Huo Linger's eyes, Xiao Chen seemed to be admiring her personal clothes in a dirty way, with a look of enjoyment on his face. Disgusting! Shameless scoundrel! Huo Linger blushed and cursed under her breath. But it was strange that she didn't feel very angry at the moment. She just felt a little ashamed. After all, a girl's personal clothes were being displayed so openly in front of a man, and any normal woman would feel ashamed. She felt even more unable to understand what kind of person Xiao Chen really was. Did Xiao Chen have no shame? Could he really wash a girl's personal clothes so openly? Did that mean Xiao Chen didn't see her as a girl? For a moment, Huo Linger didn't know whether to feel ashamed or grateful. After all, everything Xiao Chen did was well-intentioned and he had done nothing wrong. If she made a fuss about it, she would only seem petty and narrow-minded, lacking the openness and tolerance of people from the martial arts world. Well, since Xiao Chen didn't mind, she didn't have to mind either. Huo Linger leaned against the wall and watched Xiao Chen busy himself throughout the day. After all, apart from this, with her current physical condition, it seemed that there were no other leisure activities to pass the time. After finishing the household chores, Xiao Chen glanced at Huo Linger. After a moment of thought, he picked up the firewood knife and left the house. Hey! Huo Linger instinctively wanted to call out to Xiao Chen, asking where he was going and when he would be back. But before she could speak, she held back. She didn't want Xiao Chen to think that she was very dependent on him, or that she was afraid to be alone at home. That would be too humiliating. But when she saw Xiao Chen really leave, she suddenly felt empty inside. With her current serious injuries and limited mobility, anyone could bully her. For the first time, she realized that she could also feel lonely and afraid. Although she disliked Xiao Chen and he always made her angry, just seeing him made her feel inexplicably relieved and secure. As she waited for Xiao Chen to return, Huo Linger's heart became increasingly uneasy, until the string of strength in her heart finally broke, and she cried in grievance. When Xiao Chen returned and saw Huo Linger in tears, he was suddenly at a loss. Why was she crying? Thinking of this, Xiao Chen put down what he was holding and walked over to her gently, asking, "What's wrong? Are you hungry? Do you really think I'm just a food container?" Huo Linger glared at Xiao Chen, her eyes red with anger. In Xiao Chen's eyes, what did he really think of her? Xiao Chen was speechless. He didn't know when he had offended Huo Linger again. This Huo Linger was indeed fiery, living up to her name. He didn't have the patience to coax her. If you're shouting so loudly, then there shouldn't be anything wrong. With that, Xiao Chen prepared to go about his own business. Seeing Xiao Chen turn around, Huo Linger thought he was going to leave again, and her heart suddenly panicked. She hurriedly called out, "Where are you going again?" Xiao Chen turned back to look at Huo Linger, raising an eyebrow. It seemed like he understood why Huo Linger had cried just now. "Are you afraid of me leaving?" Xiao Chen looked at Huo Linger with a smile. I'm not. This princess has been waited on since childhood. I'm just not used to not having someone around. Huo Linger explained in a panic. Although Xiao Chen knew she wasn't telling the truth, she was just being stubborn and unwilling to admit it. But this statement was really hurtful. In order to punish Huo Linger's stubbornness and make her realize her problem, Xiao Chen's face suddenly darkened and he said coldly, "I am not your servant." Having said that, Xiao Chen decisively walked out of the room and closed the door behind him. "No, that's not what I meant," Huo Linger hurriedly explained. But unfortunately, the door was closed, and Xiao Chen could no longer hear, or perhaps did not want to hear. "I really didn't mean that." Huo Linger felt very wronged, and her eyes instantly became moist. She was now very afraid that Xiao Chen would misunderstand her. However, when she heard the sounds of knocking and banging outside, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least, Xiao Chen hadn't left. After about an hour, there was no more sound outside. Creak, the door opened. Xiao Chen walked in. Huo Linger thought Xiao Chen must still be angry and was about to apologize. But she found Xiao Chen walking towards her with a blank expression. Before she could react, Xiao Chen lifted her up horizontally and walked outside. At that moment, Huo Linger was completely flustered. She thought Xiao Chen wouldn't be so angry as to throw her out, right? Huo Linger closed her eyes slowly. It was true that she had said something too harsh earlier, so it was only natural for Xiao Chen to be so angry. and then the next second, instead of being thrown out harshly, she was gently seated in a chair. Huolinger suddenly opened her eyes and looked down at herself. She was now sitting in a handmade wheelchair. Thinking of the knocking sound she had just heard, Huolinger immediately realized that this wheelchair must have been made by Xiaochen just now. Looking at the floor covered with wood shavings and debris, it was obvious that Xiaochen had gone to chop wood before. For a moment, Huolinger's heart was filled with mixed emotions, and she couldn't express her gratitude. She was lucky she hadn't spoken out, or she would have been utterly embarrassed now. Seeing Huolinger, who had been silent all along, Xiaochen thought the wheelchair might not fit well and be uncomfortable to sit in. Why aren't you speaking? Is it uncomfortable to sit in? No, it's very comfortable, Huolinger hurriedly said. She wasn't just flattering, she really felt comfortable. Although the wheelchair was simple in design, it was very smooth, and all the rough edges had been polished. The bottom and back of the wheelchair were fitted with cushions, so it wouldn't be uncomfortable no matter how long she sat in it. It was obvious that Xiaochen had put a lot of thought into this wheelchair. Seeing that Huolinger was very satisfied with the wheelchair, a smile unconsciously appeared on Xiaochen's lips. Earlier, when he saw Huolinger leaning against the wall, he could only watch her pass the time. He thought that if Huolinger stayed in the house all the time, she would feel oppressed and start to have wild thoughts, which would be very detrimental to her psychological and physical recovery. So he had the idea of making a wheelchair for her. Sitting in the wheelchair, Huolinger didn't know what to say for a while. She quickly realized what Xiaochen's purpose was in making this wheelchair. It would be false to say she wasn't moved. Soon, her eyes became moist again. Since meeting Xiaochen in just one day, the number of times she had been angry and cried far exceeded all the times before. Seeing Huolinger about to cry again, Xiaochen felt helpless. Then he jokingly said, "I didn't expect you to be such a crybaby." Sure enough, Huolinger immediately changed from tears to anger and said, "You're the crybaby." But soon, Huolinger's anger subsided, and she sincerely said to Xiaochen, "I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to look down on you, I know, I'm not angry either." Xiaochen interrupted Huolinger's words calmly. Huolinger was stunned at his words, and then she saw Xiaochen's calm expression and gentle tone, which didn't seem like a lie. She suddenly realized that she had been played by Xiaochen again. Originally, Huolinger wanted to get angry, but when she met Xiaochen's eyes with a hint of a smile, she swallowed her anger and realized that she couldn't outsmart Xiaochen. She asked him why he was so good to her, and he joked that he was afraid she would haunt him as a ghost. She was annoyed but agreed to go fishing with him. At the river, she cheered as he fished, but her excitement scared the fish away. Xiaochen realized she was intentionally causing trouble, but he remained patient. Finally, Xiaochen was defeated once. "I'm done fishing." Xiaochen suddenly stood up and angrily threw the fishing rod aside. "Done fishing?" Huolinger was somewhat surprised. Xiaochen had no reason to surrender so quickly. She then asked, "If we can't catch any fish, what are we going to eat tonight?" Sigh. Xiaochen sighed, then took out a lot of earthworms wrapped in lotus leaves for fishing. "Luckily, there are plenty of earthworms dug up. I'll go find some bamboo worms later, and we should be able to manage a meal." "What?" Huolinger's pupils trembled, finding it hard to believe what she had just heard. "Are you sure we can eat these things?" Huolinger resisted. "They are very nutritious. Are you sure you don't want to try?" Xiaochen approached Huolinger with the earthworms in hand. Seeing Xiaochen's mischievous smile, Huolinger realized that he was deliberately trying to scare her. Despite knowing this, she couldn't help but shiver at the sight of the wriggling creatures getting closer to her. She would rather face ferocious beasts than deal with these seemingly harmless yet disgustingly squirming things. In the end, she had to compromise. After all, she didn't know if Xiaochen would actually force these things into her mouth. She didn't believe Xiaochen would show any mercy. Yielding to Xiaochen's coercion, Huolinger could only watch as Xiaochen continued fishing. Splash! Ripples appeared on the water's surface. "Ah, quick!" Huolinger instinctively wanted to shout, but she managed to stop herself in time. Xiaochen glanced at Huolinger, seeing her excited and nervous expression, and couldn't help but smile. "It's hooked!" Xiaochen suddenly stood up, pulled the fishing rod, and a fish weighing about 2 pounds leaped out of the water. Thud, thud, thud. Xiaochen threw the struggling fish onto the riverbank. "Quick, grab it, or it'll jump back into the river," Huolinger anxiously shouted. "Don't worry, it can't escape." Xiaochen tied the fish with a grass rope. Seeing the fish securely tied, Huolinger finally relaxed. It took her a while to calm down from the excitement. Then, a bright smile appeared on her face. Even during breakthroughs in her cultivation, she had never felt so excited. Xiaochen carried the big fish and looked at Huolinger. Their eyes met, and Xiaochen's face also showed a bright smile, sharing the joy of the moment. At that moment, Huolinger couldn't help but feel that the scenery was exceptionally beautiful. After catching another big fish weighing over 2 pounds, Xiaochen pushed Huolinger back home. Besides the braised fish Xiaochen had mentioned earlier, he also specially made a bowl of fish soup. "Quick! I'm starving!" Huolinger couldn't wait. Looking at the 2 large bowls of fragrant braised fish and fish soup on the table, she would have already started eating if she weren't currently unable to feed herself and had to rely on Xiaochen. "Here you go." Xiaochen smiled helplessly. Have some fish soup first to moisten your throat. As he spoke, Xiao Chen carefully blew on a small bowl of fish soup with a spoon to prevent it from scalding Huolinger. What are you doing? Huolinger asked, puzzled. Can't you see? The fish soup is too hot, so I'm blowing on it for you, Xiao Chen replied matter-of-factly, looking at Huolinger with a strange expression, as if to say, isn't it obvious? Can't you see it? Huolinger was clearly taken aback, and it took her a while to react. I cultivate fire attribute techniques, so I'm not afraid of hot food. Huolinger pursed her lips, trying to suppress her laughter. Xiao Chen was instantly embarrassed. It seemed he had gone too far. I don't know why, looking at Xiao Chen's somewhat embarrassed expression at this moment, I should have taken the opportunity to mock him fiercely and regain some ground. However, at this moment, Huolinger inexplicably didn't feel like mocking Xiao Chen. Instead, she said seriously, although it's not necessary, thank you for your thoughtfulness. Oh, you're welcome. Suddenly, Huolinger became so elegant that Xiao Chen was a little taken aback. Perhaps because both of their reactions were somewhat unusual, the atmosphere suddenly became frozen. After a long silence, the two looked at each other. Put. Ha ha ha. Both of them couldn't help but laugh. You suddenly being so elegant, I'm really not used to it. You suddenly not being sarcastic, I'm also not used to it. After breaking the deadlock, the atmosphere suddenly became harmonious. Dinner proceeded in this lively and warm atmosphere. Unconsciously, Huolinger finished a whole braised fish and a large pot of fish soup, while Xiao Chen didn't eat much and basically fed Huolinger. Looking at Xiao Chen's strange smile, Huolinger felt both embarrassed and ashamed, confirming her identity as a glutton. In the following days, almost the same content was repeated. Xiao Chen dealt with household affairs in the morning, while Huolinger quietly watched. In the afternoon, Xiao Chen would take Huolinger for a walk by the river and then go fishing. The days were simple and peaceful. Huolinger had never thought she could endure such a monotonous life, and yet she didn't feel any boredom. Instead, she hoped that this peaceful and simple life could continue. Outside the Haotian mirror, although intimidated by the Fire God King, no one dared to speak. But at this moment, someone couldn't help but sigh in their heart. If they didn't know the identities of the two beforehand, they would probably think they were a newlywed couple in love. The Fire God King looked worriedly at the image in the Haotian mirror. It was only now that he knew how his imperial sister and Xiao Chen had met. He hoped that his sister could hold on to her beliefs and not be influenced by these memories. In the void, the Fire Empress Huolinger's brows trembled, her eyes full of melancholic thoughts. She had thought her beliefs were firm enough, but when she truly faced the moments spent with Xiao Chen again, the soft strings in her heart were inevitably touched. Suddenly, the expression of the Fire Empress Huolinger became pained and struggling. Undoubtedly, she still had feelings for Xiao Chen deep in her heart. However, when she thought of the emperor who had been killed by Xiao Chen and the innocent people of the imperial city who had suffered, she had to suppress her true emotions. She couldn't, and absolutely couldn't, show mercy to Xiao Chen. Watching Xiao Chen, who was already like a living dead in the imperial city, the Fire Empress Huolinger's eyes filled with tears, her expression pained yet resolute. Xiao Chen, I will definitely kill you, definitely. The Darklight Empress looked at the struggling and pained Fire Empress Huolinger, her face darkening. Although she feared no one, there were some things she had to prepare for in advance. Thousands of miles away, the Moon Shadow Empress Wen Yaxian, after seeing the image in the Haotian mirror, had a bitter expression, her emotions somewhat low. The heartwarming daily life of Xiao Chen and Huolinger in the image was exactly the kind of life she had once dreamed of having with Xiao Chen. Simple and peaceful, free from worldly strife, yet happy and content. On the other hand, the Snow-Cold Empress, after seeing the image in the Haotian mirror, looked angry, her fists clenched, wishing she could go and settle the score with the now esteemed Fire Empress Huolinger. Thinking of her beloved master Xiao Chen, who not only did the laundry and cooking for Huolinger but also took care of her so attentively, she was itching with anger. After all, the fact that Master Xiao Chen fed her by hand was a treatment she had never experienced in the 10 years she had known him. As soon as her cultivation is restored, she will definitely go back to see the beautiful Tianhua Empress, Huolinger. The gentle and elegant Taiyin Empress, Wen Yaxian, noticed the irritable mood of the Nangong Empress, Leng Ruoxue, and said in a deep voice, "Calm your mind and you will accelerate the recovery of your cultivation." Hearing this, Nangong Empress Leng Ruoxue knew that the most urgent task now was to quickly restore her cultivation, so she had to temporarily set aside her hostility towards the Tianhua Empress, Huolinger. In the Haotian mirror, after a few days, Huolinger's body gradually improved. Although she still couldn't move freely and still needed a wheelchair, at least her hands could move freely now. She no longer needed Xiao Chen to help her change clothes and wipe her body. Seeing Xiao Chen fishing for so many days, she also felt the itch to try it herself. It seemed like it was time to show off her skills. Today, Huolinger specially asked Xiao Chen to make a fishing rod for her, wanting to compete with Xiao Chen to see who could catch bigger and more fish. Naturally, Xiao Chen was happy to see this. Winning or losing was not important to him. What mattered was that Huolinger now had completely overcome her previous self-doubt and lack of confidence. Just competing is not interesting without any stakes. Huolinger smiled and stared at Xiao Chen. Then what stakes do you want? Xiao Chen could tell that after a few stable days, Huolinger wanted to stir things up again. He was curious to see what kind of trouble she wanted to cause. How about this? If I win, you will call me master from now on, and if you win, I will call you master from now on. Perhaps afraid that Xiao Chen would not agree, she added, of course, this mastery is limited to fishing. Huo Linger looked confident and full of herself as she gazed at Xiao Chen. Just the thought of Xiao Chen respectfully calling her master after she won made her feel elated. If Xiao Chen dared to tease her again in the future, she would accuse him of disrespecting his master. Master. Xiao Chen's expression turned gloomy. These two words instantly brought back painful memories from the past. He wondered if Lang Ruoxue and Wen Yaxian were still safe now. Seeing Xiao Chen silent and unresponsive for a long time, Huo Linger thought he was afraid of losing and didn't dare to agree. She quickly used a tactic to provoke him. If you're afraid of losing, then forget it. Xiao Chen came to his senses. He had been trying to keep Huo Linger from falling into the memories of past failures. But he himself was no different. He should also move on from those painful memories. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Since you want to compete, I will accompany you to the end. Then it's settled, don't go back on your word if you lose. Huo Linger quickly seized the opportunity, afraid that Xiao Chen would change his mind. Xiao Chen found it somewhat amusing. He didn't know where Huo Linger's confidence came from, thinking that he would definitely win. Huo Linger's talent in cultivation was extraordinary, and being born into nobility, she had surely spent all her time on cultivation since childhood. Fishing was probably the first time in her life, and fishing was not as simple as it seemed. He looked forward to seeing Huo Linger's disappointed expression later. The fishing competition began. However, before the competition started, Huo Linger specifically asked Xiao Chen to stay away from her and not to encroach on her fishing spot. Xiao Chen was happy to comply and chose a spot more than 10 meters away from Huo Linger. The fishing competition officially began. Xiao Chen, before fishing, scattered the bait in the water. Huo Linger looked at him in confusion and asked, "What are you doing?" "Setting up the fishing spot," Xiao Chen replied without any concealment. "Setting up the fishing spot?" Huo Linger felt puzzled. She had never seen Xiao Chen set up a fishing spot like this before. But seeing Xiao Chen scatter things in the water and create ripples, she thought, is he a fool? Won't he scare away the fish like this? She didn't ask further and smugly started fishing herself. However, she soon noticed that the bait Xiao Chen used this time was not earthworms, but slippery loaches. This made Huo Linger very puzzled again. Mud loaches are so slippery. How could they possibly catch fish? Could it be that Xiao Chen is deliberately letting the water go? Hey, don't deliberately lose to me. Winning without a sense of accomplishment is not something I care about, Huo Linger shouted. Xiao Chen did not answer, just smiled faintly. Seeing this, although Huo Linger was angry, she did not shout again. Anyway, she still had to win first. After she became Xiao Chen's master, she would make Xiao Chen understand what it means to respect the teacher in the way. The competition was in full swing. However, things did not go as smoothly as Huo Linger had hoped. Obviously, when she usually watched Xiao Chen fishing, all he had to do was cast the hook into the water and then wait quietly for the fish to bite. But when she started fishing, she found that there were no fish biting at all. What's going on? Just in case, she even took the usual fishing spot of Xiao Chen. What's different from usual? Huo Linger felt very puzzled. However, as Huo Linger pondered, there was suddenly a reaction on the water surface. The fishing line was pulled, and there were ripples on the water. Huo Linger didn't have time to think too much. She focused on the water surface. After so many days of watching Xiao Chen fish, Huo Linger knew that fishing required timing. If the rod was pulled too early, the fish would easily escape. Therefore, she had to patiently wait for the right moment. The fishing line was being pulled by the fish in the water. When the time was right, Huo Linger suddenly lifted the fishing rod and flung the fish onto the riverbank. Haha, I did it! Huo Linger excitedly put the fish into the fish basket. Although the fish she caught was not big, only 3 fingers wide, it was her first successful catch, so she still felt very excited and confident about catching more and bigger fish next. For this reason, Huo Linger even wanted to show off to Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen, how about the fish I caught?" Huo Linger's smile suddenly froze, just because she saw Xiao Chen reeling in the line, and in Xiao Chen's hand was a big fish weighing nearly 3 or 4 catties. This is embarrassing. Huo Linger quickly threw the fish into the fish basket to avoid embarrassing herself in front of Xiao Chen. After Xiao Chen put the 3 or 4 catties big fish into the fish cage, he looked at Huo Linger. "What did you just want to show me?" Huo Linger did not answer, pretending not to have heard. Seeing this, Xiao Chen smiled. Without looking, he also guessed that Huo Linger had caught a fish and wanted to show off to him. As for why she suddenly fell silent, the answer was already very obvious. Obviously, after seeing the big fish in his hand, she felt embarrassed about catching a small fish. Xiao Chen then no longer paid attention to Huo Linger and focused on fishing. Huo Linger pulled a bitter melon face, no longer as confident and proud as before, because she found that Xiao Chen was catching big fish one after another, each weighing at least 2 or 3 catties, and she only caught a few small fish, the largest of which was only 4 fingers wide. She could be said to have lost this fishing competition completely. Oh no, she's in trouble now. She will have to call Xiao Chen master in the future. She can't regain her face in front of Xiao Chen anymore. The sun was setting. Xiao Chen put away the fishing gear, carried the fish basket, and walked towards Huolinger. It seems that I have won this competition, Xiao Chen said with a faint smile. Huolinger looked very dejected with a bitter face. Perhaps her first half of life had been too smooth, she had almost never lost. This made her somewhat arrogant. It was the same in the inheritance ruins, and it was the same when she actively proposed a fishing competition with Xiao Chen. However, she had learned her lesson. Once bitten, twice shy, she would definitely not make the same mistake again. Thinking of this, Huolinger looked at Xiao Chen with determination and said, I lost, master. Very well. Xiao Chen nodded, feeling deeply relieved. He was more pleased that Huolinger could now face failure calmly, rather than being willing to gamble and accept defeat. What do you mean by very good? Huolinger was not happy. Do you think I, Huolinger, would resort to cheating? I didn't say that, don't slander me, Xiao Chen said with a smile, looking quite pleased. Bastard! Huolinger cursed under her breath. Xiao Chen's character was carefree and uninhibited, as if nothing could affect his mood. This often made her feel defeated in front of him. Good disciple, it's getting late, we should go back, Xiao Chen said. Oh, Huolinger replied indifferently, feeling very aggrieved. Although she was dissatisfied with Xiao Chen's current title for her, she was willing to accept defeat and did not want to be seen as untrustworthy. One day, she would make Xiao Chen feel just as frustrated. At that moment, Xiao Chen suddenly poured all the fish from his basket into the river. Ah, what are you doing? Huolinger exclaimed, looking at Xiao Chen in confusion. It was a competition, and after the competition, they should naturally be returned to the river, Xiao Chen said matter-of-factly. Then what are we going to eat tonight? Huolinger's face turned red. It seemed as if she was only thinking about food. Didn't you also catch fish in your basket? That's enough for us to eat tonight, Xiao Chen said, looking at Huolinger's basket. Hearing this, Huolinger's face turned even redder, and she hurriedly tried to hide the basket behind her. It was embarrassing to only have caught these small fish. Seeing this, Xiao Chen found it somewhat amusing. Don't you want to taste the fish you caught yourself? Come, let me see what fish you caught, Xiao Chen said, reaching for Huolinger's basket. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Huolinger felt a warmth in her heart. It was clear that Xiao Chen was trying to comfort her about losing the competition. But the small fish she caught were really not presentable. Unfortunately, she was unable to move freely at the moment, and could only watch as Xiao Chen took the basket away. At that moment, Huolinger felt despondent, prepared to see how Xiao Chen would mock her. However, to her surprise, Xiao Chen looked at the small fish in the basket and said seriously, not bad, they're quite big. Big? Huolinger felt speechless. The biggest fish she caught was only about 4 fingers wide, while the fish Xiao Chen caught earlier were at least 2 or 3 caddies each. Xiao Chen's words were clearly meant to comfort her, but she couldn't find any joy in it, and instead felt that Xiao Chen was treating her like a fool. Seeing Huolinger's embarrassed expression, Xiao Chen knew she had misunderstood him again. So he had to explain earnestly, fish come in many varieties, and some fish can only grow to be 3 or 4 fingers wide when they reach adulthood, like the ones you caught. Don't be fooled by their small size, because when used to make soup, their taste is even more delicious than the larger fish. Oh, I see, Huolinger said, looking puzzled. But seeing Xiao Chen's serious expression, she realized he wasn't lying. This time, she was truly embarrassed by her lack of basic knowledge. Alright, it's getting late. If you want to know more, I'll explain it to you in detail when we get back, Xiao Chen said. After all, I'm your fishing master now. Xiao Chen's face lit up with a bright smile. Huolinger was infected by Xiao Chen's smile and couldn't help but respond, yes, master. Dinner time. Xiao Chen served a bowl of fish soup in front of Huolinger. Try it, this is the fish you caught yourself. Without needing Xiao Chen to say anything, Huolinger was already eager to taste it. Huolinger scooped up a spoonful of fish soup and put it in her mouth. Huolinger couldn't help but hum in enjoyment. This fish soup was completely different from the one Xiao Chen had made before. Not only was it more delicious, but it also had a sweet taste. Huolinger was starting to regret. She felt a bit sorry for losing to Xiao Chen in their fishing competition. She shouldn't have competed with Xiao Chen on who could catch more and bigger fish. If it was about who could make the tastier fish, then she would have won. She had been too hasty. Looking at Huolinger's face filled with regret, Xiao Chen couldn't help but tease. What, feeling unsatisfied again? No, losing is losing. I, Huolinger, am not someone who can't accept defeat. Huolinger's attitude was very tough. She didn't want Xiao Chen to think she was someone who couldn't accept losing. However, she didn't say that this master-disciple relationship was permanent. If she surpassed Xiao Chen in fishing skills, Xiao Chen would have no reason to be her master anymore. One day, she would definitely win back. In the following days, Huolinger almost competed with Xiao Chen in fishing every day. However, she soon realized that her previous thoughts seemed naive again. The content of their fishing competitions kept changing, but Xiao Chen won every time. Whether it was catching big or small fish, or specific species, Xiao Chen could catch whatever he wanted. Huolinger finally felt despair. At that moment, she finally accepted her fate. It seemed that she would have to call Xiao Chen her master for the rest of her life. However, as time passed, her body had greatly improved. Now she no longer needed a wheelchair and could move freely. For her at this moment, the most important thing was to restore her cultivation. However, it was at this moment that she suddenly realized that during the time she spent with Xiao Chun, he seemed to have never spent time on cultivation. Or in other words, Xiao Chen had never cultivated. Although Xiao Chen's cultivation was not high, only at the qi refining stage, cultivation was a path of no progress, no regression. If one did not diligently cultivate to consolidate, their cultivation would regress. Did Xiao Chen not care at all? Soon, Linger thought that with Xiao Chen's status, he probably couldn't obtain cultivation techniques beyond the qi refining stage. And with Xiao Chen's attitude, he probably had no expectations for cultivation. Therefore, he had completely stopped cultivating. Thinking of this, Linger decided not to let Xiao Chen continue to give up on himself. On one hand, Xiao Chen had saved her life, and repaying his kindness was only natural. On the other hand, for some inexplicable inner feelings, she didn't want Xiao Chen to be an ordinary mortal for the rest of his life. And if she were to teach Xiao Chen cultivation in the future, wouldn't that make her Xiao Chen's master in cultivation? In that case, she would have saved some face. After making the decision, Linger found Xiao Chen and proudly said, "Xiao Chen, I believe your cultivation has been stuck at the qi refining stage for a long time. In consideration of your saving my life, as long as you are willing to call me master, I will teach you the cultivation techniques beyond the qi refining stage." Linger thought that even if Xiao Chen didn't shed tears of gratitude, he would at least be excited. After all, for a cultivator, cultivation techniques were extremely precious. However, things turned out completely different from what she had imagined. After hearing Linger's words, Xiao Chen's expression looked very calm, and there was not even a hint of excitement in his eyes. He just looked at Linger and said calmly, "It seems that your body has already recovered. If there's nothing else, you can leave." Linger was dumbfounded. She never expected that after speaking so boldly, Xiao Chen's reaction would not only be so indifferent, but he even issued an order for her to leave. Linger couldn't help but reflect. Could it be that her attitude just now had angered Xiao Chen? Yes, Xiao Chen was originally a person who was indifferent to fame and fortune. Perhaps he didn't have such a strong desire to pursue higher levels of cultivation. Linger's attitude instantly softened, and she said softly, "I admit that I spoke a bit loudly just now, but my intention was to repay your life-saving grace. I believe you must also be in great need of cultivation techniques after the qi refining stage." Hearing this, Xiao Chen calmly said, "My cultivation has always been stuck at the qi refining stage, indeed because I lack cultivation techniques for the later stages. But for me, these things are not too important. I have never had much interest in cultivation. Perhaps being an ordinary person suits me better." Xiao Chen did not tell Linger about the demonic consciousness in his body. On one hand, it had nothing to do with Linger, and on the other hand, he did not want her to worry. And indeed, he had no real interest in cultivation. Being able to live a peaceful life in this secluded place, he was already content. After listening to Xiao Chen's words, Linger furrowed her brows. Xiao Chen was even more difficult to understand than she had imagined. If another cultivator had told her that they didn't like cultivation and didn't want to pursue higher realms, she would have thought that person was very hypocritical. But when these words came from Xiao Chen, she couldn't argue. Because during the time she spent with Xiao Chen, she could feel that he was a person who was indifferent to fame and fortune, living a peaceful life without many desires. This was exactly what she liked about Xiao Chen, but now it had become an obstacle between them. Linger was not willing to give up. She asked cautiously, "Is it because I asked you to call me master that made you unhappy? If you don't want to, then forget what I said. I am still willing to teach you cultivation techniques after the qi refining stage." Seeing Linger suddenly become so accommodating and gentle, Xiao Chen felt somewhat uncomfortable. He smiled helplessly and said, "You misunderstood. I wasn't angry just now, and what I said wasn't out of anger. I really think that if your injuries are almost healed, you should go home for a visit. I'm sure your father must be very worried about you." Hearing this, Linger fell silent. Because what Xiao Chen said was true, she was the most beloved princess of the Tianhua kingdom. She had been out for so long without any news, and her father was probably very anxious and had sent out a large number of people to search for her. She really should go back and let them know she was safe. But Linger looked at Xiao Chen, her eyes filled with reluctance. During the time she spent with Xiao Chen, although it was plain and simple, she didn't find it dull. Instead, she felt very happy and joyful every day. This carefree feeling of forgetting everything was something she had never experienced before. And towards Xiao Chen, she also had very special feelings in her heart. She didn't know if this was what they called love between a man and a woman. She only knew that when she saw Xiao Chen by her side, she felt inexplicably calm and happy, wanting to see him every moment. Thinking of this, Linger looked at Xiao Chen with determination and said seriously, "Xiao Chen, why don't you come back to the Tianhua kingdom with me?" Hearing this, Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment. After a while, a hearty smile appeared on his face. "Thank you for your kind invitation, but I am a rather introverted person and don't like too much interaction with others." This was not a lie, but the deeper reason was that he was afraid that the demonic consciousness in his body would suddenly act up again. Linger felt a bit annoyed. When had she ever been so humble and accommodating to someone? And most importantly, this person didn't agree with her. She also had a temper. Since Xiao Chen did not agree to her, she had to force the issue. Xiao Chen had to go, whether he wanted to or not. However, her cultivation had not fully recovered yet, so she decided to wait for a while and plan carefully before making her move. For now, she would pretend to confuse Xiao Chen to prevent him from leaving early. Well, since you don't want to go, I won't force you, Huo Linger said with a disappointed look. After a few more days when my cultivation is fully restored, I should leave as well. Watching Huo Linger's despondent expression, Xiao Chen sighed deeply. The time spent with Huo Linger may have been the happiest time he had ever had. However, all good things must come to an end. He wished Huo Linger well in the future. As for the remaining days, he decided to treat Huo Linger well. And so, Huo Linger spent the next few days with Xiao Chen, living a life like a princess. Xiao Chen would prepare whatever she wanted to eat, and he no longer teased her with harsh words. He tried to fulfill her every request. Huo Linger was delighted. These days were like a fairy tale. At the same time, it strengthened her determination. She was determined to take Xiao Chen back with her. Before they knew it, it was time to part ways. Xiao Chen escorted Huo Linger to the thatched cottage. All feasts must come to an end. I wish you a long and prosperous life on the path of immortality, Xiao Chen said calmly as they parted. Thank you for your care during these days. Huo Linger smiled at Xiao Chen, showing no signs of sadness. Seeing Huo Linger's cheerful smile, Xiao Chen felt that something was not quite right, and his eyelids twitched inexplicably. Especially when he saw the meaningful look in Huo Linger's eyes, he had a growing sense of unease. Did Huo Linger plan to settle all the grievances she had with him before leaving? Now that her cultivation had fully recovered, although he didn't know her exact level, he was sure it was much higher than his. If Huo Linger really intended to harm him, he could only accept it. However, from what he knew of Huo Linger, apart from her somewhat arrogant and irritable personality, she was reasonable and kind-hearted. Perhaps he was overthinking it. It was just a small favor, you don't need to worry too much, Xiao Chen said calmly, though he felt a tinge of sadness inside. After this parting, they might never meet again. After listening to Xiao Chen's words, Huo Linger chuckled. No, how can I not be grateful for saving my life? What do you mean? Xiao Chen felt that there was more to Huo Linger's words. What do I mean? Hee hee, you'll find out soon, Huo Linger smirked. It's getting late, we should be on our way. We? Before Xiao Chen could understand what she meant by we, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck and instantly passed out. Let's go! Huo Linger produced a large sack from somewhere and put it over Xiao Chen's head. Then, she summoned her spiritual weapon, the fire spirit sword, from her storage ring. Carrying Xiao Chen, she soared into the distance on her flying sword. Outside the Haotian mirror, everyone watching was amazed by the boldness of the Fire Empress Huo Linger. She was a woman of strong emotions and clear love and hate, a true heroine among women. In the void above, the Fire Empress Huo Linger was almost at her wit's end. Her dark history was being displayed openly to the world. Even though she was now revered as the Fire Empress, she still felt ashamed and embarrassed. However, soon her expression turned somewhat despondent. If she hadn't acted rashly and brought Xiao Chen back to the Imperial City, perhaps none of the subsequent disasters would have occurred. Her father would not have died, and half of the innocent people in the Imperial City would not have perished in vain. However, between her and Xiao Chen, they would not be able to reconcile, leading to this irreparable step today. Ultimately, she is also the sinner who caused the tragedy of Tianhua country. Therefore, since then, she has been working hard and vowed to revive Tianhua country. Yes, she did it. Today's Tianhua country is no longer the unknown small country it used to be, but the powerful Tianhua god dynasty that dominates the entire cultivation world. Now, as long as she kills Xiao Chen to comfort her father and the innocent people in the spirit world, everything will come to a perfect end. Shameless, truly shameless. Thousands of miles away, Empress Nangong, cold as snow, cursed angrily. Although I don't know what happened between Master and the Tianhua Empress later, it is clear that Master was forcibly taken away by her. Regardless of what happened afterwards, the Tianhua Empress herself has an undeniable responsibility, but she has pushed everything onto Master, which is truly shameless. Empress Taiyin, Wang Yixian, also nodded in agreement, expressing support for Empress Nangong's words. Master Xiao Chen originally just wanted a peaceful life without any disputes, but he was forcibly involved in the subsequent events by Huo Linger. Although she didn't know what happened later, it is definitely unjust to push all these mistakes onto Master Xiao Chen. Empress Nangong, cold as snow, was furious at this moment, regretting that her cultivation had recovered too slowly. Otherwise, she would definitely seek an explanation from the Tianhua Empress, Huo Linger. Many people in the world have similar thoughts to the two of them, feeling that the Tianhua Empress, Huo Linger, also has significant problems. However, Huo Linger is now the powerful Tianhua Empress, and no one dares to criticize her. In fact, without anyone reminding her, Huo Linger herself is very aware that she bears an undeniable responsibility for the disaster in Tianhua country. She is not qualified to sit in her current position. Therefore, after killing Xiao Chen and comforting the innocent people in the spirit world, she will abdicate and pass the throne to the Tianhua king. She will return to the thatched cottage where she once lived with Xiao Chen and end her life there. Tianhua King looked at the changes in the emotions on the face of the Tianhua Empress, Wu Linger, above the void, and as her biological brother, he quickly guessed what she was thinking. He couldn't help but sigh lightly. Although he really wanted to tell his sister that none of this was her fault, he also understood very well what kind of person his sister was. Once she made a decision, it would be impossible to change. Perhaps, this was already the best outcome. Returning to the scene in the Haotian mirror once again, Xiao Chen woke up slowly. As soon as he opened his eyes, he met the fiery gaze of Wu Linger. "You're awake. You must be hungry. I'll call the waiter to bring some food in." Xiao Chen did not answer. Instead, he looked around at the unfamiliar environment and frowned. Where are we now? Obviously, he had realized that he had been forcibly taken away by Wu Linger. Within the borders of Tianhua country, we will reach the imperial city in another day, Wu Linger said with a smile. Xiao Chen sighed. This kind of thing, probably only Wu Linger could do. No wonder he always felt that something was wrong with Wu Linger's expression earlier. She was planning this. You go out for a while. I want to be alone for a bit, Xiao Chen sighed. Oh, Wu Linger was very obedient. Xiao Chen not confronting her had already surprised her greatly. Anyway, they were already within the borders of Tianhua country, and even if Xiao Chen wanted to escape, he couldn't escape from her grasp. There was no need for her to be so forceful, and Xiao Chen really needed some time to accept this reality. After Wu Linger left, Xiao Chen suddenly felt a long unseen anomaly in his body. It was the demonic consciousness trying to take control of his body again. It seems that after a long silence, this demonic consciousness has regained some vitality. Feeling the presence of people around, it wants to start causing trouble again. Xiao Chen immediately took out the dagger he carried with him and fiercely stabbed it into his thigh to keep himself alert. Creak, the door opened. Wu Linger stood at the door with food in her hands. When she saw the scene in front of her, she was instantly stunned. Even if you don't want to go with me, you don't need to self-harm, do you? Wu Linger never expected that Xiao Chen would express his dissatisfaction in this self-harming way. At that moment, her heart felt as if it had been twisted, feeling extremely uncomfortable. If she had known in advance that Xiao Chen would hurt himself like this, she would never have silently taken Xiao Chen away. Looking at Xiao Chen's thigh bleeding profusely, Wu Linger's eyes instantly became moist. At that moment, her heart was also bleeding. After placing the food on the table, Wu Linger looked pitifully at Xiao Chen. Let's discuss anything properly. Please don't hurt yourself anymore, okay? Xiao Chen was taken aback. Obviously, Wu Linger misunderstood that he was protesting by self-harming. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Chen informed Wu Linger about the demonic consciousness. On the one hand, it was to dispel Wu Linger's misunderstanding. On the other hand, it was to prevent him from not being able to suppress the demonic consciousness. With Wu Linger's cultivation, she could control him to prevent him from harming innocent people. After hearing Xiao Chen's explanation, Wu Linger felt relieved. As long as Xiao Chen's self-harm was not because of her, she felt much more comfortable. As for the demonic consciousness in Xiao Chen's body, it was not a big deal in Wu Linger's opinion. After all, the demonic consciousness had not yet grown, so it was relatively easy to control. Moreover, they were very fortunate that the treasure of their country, Tianhua, had the ability to remove any evil and dark things from the world. In this way, she had a legitimate reason to invite Xiao Chen to the imperial city. After informing Xiao Chen that the treasure of their country, Tianhua, could remove the demonic consciousness from his body, Wu Linger asked, "What do you think? Do you want to go to the imperial city with me? Do I have a second choice?" Xiao Chen smiled helplessly. He knew that even if he said he didn't want to go, Wu Linger would definitely take him there. After all, he had already been taken to the border of Tianhua by Wu Linger. But if his demonic consciousness could really be removed, then there was no harm in going to the imperial city of Tianhua. Looking at Wu Linger in front of him, who had been smiling and looking at him from start to finish, Xiao Chen felt a sinking in his heart. He was afraid that he would never be able to leave after going there. If his demonic consciousness could really be removed, then he should indeed re-evaluate his relationship with Wu Linger. He was not a fool. He could see the change in Wu Linger's eyes towards him. However, due to the influence of the demonic consciousness, he had always chosen to evade and ignore it. But even if his demonic consciousness was really removed, it did not mean that there would be no obstacles between him and Wu Linger. He was just an ordinary person with average aptitude, while Wu Linger was the princess of Tianhua, with extraordinary talent and much loved. At this moment, Wu Linger did not know Xiao Chen's worries. After getting Xiao Chen's agreement to go back to the imperial city with her, she laughed carefreely. Xiao Chen did not want to make Wu Linger unhappy, so he didn't say anything and suppressed everything in his heart. Although Wu Linger was laughing carefreely, it did not mean that her heart was also carefree. Soon, she noticed that Xiao Chen's mood suddenly became somewhat desolate. "Your complexion doesn't look good. What's wrong?" Wu Linger said softly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen restrained his emotions, pressed his still bleeding thigh, and looked at Wu Linger irritably. "With blood flowing all the time, can my complexion look good? You didn't even inform me in advance and just brought me here. I didn't even bring any medicine for treating injuries." Ah! The fire spirit suddenly stood up. How could she forget about this? She was so happy that Xiao Chen agreed to go back to the imperial city with her that she forgot Xiao Chen was still injured. It seemed that she was really thoughtless. She quickly went to the shop and got some golden wound medicine and bandages to help Xiao Chen dress his wound. After everything was done, the fire spirit grinned and said, "Sorry, I was just too happy and lost control." "Don't let it happen again," Xiao Chen said irritably. But looking at the silly expression of the fire spirit in front of him, Xiao Chen inexplicably felt a bit cute. "Okay, I will consult with you before doing anything in the future," the fire spirit said with a smile, feeling quite pleased. "Alright, let's eat." "Okay." After resting for a night, the next morning, the fire spirit took Xiao Chen to the imperial city of the Tianhua kingdom on her sword. Feeling the strong wind whistling around them, Xiao Chen couldn't help but sigh again at the fire spirit's talent and cultivation. Although one could fly on a sword after reaching the foundation building realm, being able to dash freely with another person in the sky at 100 zhang high, like the fire spirit, meant that her cultivation had reached at least the mortal shedding realm, or even the dragon transformation realm. Thinking back to when the fire spirit said she had reached the foundation building realm at the age of 8, such talent could definitely be called the pride of the heavens. Xiao Chen's expression became somewhat complicated, and he felt some emotions that he had never experienced before. There might be some gaps that could never be bridged in a lifetime. Soon, the fire spirit brought Xiao Chen to the imperial city of the Tianhua kingdom. "Who goes there?" Two soldiers in flame armor were about to step forward to stop them. Flying in the imperial city was prohibited. However, as the most beloved princess of the Tianhua kingdom, the fire spirit obviously had privileges. "Open your eyes wide and see who I am. How dare you block the path of this princess?" The fire spirit scolded loudly, displaying a spoiled and domineering princess image to the fullest. "It's the third princess." After seeing the fire spirit's appearance clearly, the two soldiers in flame armor quickly stepped back. "Humph, consider yourselves lucky." After a cold snort, the fire spirit flew into the imperial city. "Ahem." Xiao Chen coughed lightly, looking a bit awkward. He felt like he was riding on the fire spirit's coattails. At this moment, the triumphant expression on the fire spirit's face suddenly froze, and she realized that Xiao Chen had been behind her all along. Did this mean that Xiao Chen had seen her arrogant behavior clearly? Oh no, what would Xiao Chen think of her? Ahem. To cover up the embarrassment, the fire spirit also coughed lightly. I'm not usually like that. I was just a little impatient to take you to the palace, so my temper was a bit bad. I understand, Xiao Chen nodded calmly. Ha, it's good that you understand. The fire spirit smiled slyly. In this way, the two of them flew freely in the imperial city until they finally entered the palace. What's that? Their flamboyant behavior naturally attracted the attention of the palace guards. In the entire Tianhua kingdom, perhaps only the current favorite third princess, the fire spirit, dared to fly freely in the imperial palace without any scruples. And during this time, the third princess, the fire spirit, had been missing, driving the current emperor crazy. Therefore, when they saw the third princess, the fire spirit, someone immediately reported this news to the emperor. The two of them stopped in front of a palace called Chang'e Palace. It was only at this moment that Xiao Chen learned that the fire spirit was the Chang'e princess of the Tianhua kingdom. From the two characters Chang'e, it was evident that the emperor of the Tianhua kingdom doted on this princess. As soon as they appeared in front of the palace, a group of palace maids and eunuchs hurried forward to greet them. Third princess, you're finally back. I've been so worried these days, I couldn't eat or sleep. I was almost driven to madness. Really, Guamama? You seem to have gained some weight, haven't you? Huolinger looked at the plump old woman in front of her with a smile. Guamama's expression stiffened at the words. To be honest, with the Demon King Huolinger absent, she could hardly enjoy a few peaceful days. But as an old hand who had been in the palace for decades, she certainly couldn't speak the truth. Otherwise, who knows what methods the Demon King Huolinger would use to torment her. Third princess, please don't tease this old body. His Majesty has been sending people everywhere to find you. Now that you're back, you should go and see him as soon as possible. Guamama changed the subject. Right, Huolinger replied seriously. Since she had returned, she should indeed go and report to her father. Xiao Chen, I'll go find my father first. You wait for me in Chang'e Palace, Huolinger said to Xiao Chen. Okay, Xiao Chen nodded, knowing that was all he could do for now. Guamama, take good care of me. If there is any negligence, I won't spare you. Huolinger warned Guamama sternly. This, third princess, Chang'e Palace is your sleeping quarters. It might not be appropriate for a man to be there. Guamama hesitated. What's inappropriate about it? Xiao Chen is not a stranger, he is my master. Enough, I don't want to waste time with you. If my master is neglected, you'll see how I deal with you when I come back. With that, Huolinger looked at Xiao Chen and said with a smile, I'll go find my father first. You can rest in my sleeping quarters if you're tired. If anyone dares to disrespect you while I'm away, tell me when I get back, and I'll deal with her. With these words, including Guamama, the palace maids and eunuchs were all stunned. Are you sure this is your master? Does this sound like something a disciple would say to their master? Even Xiao Chen, as the person involved, looked somewhat uncomfortable after hearing Huolinger's words. A girl's bedroom is a very private place, especially for a princess like Huolinger. At this moment, to outsiders, they might think he was Huolinger's lover. When Huolinger left, The palace maids and eunuchs looked at Xiao Chen strangely. Xiao Chen didn't explain anything, as he knew that no one would believe him at this point. Master Xiao, Huo Mama was now in a dilemma. She didn't dare to go against Huo Linger's words, but she also didn't dare to let a man like Xiao Chen enter Changlo Palace. After all, if the emperor found out about this, they would all lose their heads. Xiao Chen saw Guo Mama's dilemma and naturally wouldn't make things difficult for her. Guo Mama, I'll wait for Princess Huo in the small courtyard nearby, Xiao Chen said. Seeing Xiao Chen's understanding, Guo Mama was also very grateful. She quickly ordered the palace maids and eunuchs by her side to take good care of him. On the other side, Huo Linger arrived at the study. Sitting in the study was a middle-aged man with a majestic appearance. He was the emperor of Tinhua Kingdom, Emperor Hua. Emperor Hua's brows were furrowed, showing some distress and impatience. However, when he heard the light footsteps outside the hall, his distressed and impatient emotions instantly subsided. Earlier, he had already received a report from the imperial guards that the third princess, Huo Linger, had returned. If nothing unexpected happened, the person coming to find him now would be his most beloved daughter, Huo Linger. Father, I miss you so much. Without any announcement or obstruction from the guards outside the study, Huo Linger rushed into the study. You're still so unruly. Emperor Huo looked helpless, but his eyes were full of indulgence. After not seeing her for a few days, he couldn't bear to punish his daughter, Huo Linger. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Emperor Hua asked, "Where have you been these days, you little troublemaker?" Hearing this, Huo Linger put away her carefree attitude and earnestly recounted her experiences of the past few days. When he heard that Huo Linger had failed to compete for the inheritance of a saint's legacy, the Fire King stared at the changes in Huo Linger's expression with a serious look. He knew that Huo Linger had always had an easy time growing up and had never experienced any setbacks, so this failure would probably have a great impact on her. So he was quite worried. However, he found that his concerns seemed to be unnecessary. When Huo Linger talked about her failure, she appeared very calm. This surprised him greatly. However, he quickly understood what was going on. After listening to Huo Linger talk about her interactions with Xiao Chen, the Fire King squinted his eyes and said with a meaningful tone, "So, the man who came back with you should be Xiao Chen." Earlier, the Imperial Guards had informed him that another unfamiliar man had returned with Huo Linger. "Ah, father, you already knew?" Huo Linger pretended to be surprised. To be honest, she had no intention of hiding it when she openly brought Xiao Chen back. After all, she planned to be open about being with Xiao Chen in the future. Yes, he is Xiao Chen. Huo Linger hugged the Fire King's arm and coquettishly said, "Father, if it weren't for Xiao Chen, you probably wouldn't have seen your child. Shouldn't you reward him?" I was waiting for you, father." The Fire King smiled affectionately. "Tell me, what reward do you want for him?" "Father, actually, Xiao Chen." Huo Linger immediately informed the Fire King about Xiao Chen's need to remove the demonic consciousness from his body. Upon hearing this, the Fire King, who had just been relaxed, suddenly became serious. "Linger, do you know the importance of the heavenly fire to our entire heavenly fire nation?" "Of course, father, the heavenly fire is the foundation of our heavenly fire nation. Our ancestors opened the present heavenly fire nation with the heavenly fire." Huo Linger recounted the origin of the heavenly fire as if it were common knowledge. This was the history that every member of the royal family of the heavenly fire nation had to know. "Since you know, you should understand that the heavenly fire cannot be used casually by outsiders," the Fire King said solemnly. "But, father, Xiao Chen is not just an outsider, he is my master." Huo Linger became less confident as she spoke. The Fire King found it somewhat amusing. "Master? Are you referring to as fishing master?" Father Huo Linger coquettishly hugged the Fire King's arm. "Doesn't a fishing master count as a master?" "Enough!" The Fire King looked at Huo Linger seriously. "In your heart, Xiao Chen is probably more than just a master, right?" Huo Linger was caught off guard. But now, in order to remove the demonic consciousness from Xiao Chen's body, she had to go all out. She bit her lip and said seriously, "Father, I like him." "Indeed." The Fire King sighed deeply. It seemed that his daughter was not to be underestimated. Although he had already guessed it, hearing his daughter admit it in person still left him feeling mixed emotions. Perhaps in the future, he, as her beloved father, would no longer be the most important person in Huo Linger's heart. "Alright, since you've said this much, I will give him this opportunity," the Fire King said in a deep voice. "Let him come and see me. I want to see if he is worthy of my precious daughter's affection." There's no need for that, father." Huo Linger's face immediately fell. Seeing this, the Fire King frowned. "What? Does he not know that you like him?" Huo Linger nodded silently. The Fire King sighed helplessly. He never expected that his usually proud and temperamental daughter would have such a humble side. In light of this, he wanted to see what kind of charm this Xiao Chen had that could make his precious daughter look like this. "Alright, father, I understand. I won't let you down." "Thank you, Father Emperor, you are truly too kind." Huo Linger immediately smiled with joy. Soon, someone went to the Chang'e Palace to summon Xiao Chen to the study. Xiao Chen followed the attendants to the study. Xiao Chen had thought about whether he should bow when meeting the emperor, but before he could speak, he heard Emperor Huo say, "There are no outsiders here, no need to be formal, please sit." This made Xiao Chen slightly surprised. Emperor Hua had a dignified appearance and exuded an imposing aura, but his tone was gentle, like an approachable elder. Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel a bit fond of Emperor Hua. It turned out that strong figures of such status were not all aloof and arrogant. Hua Linger showed a playful smile on the side, indicating to Xiao Chen not to be too restrained, that her father was a very easygoing person. This time, my daughter was able to return safely, thanks to the help of the young friend, Emperor Hua said. It was just a small effort, nothing to mention, Xiao Chen replied lightly. After a few simple pleasantries, Emperor Hua began to get to the point. I heard Linger say that there is a demonic presence on the young friend's body, and it needs to be removed with the help of our country's treasure, the Heavenly Fire Purge. Do you know about this? Indeed, I do, Xiao Chen said with a serious expression. Xiao Chen was very clear in his heart that since the Heavenly Fire was the treasure of the country, it was definitely not something that could be casually used by an outsider. And what Emperor Hua said next was indeed as he had expected. Emperor Hua said solemnly, the Heavenly Fire is the treasure of our country, and even members of the royal family cannot use it casually. Hearing this, Xiao Chen thought that the matter would end there. But he did not expect Emperor Hua to suddenly change his tone and say with a faint smile, however, since you saved my daughter's life, it is not impossible to make an exception. Hua Linger on the side smiled with joy, knowing that her father was the best. Xiao Chen also looked at Emperor Hua with some surprise. Earlier, when chatting with the palace maids and eunuchs in the Changle Palace, he heard them say that the Emperor of the Heavenly Fire Country doted on Princess Hua Linger. Now it seemed that it was not just doting, but almost to the point of spoiling her. Just because he had saved Hua Linger once, even the country's treasure, the Heavenly Fire, could be used by him as an exception. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness, Xiao Chen thanked sincerely with a bow. Don't rush to thank me. I have a condition. Emperor Hua raised his hand to stop him. What condition is it? Xiao Chen asked. As long as it was not something that violated righteousness and morality, he could accept it. You don't need to be nervous. It's not something difficult, Emperor Hua said with a faint smile. I can indeed make an exception for you to use the Heavenly Fire once, but from now on, you must stay in the Imperial City and serve my royal family. Considering that you and Linger have a master-disciple relationship, from now on, you will stay in the Imperial City as Linger's master. Are you willing? Emperor Hua smiled faintly. This condition was more like a reward than a condition. Apart from having to stay in the Imperial City, there were almost no other restrictions on Xiao Chen. Moreover, the identity of Xiao Chen as Hua Linger's master was personally bestowed by Emperor Hua, so his status was naturally recognized by the authorities. Even if others saw Xiao Chen's cultivation as low and his virtue not matching his status, they would not dare to speak lightly or insult him. It was obvious that this was to protect Xiao Chen. For the sake of his daughter, Emperor Hua had spared no effort. Hua Linger on the side was almost moved to tears. Although she had always known that her father was very kind, she had not expected him to be so considerate and thoughtful for her. Originally, she was a little worried that if Xiao Chen removed the demonic consciousness from his body, he would leave. Now with this condition, there is no need to worry about Xiao Chen leaving, and there is a legitimate reason for her and Xiao Chen to be together every day. This way, they can develop feelings over time. Father, I really love you, Hua Linger shouted in her heart. Honestly, after hearing the condition set by the Fire Emperor, Xiao Chen was also very surprised. He did not believe that the Fire Emperor, with his cultivation, would not see through him, just a cultivator with only chi refining realm cultivation. But even so, the Fire Emperor's attitude and words showed no contempt, and this condition was not really a condition at all. Instead, it rewarded him with status and position, and he could feel that the Fire Emperor was intentionally trying to match him with Hua Linger. This was even more difficult for him to understand and be surprised by. On the way here, he had worried about the disparity in status between himself and Hua Linger. He thought that the Fire Emperor would never agree to his precious daughter being with an ordinary person with low status and strength. But now he realized he was wrong. The Fire Emperor was far more open-minded and benevolent than he had thought. How could such a wise emperor not be respected? At least at this moment, Xiao Chen had great respect for the Fire Emperor. Linger, you go out first. I have a few words to say to Xiao Chen alone, the Fire Emperor said. Ah, father, is there something I can't hear? Hua Linger was a little nervous, afraid that her father would reveal her secrets. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, the Fire Emperor affectionately patted Hua Linger's head. Oh, Hua Linger relaxed, still very trusting of her father. After Hua Linger left the study, the Fire Emperor smiled faintly and said, Linger has changed a lot this time. I used to worry that she had not experienced setbacks and her heart was not strong enough, so she would collapse at the first blow. But now, I don't have to worry about that anymore. As he spoke, the Fire Emperor looked at Xiao Chen. Speaking of which, I should thank you. Your Majesty, you are too kind, Xiao Chen said, bowing. Xiao Chen, you don't have to be so formal. In the future, when there's no one around, you can call me uncle. The Fire Emperor's face showed a kind smile, much like a benevolent elder. This, Xiao Chen was shaken, looking at the Fire Emperor in front of him. He did not sense any hypocrisy or formality from the Fire Emperor. There was no sense of class distance due to their difference in status. He could feel that the Fire Emperor treated him with an attitude of equality. This surprised him. Indeed, he did owe a debt of gratitude to Huolinger, but for the Fire Emperor, the Emperor of the Tianhua Kingdom, to treat him, an ordinary person, with such respect, was truly remarkable. He had seen those royal nobles, each of them looking down on others and belittling the common people, but the Fire Emperor, as the Emperor of the Tianhua Kingdom, could be so approachable, which was rare. Whether it was because of Huolinger or the Fire Emperor himself being such an approachable emperor, it added to Xiao Chen's favorable impression and increased his respect for the Fire Emperor. "Uncle," Xiao Chen called softly. The Fire Emperor smiled and nodded. "Xiao Chen, since you called me uncle, consider this token as a gift from me." With that, the Fire Emperor raised his right hand, and a golden token appeared in his hand. "This is the pass token to my royal library. With this token, you can freely enter and read all the ancient books in my royal collection." Uncle, this gift is really too precious." Xiao Chen looked at the Fire Emperor in disbelief. It was easy to imagine how precious the pass token to the royal library was. He could hardly believe that the Fire Emperor would easily give him such a valuable gift. "Here, take it and don't be wishy-washy." The Fire Emperor grandly threw the token into Xiao Chen's arms. Helpless, Xiao Chen had to accept it, but he made sure to remember this favor. Seeing Xiao Chen accept it, the Fire Emperor smiled and said, "In addition to this, I will have someone send you a monthly supply of cultivation resources, as your monthly stipend as Linger's master." Speaking to this point, the Fire Emperor looked at Xiao Chen with a serious expression. "Now that you are Linger's teacher, you must work hard to improve your cultivation and not let Linger lose face in front of others." It was obvious that everything the Fire Emperor did was to make Xiao Chen worthy of the title of Fire Linger's master, or to narrow the gap between Xiao Chen and Fire Linger. It had to be said that the Fire Emperor was truly thoughtful. Although Xiao Chen knew that he was receiving all these privileges because of Firelinger, he still firmly remembered this favor. "Alright, there's nothing else, you can leave now. As for the matter of Tianhua, I will take care of it, you just need to wait patiently," the Fire Emperor said. "Okay, then I'll trouble you, Uncle Fire." With that, Xiao Chen also left the study. After Xiao Chen left, the Fire Emperor sighed lightly. Then, he looked at the memorials he had reviewed earlier, his brows furrowed tightly. As soon as Xiao Chen left the study, Firelinger approached. With a worried expression, she asked, "Xiao Chen, what did my father tell you?" Xiao Chen did not hide anything and took out the pass token for the Imperial Scripture Pavilion, recounting everything the Fire Emperor had said to Firelinger. After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Firelinger was also shocked. If the pass token for the Imperial Scripture Pavilion was not in Xiao Chen's hands at this moment, she would never have believed that her father had actually bestowed it upon Xiao Chen. It was important to note that even among the royal family, only the most core members could possess the pass token for the Imperial Scripture Pavilion. Yet her father had unhesitatingly bestowed the pass token for the Imperial Scripture Pavilion upon Xiao Chen, and promised to send cultivation resources to him every month. Firelinger already understood the purpose behind all of this. At this moment, Firelinger was deeply moved. In the past, she had been willful and arrogant, completely unable to appreciate any of this. It was only now that she truly felt her father's deep affection. Outside the Haotian mirror, the tears in the eyes of the Tianhua Empress, Firelinger, were fixed on the kind face of the Fire Emperor. After thousands of years, seeing the father in her memories again, her emotions surged like waves. "Father, I have been unfilial. It's my fault that you died. Father, Linger misses you so much." At this moment, the emotions of the Tianhua Empress, Firelinger, were on the verge of collapse. Her blood-red eyes were filled with tears, and even if she had 1,000 words, there was nowhere to say them, because she knew clearly that the Fire Emperor was already dead, and what she saw now was just the image of Xiao Chen in her memories. Looking at the Xiao Chen who was now like a living dead in the original imperial city, the hands of the Tianhua Empress, Firelinger, were tightly clenched together. They were so tightly clenched that they turned pale, but there was no response, not even a trace of blood. The only bit of nostalgia she had for Xiao Chen had completely disappeared at this moment. Her father had always been kind and benevolent, and it was because of her that he had treated Xiao Chen with such respect. Yet Xiao Chen, driven by greed, repaid kindness with enmity, and caused the death of her father and half of the innocent people in the imperial city in his pursuit of Tianhua. His crimes were heinous, and he deserved to die. Her lingering attachment to Xiao Chen now was the greatest harm to her father and the innocent people in the imperial city. At this moment, she firmly reaffirmed her belief and no longer had any nostalgia for Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen, I will definitely use your life to comfort my father's spirit in heaven." The Tianhua king looked at the determined Tianhua Empress, Firelinger, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Empress had finally made up her mind and would no longer waver. The Fire Emperor immediately turned his gaze towards Xiao Chen, who was already like a living dead inside the ancient imperial city. His eyes were like two blazing suns. "Xiao Chen, the cycle of cause and effect, retribution is inevitable. I will personally tear you into 1,000 pieces to offer as sacrifice to my father, the Emperor, and to the innocent people of the imperial city." Even the practitioners outside the ancient imperial city, upon seeing this compassionate side of the Fire Emperor, felt a sense of admiration. He was a wise ruler and a loving father to his daughter. It was no wonder that the Fire Empress was so emotional at this moment. However, many were also curious. Could it be that the Fire Emperor was harmed by the Dark Emperor Shao Chun? As for the grudges between the Fire Empress and the Dark Emperor, many were not clear. After all, the Fire Empress had never mentioned her enmity with the Dark Emperor Shao Chun. It was just from the attitudes of the Fire Empress and the Fire Emperor that it was certain there was an irreconcilable enmity between them and the Dark Emperor Shao Chun. Soon, the crowd began to discuss the grievances between the Dark Emperor Shao Chun and the Fire Empress Huolinger. Listening to the voices of the crowd, the Fire Emperor did not stop them this time. Instead, he said in a resounding voice, "Back then, I treated Shao Chun like a close brother, but he coveted the treasure of my Fire Nation, and in his greed, he caused the fire to go out of control, leading to a great disaster that killed my father and more than half of the innocent people in the Imperial City." I see, so it seems that this Shao Chun is truly unforgivable. Exactly, Shao Chun deserves to die 1,000 times over. Some practitioners who wanted to please the Fire Emperor and join the Fire Dynasty echoed. However, many people were thinking that from what they had seen of Shao Chun so far, he was an absolutely kind and righteous gentleman. Even in the eyes of these righteous people, he seemed more virtuous than themselves. It didn't seem like something he would do. Could it be that the fire was simply unable to completely remove the demonic consciousness from Shao Chun's body, and the later Shao Chun was completely controlled by the demonic consciousness? Of course, this was just their speculation. As for what actually happened, they could only wait and see. Inside the Haotian mirror, Shao Chun returned to the Chang'e Palace with Huolinger. Naturally, Shao Chun could not stay in Huolinger's palace, so he arranged to live in a nearby side hall. "Sister, you're finally back. Yang really missed you." While Huolinger was showing Shao Chun around the palace, a delicate little boy threw himself into Huolinger's arms. Huolinger lovingly patted the boy's head and introduced him to Shao Chun. "This is my younger brother, Huiyang." Shao Chun nodded. Along the way, Huolinger had already introduced him to the situation of the entire royal family. The Fire Emperor was an extremely devoted emperor, and so far, he had only had one woman in his life, Huolinger's mother, the deceased empress. Although Huolinger was the third princess, the original crown prince and the second princess had both died in accidents. This was also the reason why the Fire Emperor loved Huolinger so much. It was a pity that Huolinger's mother passed away shortly after giving birth to Huiyang. After that, the Fire Emperor never got close to women again. Knowing that the Fire Emperor was such a devoted emperor, Shao Chun felt even more admiration for him. "Sister, who is he?" Huiyang's obsidian-like eyes stared at Shao Chun with a hint of hostility. Shao Chun felt a little amused. It was obvious that this little guy was jealous. "Don't be rude. This is sister's master," Huolinger said solemnly. "Master?" Huiyang's big eyes were filled with doubt. "Sister, you're lying to me. His cultivation is not even as good as mine. How could he be sister's master?" Shao Chun couldn't help but laugh. It was really embarrassing. "Children speak without restraint, don't take it to heart too much." Huolinger comforted Shao Chun, but there was a suppressed smile on her lips. Shao Chun didn't take it to heart. After all, he had long anticipated that something like this would happen. It seems that after using the heavenly fire to remove the demonic consciousness from his body, he must diligently cultivate and improve his skills. Otherwise, he will only bring more shame upon himself. He doesn't mind embarrassing himself, but he cannot let Huolinger lose face. After comforting Shao Chun, Huolinger looked at Huiyang with a serious expression and said, "Yanger, you must not be disrespectful to my master in the future, otherwise Princess Huan will not play with you." "Oh," Huiyang pouted, looking aggrieved. Then Huolinger took Shao Chun and Huiyang to visit the imperial palace. That night, Shao Chun was ready to rest, but someone came to inform him that the Fire Emperor wanted to see him. Huolinger was already waiting for him at the side hall. It seemed that Huolinger couldn't wait any longer and urged the Fire Emperor to use the heavenly fire to help remove the demonic consciousness from Shao Chun's body. It turned out to be just as she had expected. Huolinger couldn't wait another day. As long as the demonic consciousness remained in Shao Chun's body, there would be hidden dangers. She didn't want to see Shao Chun resort to self-harm to suppress the control of the demonic consciousness. Shao Chun followed Huolinger to the depths of the imperial palace. The surroundings were filled with elite guards emitting a cold and stern aura, each one a formidable expert. Shao Chun and Huolinger finally arrived at a tightly guarded secret chamber, where the Fire Emperor was already waiting for them. As soon as Shao Chun entered the chamber, he felt the temperature rise sharply, causing him to break out in a cold sweat and struggle to breathe, making it difficult to take another step. In the center of the chamber, a blazing golden flame was burning on an altar. This must be the treasure of the heavenly fire of the Fire Nation. Huolinger eagerly approached to admire the heavenly fire, as it was rare for her to see it. At that moment, all she could think about was finally being able to remove the demonic consciousness from Shao Chun's body, so that he would no longer be troubled by it. She completely ignored Shao Chun's condition at that time. In the end, the Fire Emperor slowly approached Shao Chun and enveloped him with a force. Shao Chun suddenly felt much easier to breathe and less overheated. "Thank you, uncle." Shao Chun looked somewhat dejected, as it seemed that his strength was indeed too weak. "It's okay. If someone outside my royal family approaches the heavenly fire, they will feel unbearable heat and find it difficult to get close. It's not your fault, so don't belittle yourself," the Fire Emperor comforted him. Looking at the gentle and caring Fire Emperor in front of him, Xiao Chen felt a warmth in his heart. The Fire Emperor's concern for him was truly like that of a close elder. At that moment, Huo Linger finally realized what was happening and hurried back to Xiao Chen, asking with concern, "Xiao Chen, are you okay?" Seeing the restless Huo Linger, the Fire Emperor shook his head helplessly. "All right, Linger, step aside. I'm going to use the heavenly fire to remove the demonic consciousness from Xiao Chen's body." The Fire Emperor slowly approached the heavenly fire. Okay, Huo Linger understood the importance of the matter and obediently stepped aside. "Xiao Chen, be prepared. The process may be painful, so endure it for a while," the Fire Emperor reminded him. "Okay, uncle, don't worry. I can endure it," Xiao Chen replied firmly. He had endured endless pain before, so the current pain was nothing to him. The Fire Emperor then activated the heavenly fire and directed its power onto Xiao Chen's body. He had to be extremely careful at this step, as any carelessness could potentially destroy Xiao Chen. Therefore, the Fire Emperor's expression was extremely serious and focused. Xiao Chen also sensed this, so even when he felt a destructive force coming towards him, he showed no fear or retreat. Soon, his body was burning as if engulfed in flames, causing him unbearable suffering. Xiao Chen's body quickly turned bright red, but his eyes remained firm, showing no hint of fear or withdrawal. If he couldn't even bear this little pain, he wouldn't have made it to today. Huo Linger, who was standing by, was both anxious and distressed. Watching Xiao Chen in such pain, she wished she could take his place. Ah! The demonic consciousness inside Xiao Chen let out a wail. Xiao Chen could still hold on, but it couldn't. After all, the main power of the heavenly fire was directed at it, and Xiao Chen was only indirectly injured. Soon, the demonic consciousness couldn't bear the scorching of the heavenly fire and fled from Xiao Chen's body. In that instant, the Fire Emperor unhesitatingly used the heavenly fire to burn the demonic consciousness to ashes. However, just when Huo Linger thought everything was over, she saw that her father, the Fire Emperor, did not stop using the heavenly fire. He continued to shine the heavenly fire on Xiao Chen's body. At this moment, Xiao Chen's expression was even more painful than before. "Father, what are you doing?" Huo Linger was suddenly anxious, afraid that Xiao Chen would be harmed. "Linger, are you worried that father will harm him?" The Fire Emperor's tone carried a hint of grievance. Alas! Having a lover made him forget about his father. As the person involved, Xiao Chen explained, "Linger, you've misunderstood. Uncle is using the power of the heavenly fire to help me refine and improve my aptitude." Xiao Chen was deeply moved at this moment. His own aptitude was mediocre, and even with many resources, he wouldn't achieve much. But after the tempering of the heavenly fire, he could clearly feel a significant transformation in his body. Perhaps his aptitude had risen several levels. Upon hearing this, Huo Linger gazed at the Fire Emperor with intense emotion. At this moment, she was almost moved to tears because she knew that the Fire Emperor was willing to go to great lengths to help Xiao Chen improve his aptitude, all for her sake. After a while, the Fire Emperor wearily returned the heavenly fire to its original position. Xiao Chen could clearly see that the golden red heavenly fire had dimmed significantly. It seemed that the Fire Emperor had caused great damage to the heavenly fire in order to help him improve his aptitude. The Fire Emperor himself looked exhausted, his breath erratic, clearly suffering great depletion as well. "Uncle, you..." At this point, there were no words to express Xiao Chen's gratitude. "It's nothing. The heavenly fire is a primordial spiritual object and will recover in due time." The Fire Emperor raised his hand, indicating that Xiao Chen need not express his gratitude. "As long as you continue to accompany Linger, protect her, and cherish her, that's enough." "Father." Huo Linger's voice was choked with sobs as she ran to the Fire Emperor's side, supporting him. It was only at this moment that she realized how much her father loved her. Thinking back to her past willful behavior, always angering her father, she wished she could slap herself hard. Watching the tearful Huo Linger in front of him, the Fire Emperor smiled with relief. "It seems that my Linger has finally grown up." Sob. "Father, I won't make you angry again in the future." Watching the heartwarming scene before him, Xiao Chen did not interrupt. After experiencing the changes in his body, he felt not only a smooth flow of qi and blood, clear mental focus, and a leap in aptitude, but also a thorough removal of the demonic consciousness from his body. At this moment, he was finally completely free, without any constraints. Joy and excitement were written all over Xiao Chen's face. He could finally live for himself. Outside the Haoqian mirror, everyone could sense Xiao Chen's genuine happiness. It was understandable, considering that Xiao Chen had always carried a heavy burden and lived for others, considering others at every turn. At this moment, he was finally free from any constraints and could live for himself. It was no wonder he was so excited. However, the ease with which the demonic consciousness was removed surprised many. After all, in their view, the reason why Xiao Chen later became the Dark Emperor was because he was controlled by this demonic consciousness. But now they were told that the demonic consciousness had long ceased to exist. In this case, isn't it saying that Xiao Chen later became the Dark Emperor who brought disaster to the world entirely by his own choice? Thinking back to the accusations against Xiao Chen made by the Fire Emperor earlier, some speculated, it seems that Xiao Chen must have witnessed the power of the heavenly fire at that time, and then developed a covetous heart. It should be like this. I'm afraid that at that time, the Fire Emperor did not expect that his kind act of using the heavenly fire to help Xiao Chen cultivate and improve his aptitude would ultimately lead to a disaster. It's really unexpected that the originally kind and generous Xiao Chen, after gaining power, could not resist temptation and eventually step by step fell into the abyss, descending into the demonic path, becoming the Dark Emperor who brought disaster to the world. Some sighed, feeling regret and disappointment towards Xiao Chen. Actually, it's not difficult to understand. The former Xiao Chen was just always restrained, without the opportunity to release his true nature. Makes sense, a person can only truly show their true self when they are completely unrestrained. This settled the matter. Everyone was very certain that it was after this that Xiao Chen's nature began to change drastically, gradually becoming the heavily sinful Dark Emperor. After sorting everything out, everyone looked at Xiao Chen in the Haotian mirror, who was now showing a joyful and excited smile. The feeling was suddenly different. This smile should be the beginning of Xiao Chen's change in nature. The Fire Empress, Linger, looked at the smiling Xiao Chen in the Haotian mirror, her eyes filled with regret and self-reproach. She only hated herself for being completely immersed in joy and moved, completely unaware of Xiao Chen's emotional changes at the time. If she had been aware of Xiao Chen's change in attitude at the time, perhaps she could have prevented everything from happening. It's a pity that saying these things now is completely meaningless. Looking at the Xiao Chen who was now like a living dead in the imperial city, the Fire Empress, Linger, had cold eyes, releasing a murderous intent. The more innocent she was in the past, the more determined she was at this moment. The Empress of Xianguan looked at the joyful and excited Xiao Chen in the Haotian mirror, a hint of a cold smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Xiao Chen, you hypocrite, finally showing your true colors. Thinking of the hypocritical and despicable appearance Xiao Chen had shown in front of her in the past, the Empress of Xianguang felt nauseous. She had gone to great lengths to use the supreme divine power of the Haotian mirror to let the world see Xiao Chen's memories, all in order to let the world see what kind of hypocritical, despicable, shameless, and thoroughly evil big demon Xiao Chen was, so that Xiao Chen would be reviled for eternity. The good side that Xiao Chen had always shown had already made her feel extremely stifled and annoyed. If it weren't for the need to avoid missing some important details, in order not to miss any clues about her husband's soul-refining flask, she would have activated the Haotian mirror to skip those scenes long ago. But fortunately, she had finally endured it. Xiao Chen was finally going to expose his true nature. Now, let the world appreciate Xiao Chen's thoroughly evil life. Thousands of miles away, the Empress Nangong, cold as snow, looked firmly at the image appearing in the Haotian mirror. She firmly believed that Master Xiao Chen would never become a bad person. In her view, the excitement and joy in Master Xiao Chen's smile at this moment was more of a release. The Empress Taiyin, Wen Yixian, thought the same as the Empress Nangong, cold as snow. At this moment, Xiao Chen's smile was more of a reconciliation with his past self, no longer bound by past memories and entanglements. At this moment, she was also happy for Xiao Chen's liberation. Even though she had gradually been surpassed by Linger in Xiao Chen's heart, she had no complaints. A crystal-clear teardrop unknowingly slid down the cheek of the Empress Taiyin, Wen Yixian. She only hoped that Xiao Chen could live happily and happily. Inside the Haotian mirror, after the Fire Emperor and Linger finished their conversation, they left the secret room with Xiao Chen. However, just as they walked out of the secret room, a mighty and extraordinary man was waiting outside for a long time. Brother, I heard that you actually used the heavenly fire tonight. What's the matter? The man's tone carried a hint of questioning. Xiao Chen felt somewhat surprised. How dare this man speak to the Fire Emperor in such a manner? Although he called him brother, there was a distinction between ruler and subject. Even if he was the Fire Emperor's brother, it was still disrespectful to speak in such a tone to the Fire Emperor. Or perhaps, this man had no respect for the Fire Emperor at all. The Fire Emperor narrowed his eyes and lightly smiled at the man. The news of the Fire Dance King is indeed well informed, to know so quickly about my use of the heavenly fire. Brother, you misunderstand. I just happened to pass by. The man smiled nonchalantly. Humph. Fire Dance King, do not forget, I am the ruler and you are the subject. You have overstepped. The Fire Emperor's aura suddenly surged. I do not need to explain my actions to you. Brother, you are being too serious. I am just afraid that some unscrupulous people might have designs on our country's treasure, the heavenly fire, the man said, shifting his gaze to Xiao Chen, whose skin was still red and had not yet recovered. At that moment, Xiao Chen felt as if he had been targeted by a fierce and venomous snake. Uncle, it's been a long time. You seem to have become even more handsome. Linger stood in front of Xiao Chen, smiling as she looked at the man before her. It seemed like she was exchanging pleasantries with the man, but in reality, she was helping Xiao Chen out of the situation. Oh, really? The man's lips curved into a meaningful smile. You, little girl, are becoming quite eloquent. At that moment, the Fire Emperor spoke. Linger, take Xiao Chen back. I have something to discuss with your uncle. Oh, Linger responded, then stuck out her tongue at the man. Uncle, I'll leave first. With that, Linger took Xiao Chen and left the scene. On the way back, Linger said to Xiao Chen, that person just now is my uncle, the Fire Dance King. Almost everyone is afraid of him, but I am the only one who isn't, although I dislike him the most. But rest assured, with my father around, he wouldn't dare do anything to you. Huolinger was proud, believing that her father was the most powerful person in the world. Fire Dance King? Xiao Chen frowned, looking somewhat worried. He saw the situation more deeply than Huolinger. It was clear that the Fire Dance King had no fear of the Fire Emperor, the ruler of the Heavenly Fire Kingdom. This indicated that the Fire Dance King was very confident, and even the Fire Emperor couldn't do anything to him. Moreover, from the conversation between the Fire Dance King and the Fire Emperor just now, it was evident that the Fire Emperor's use of the Heavenly Fire tonight had not been made known to the public. Yet the Fire Dance King appeared at the door waiting for them. This indicated that the Fire Dance King's people were already hidden around the Fire Emperor. The situation was not good. The Fire Emperor had helped him so much, and he naturally felt worried for the Fire Emperor. However, this was a struggle among the royal family, and as an outsider, he couldn't help. Moreover, with his current cultivation, he was probably willing but unable to help. Right. He had already undergone a rebirth and was no longer the same as before. It was time to focus on his cultivation. The Fire Emperor had helped him so much, and he couldn't afford to disappoint him. Tomorrow, he would go to the Royal Scripture Pavilion to choose a suitable cultivation technique. After Huolinger learned of his thoughts, she agreed to accompany him tomorrow. The next morning, Xiao Chen had originally planned to go to the Royal Scripture Pavilion with Huolinger to select a suitable cultivation technique. However, unexpectedly, Huoyang, this little guy, insisted on going with them. Xiao Chen naturally had no objections. Although he was nominally Huolinger's master, everything related to cultivation required Huolinger's guidance. To be honest, he found it somewhat difficult to bring up. Despite his young age, Huoyang was exceptionally talented. Previously, Huolinger had mentioned that she had reached the foundation establishment stage at the age of 8. Now, at the age of 7, Huoyang had already reached the foundation establishment stage. His talent surpassed that of Huolinger. He could easily become Xiao Chen's teacher. Xiao Chen is also very willing to learn and practice knowledge related to cultivation with this lovely little guy. In order to avoid Xiao Chen and his imperial sister as much as possible, Huoyang is also particularly enthusiastic towards Xiao Chen. Perhaps among the three, only Huolinger is not happy. Originally, she could be alone with Xiao Chen, and then she could personally guide Xiao Chen in cultivation, and their relationship would continue to grow. However, now that Huoyang has appeared as a third wheel, it has disrupted her plans. But watching Xiao Chen and Huoyang getting along so well, Huolinger suddenly didn't know how to break them up. She could only mutter and follow behind the two, feeling unhappy. When they arrived at the Royal Scripture Pavilion, Huoyang enthusiastically recommended the same cultivation method to Xiao Chen and himself. This cultivation method is called Fire God Technique, and just by the name, one can tell that it is a cultivation method related to the fire attribute. Xiao Chen didn't even need to think about it to know that this cultivation method definitely wasn't suitable for him. Because this cultivation method was completely tailored for people with a natural fire attribute constitution like Huoyang and Huolinger. After declining Huoyang's kindness, Xiao Chen began to look for a cultivation method suitable for himself. It wasn't until Xiao Chen found a cultivation method called Heavenly Tao Scripture in a remote corner. The way of heaven diminishes the excessive and replenishes the insufficient. Xiao Chen flipped through this Heavenly Tao Scripture and entered an extremely mysterious state of mind. Xiao Chen, what are you looking at? Huolinger saw Xiao Chen suddenly standing still and curiously patted his shoulder. Xiao Chen snapped out of it and looked at Huolinger in confusion. What just happened to me? Ha! Huolinger looked at Xiao Chen in puzzlement. I spoke to you just now, but you didn't answer, and then I saw you lost in thought. How long was I lost in thought? Xiao Chen asked again. Although puzzled as to why Xiao Chen was asking this, Huolinger earnestly replied, about half a stick of incense's time. Only half a stick of incense's time? Xiao Chen felt somewhat surprised. Just now, he was immersed in the Heavenly Tao Scripture, comprehending the great way of heaven and earth, as if he had spent several days. Xiao Chen then circulated his true energy and was shocked to find that his cultivation had actually increased slightly. Realizing this, Xiao Chen looked at the Heavenly Tao Scripture in his hand again, his eyes becoming extremely cautious. If just half a quarter of an hour's time was equivalent to cultivating for several days, then this Heavenly Tao Scripture was definitely a priceless treasure. Xiao Chen's eyes revealed a hint of doubt. If the Heavenly Tao Scripture was so precious, why was it openly placed in such an inconspicuous corner? Xiao Chen carefully observed the Heavenly Tao Scripture and found that its paper was extremely special. Although it had been covered in dust for a long time and the paper had turned yellow, it was not damaged in the slightest. What are you looking at? You seem so fascinated. Huolinger saw Xiao Chen lost in thought again and curiously leaned over to look at the scripture in Xiao Chen's hand. Heavenly Tao Scripture? Xiao Chen, why are you looking at this old book? Old book? Xiao Chen was somewhat astonished. If the Heavenly Tao Scripture was just an old book, then there would be nothing in this world that could be considered a treasure. Xiao Chen closed the Heavenly Tao Scripture in his hand and asked Huolinger sullenly, Linger, do you know the origin of this Heavenly Tao Scripture? Origin? What origin could an old book have? Huolinger was a little impatient and urged, Xiao Chen, stop looking at this old book. I've found several cultivation methods suitable for you. Take a look and see if you like any. Xiao Chen felt somewhat helpless at her words. It seemed that Huo Linger also didn't know much about the origin of the Heavenly Tao scripture. Now that he had this Heavenly Tao scripture, he couldn't be interested in other cultivation methods. No need, I will cultivate this Heavenly Tao scripture, Xiao Chen said solemnly. Ha! Huo Linger thought she had misheard and asked again, Xiao Chen, are you sure you want to cultivate this Heavenly Tao scripture? Yes. Xiao Chen nodded. But this isn't a cultivation method at all. Huo Linger fell silent. Don't be fooled by the words Heavenly Tao written on it. It's just a book of empty words and deception, she said. If it weren't for its unique paper and long history, with some collectible value, it wouldn't even be stored in the Royal Scripture Repository. Huo Linger spoke with earnestness. She didn't want Xiao Chen to waste his time on the illusory Heavenly Tao scripture. After experiencing the subtleties of the Heavenly Tao scripture, Xiao Chen's perspective naturally differed from Huo Linger's. While others couldn't see through the subtleties of the Heavenly Tao scripture, he was deeply captivated at first sight, indicating that he was destined to have a connection with it. Seeing Huo Linger's frustrated expression, Xiao Chen didn't hide anything and told her about the profound experience he had just had. He trusted Huo Linger. Besides, the Heavenly Tao scripture belonged to the royal family of the Tianhua kingdom, and he was just borrowing it. He never intended to keep it for himself. After listening to Xiao Chen's account, Huo Linger looked bewildered. Really? You're not lying to me? She still found it hard to believe. Throughout the history of the Tianhua kingdom, countless people had perused the Heavenly Tao scripture. Everyone's evaluation was that it was just a book of empty words and deception, worthless. How could it suddenly become invaluable to Xiao Chen? Huo Linger flipped through the Heavenly Tao scripture, feeling increasingly annoyed, yet she still couldn't see anything profound about it. If it weren't for Xiao Chen's serious expression, she would have torn the Heavenly Tao scripture to shreds. Seeing Xiao Chen's firm determination to choose this Heavenly Tao scripture, Huo Linger could no longer stop him. It seemed that she could only ask the emperor about the true origin of the Heavenly Tao scripture. Outside the Haotian mirror, Empress Huo Linger of the Tianhua kingdom frowned as she looked at the Heavenly Tao scripture in the mirror. Despite having ascended to the throne, she still couldn't comprehend the subtleties of the Heavenly Tao scripture. If she hadn't known that Xiao Chen had completed his transformation only after practicing the Heavenly Tao scripture, she would have still regarded it as a book of empty words and deception. Quick, copy down these scriptures. The powerful secrets of the Dark Emperor must be hidden within this Heavenly Tao scripture. Whether it was the onlookers outside the original imperial city or people from all realms who could see the Haotian mirror's images, they all hurried to transcribe the scriptures from the Heavenly Tao scripture. However, after transcribing them, everyone racked their brains trying to comprehend the subtleties of the Heavenly Tao scripture, only to find that it seemed to be nothing special. Just as Empress Huo Linger had said in the Haotian mirror, it was just a book of empty words and deception. Everyone was in despair. Finally, they had waited for the powerful secrets of the Dark Emperor, only to find that it was of no use to them. Only the Dark Emperor Xiao Chen was the unique one. Apart from the Dark Emperor Xiao Chen, even if the Heavenly Tao scripture was placed in front of them, they couldn't comprehend it. For the Dark Emperor of the Netherworld, Xiao Chen, the Heavenly Tao scripture was an invaluable treasure. But for them, it was just a worthless book. Even the Empress of the Profound Light was glaring at the Heavenly Tao scripture in the Haotian mirror's image, because she found that even she couldn't comprehend the subtleties of the Heavenly Tao scripture. Didn't this mean that she was inferior to Xiao Chen? The Empress of the Profound Light was furious and frustrated, but she could do nothing but console herself in her heart, believing that the Heavenly Emperor's scripture she practiced far surpassed this Heavenly Tao scripture. This worthless Heavenly Tao scripture was not worth comprehending. Thousands of miles away, Empress Nangong, as cold as snow, looked at the image in the Haotian mirror and felt a sigh of relief. She showed excitement and joy. She knew that her master, Xiao Chen, was no ordinary person. It was a pity that when she saw Master Xiao Chen again, he had already become the renowned Dark Emperor. Without personally experiencing Master Xiao Chen's rise, she couldn't help but feel regretful. Now she could finally witness the extraordinary demeanor of Master Xiao Chen. At this moment, she was like a devoted fan of Master Xiao Chen, cheering him on. The Empress of the Moon, Wen Yaxian, felt somewhat helpless after seeing the excited look on the face of the Empress of the South Palace, Lang Ruoxue. She was naturally happy for Xiao Chen to encounter the opportunity of the Heavenly Tao scripture. However, Xiao Chen committed too many crimes after being crowned as the Dark Demon Emperor. Could there be hidden motives behind everything? It was difficult for her not to suspect whether all of this was related to the Heavenly Tao scripture. After all, the demonic consciousness within Xiao Chen had been completely eradicated at this point. Or perhaps, Xiao Chen had truly lost himself later on? There were many things she dared not think about and did not want to think about. Just based on this, she was far less resolute than the Empress of the South Palace, Lang Ruoxue. But regardless of the truth, Xiao Chen was now just a disabled person. She would definitely find ways to save Xiao Chen, even if it was just to repay Xiao Chen's past kindness. With this in mind, the Empress of the Moon, Wen Yaxian, strengthened her resolve. She would fully assist the Empress of the South Palace, Lang Ruoxue, in restoring her cultivation. Inside the Haotian mirror, in order to clarify the origin of the Heavenly Tao scripture, Huo Linger first sent Huoyang back, then took Xiao Chen to find the Fire Emperor. When the Fire Emperor heard that Xiao Chen had chosen the Heavenly Tao scripture, he was also very surprised. He had originally wanted to advise Xiao Chen to choose another cultivation method. However, after hearing Xiao Chen's extraordinary experience, a look of shock appeared in the Fire Emperor's eyes. In just a short time, equivalent to more than a few days of cultivation, such an extraordinary experience was simply astonishing. If it were to be publicized, who knows how much chaos it would cause. Even if only Xiao Chen could comprehend the Heavenly Tao scripture, he would definitely be captured and studied by those with ulterior motives. The Fire Emperor knew the seriousness of this matter. He solemnly warned Xiao Chen and Huo Linger that apart from the three of them, no one else must know about it. As for the origin of the Heavenly Tao scripture, after pondering for a moment, the Fire Emperor slowly said, "The origin of the Heavenly Tao scripture is no longer investigable. It is only known to have existed since the birth of the Heavenly Fire Nation. Xiao Chen, since only you can comprehend the mysteries of the Heavenly Tao scripture, it means that you are the chosen one for this scripture. If you encounter any difficulties in your subsequent cultivation, you can come to me, and I will impart my knowledge to you." The Fire Emperor looked at Xiao Chen with great seriousness, as if treating his own junior. "Thank you, uncle." Xiao Chen is deeply grateful. Xiao Chen was filled with gratitude, and in the Fire Emperor, he once again found the feeling of having a family. However, seeing the slightly tired look on the Fire Emperor's face, Xiao Chen couldn't help but think of the Fire Dance King from last night, and wondered what had been said between the Fire Emperor and the Fire Dance King afterwards. Originally, Xiao Chen wanted to ask if there was anything he could help with, but he hesitated and swallowed his words. After all, his cultivation level was low now, and even if the Fire Emperor really needed help, he couldn't be of much assistance. When his cultivation level improved, it wouldn't be too late to speak up. With this in mind, Xiao Chen made a firm decision. He must strive to cultivate diligently and not disappoint the Fire Emperor's care for him. After returning, Xiao Chen devoted himself wholeheartedly to cultivation. With the Heavenly Tao scripture, his cultivation speed could be said to have made rapid progress. Huo Linger was feeling depressed. Since Xiao Chen returned, he hadn't left for several days, making it difficult for her to see him. When Xiao Chen finally came out, Huo Linger wanted to take him to the Imperial City for a tour, but she found that Xiao Chen didn't come out to see her, but to seek guidance from the Fire Emperor on the doubts in his cultivation. "Thank you, uncle, for your guidance. The problems that have troubled me for a long time have suddenly become clear." Xiao Chen sincerely expressed his gratitude to the Fire Emperor. "Your progress in these days has far exceeded my expectations. You don't need to be too anxious. The path of cultivation is a gradual process and cannot be achieved overnight." The Fire Emperor shared his experiences and insights without reservation, pointing Xiao Chen in the right direction for cultivation. The two may not have the title of master and disciple, but in Xiao Chen's heart, he already regarded Fire Emperor as his master and family. Looking at the two completely ignoring her, Fire Linger felt a little annoyed, but she also knew it was not the right time to disturb them, so she could only sulk by herself. Outside the Hautian mirror, the face of the Firelinger, the Empress of the Heavenly Fire, appeared somewhat complicated. These scenes from the past now seemed so beautiful. His father, at that time, really treated Xiao Chen as his junior, sincerely and generously, without reservation. If everything could continue to be so beautiful, it would be great. Unfortunately, all of this was ruined by Xiao Chen. Looking at Xiao Chen, who was now like a living dead in the Imperial City, Firelinger felt indescribable pain in her heart. "Xiao Chen, you should open your eyes and see how good my father was to you. And how did you repay him?" With that, Firelinger gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with endless hatred. Like the Empress of the Heavenly Fire, Fire Yang, the King of the Heavenly Fire, had eyes like two burning suns, emitting a terrifying aura that made people around him dare not approach. When he was young, he did feel jealous because his sister was close to Xiao Chen, but as he spent more time with Xiao Chen, their relationship became closer. After all, without considering other factors, boys prefer to play with boys. Later on, he almost treated Xiao Chen as his elder brother, even surpassing his sister in his heart. But what did all of this lead to? It led to his father's tragic death and the innocent suffering of over half of the people in the Imperial City. The depth of love in the past now turned into deep hatred. Looking at the scenes in the Hautian mirror, even the onlookers couldn't help but exclaim, "The Fire Emperor treated Xiao Chen so well. Indeed, if I had such a senior to guide me at the beginning of my cultivation, maybe I could have achieved higher accomplishments." In the cultivation world, while cultivation techniques and resources are important, they are far less important than the careful guidance of a senior. The path of cultivation is like walking on a tightrope. A slight misstep can lead to irreversible consequences. With a senior's guidance, many detours can be avoided. This is why having a respected teacher is so important in the cultivation world. The disparity in status between the Fire Emperor and Xiao Chen, indeed, was due to Firelinger, but to wholeheartedly and generously guide Xiao Chen was not an easy task. If, as the Heavenly Fire King had said, Xiao Chen repaid kindness with enmity and caused the death of the Fire Emperor, then Xiao Chen deserved to die 1,000 deaths, unforgivable. Even if Xiao Chen had done many good deeds before, he did not deserve any sympathy. Inside the Hautian mirror, time flew by, and 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Since practicing the heavenly Tao scripture, Xiao Chen's cultivation had advanced rapidly. Now, his cultivation had reached the peak of the dragon transformation realm, just one step away from reaching the heavenly transformation realm. It's worth noting that even the Fire Emperor's cultivation had only reached the peak of the heavenly transformation realm. His strength had far surpassed that of Firelinger. The title of being Firelinger's master, which was once almost nominal, had caused Firelinger to be ridiculed by many. But now, he could bear the title of Firelinger's master. Linger, your recent cultivation has become more and more lax. Xiao Chen frowned, reprimanding Firelinger with some frustration. The Fire Emperor had guided him so carefully and generously, not sparing any resources to cultivate him, so he naturally had to repay that. Even though the Fire Emperor did not need him to repay anything, he at least had to live up to the title of being Firelinger's master bestowed by the Fire Emperor. I understand, master. Firelinger's expression seemed somewhat helpless, and she felt like crying inside. Since Xiao Chen's cultivation gradually surpassed hers, Xiao Chen began to adopt the manner of a master. Every day, he rigorously supervised her practice, completely immersing himself in the role of a master. Huolinger was somewhat at a loss. Clearly she had originally brought Xiao Chen back with the intention of making him her son-in-law. How did he end up becoming her master? When would this kind of life come to an end? Master Xiao Chen, it seems like I have made another breakthrough in my cultivation. Huoyang eagerly approached Xiao Chen, seeking praise. 3 years had passed, and Huoyang had also grown into a young teenager. Now, the relationship between him and Xiao Chen was like that of siblings, because Xiao Chen taught Huolinger daily, and Huoyang also practiced with them every day, addressing Xiao Chen as his master just like Huolinger. Seeing Huoyang's progress in cultivation, Xiao Chen's furrowed brow finally relaxed a little. Yanger, you're amazing. Keep it up and strive for further progress. Yes, I will surpass Princess Huang soon. Huoyang nodded with a smile. He. Huolinger chuckled lightly at his words. Obviously, in her view, even if she didn't excel, it was impossible for Huoyang to surpass her. But watching this little traitor, Huolinger felt somewhat uncomfortable. In the past, Huoyang had always followed her, but she didn't know when he started following Xiao Chen. She, as the princess, had completely fallen out of favor. Seeing Huolinger's lack of ambition and her snide remarks, Xiao Chen's face immediately turned stern. If you continue to be so lazy, it won't be long before you are really surpassed by Huoyang. I know, so annoying. Huolinger waved her hand in frustration. In Xiao Chen's mind, Huoyang's status probably already surpassed hers. This made her feel quite frustrated. Seeing this, Xiao Chen shook his head helplessly. Sometimes, forcing too much was not a good method. It was better to relax a little. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chen said, "There is a temple fair in the city today. Do you want to go and have a look?" I want to go. Huoyang exclaimed excitedly. All right. Xiao Chen patted Huoyang's head. Huoyang's excitement was within his expectations, but he mainly said this to let Huolinger hear. Xiao Chen then looked at Huolinger with inquiring eyes. Huolinger was now somewhat embarrassed. After all, she had just argued with Xiao Chen, but she was crazy about going to the temple fair, especially with Xiao Chen. Ahem. Huolinger said coquettishly, this princess will reluctantly accompany you to the fair. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's mouth curved into a smile. Wait for me for a moment, I will inform the emperor. After all, taking the prince and princess out of the palace required informing the emperor. Xiao Chen encountered no obstacles on his way to the study. However, after waiting for a long time, he did not receive a response. Yet he clearly sensed the emperor's presence in the study. Finally, after waiting for a long time, he was allowed to enter. Xiao Chen walked into the study with some doubt. The emperor was sitting at the desk as usual, reviewing memorials. When he saw Xiao Chen come in, he greeted him with a smile. However, Xiao Chen keenly sensed that the emperor's aura was somewhat disturbed at this moment. Uncle, are you? Xiao Chen's words were interrupted by the emperor. It's nothing. Just a little setback in my cultivation, it's nothing. Xiao Chen remained silent. It was obvious to him that the emperor's cultivation had encountered a significant problem, and it was not as simple as he claimed. But even if he knew this, he couldn't help the emperor. As the emperor, he had his own dignity. Since the emperor was unwilling to speak, he wouldn't ask. The Fire Emperor looked at Xiao Chen with great satisfaction. He knew that Xiao Chen was a very intelligent person, and now his cultivation had made great progress. There was no way he could hide his situation from Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen didn't ask anything and chose to protect his face. It was not in vain for him to cultivate Xiao Chen in this way. Initially, he had taken such good care of Xiao Chen not only because Fire Spirit liked him and wanted Xiao Chen to be worthy of her daughter, but also because he could see that Xiao Chen was a kind and honest person. Of course, it was a pleasant surprise that Xiao Chen could comprehend the profoundness of the heavenly Tao scripture and that his cultivation had now reached the ranks of top-level experts. As long as Xiao Chen was by Fire Spirit and Fire Yang's side, he could be at ease. The Fire Emperor then asked, "Is there something you need from me today?" Xiao Chen immediately informed the Fire Emperor about his intention to take Fire Spirit and Fire Yang to the temple fair. Upon hearing this, the Fire Emperor nodded. Cultivation is indeed a boring and tedious matter. It's no wonder that Linger has become increasingly lax. It's a good idea for them to go out and relax. then I'll trouble you to take care of them." After obtaining the Fire Emperor's consent, Xiao Chen prepared to leave. However, before leaving, Xiao Chen solemnly said to the Fire Emperor, "Uncle, if there is anything you need from me, just let me know." Upon hearing this, the Fire Emperor was momentarily surprised, then showed a relieved smile. "It's enough that you have this intention. Go on, they must be waiting anxiously." This time, Xiao Chen did not linger and left the study directly. However, he still had some worries in his heart. Deep down, he had a bad premonition. So much so that when he took Fire Spirit and Fire Young to the temple fair, he was somewhat absent-minded. "Master, do you think I look good wearing this mask?" Fire Spirit asked Xiao Chen with a fox mask on, smiling. However, Xiao Chen's mind was not on this at all, and he didn't even hear her speaking. Fire Spirit was immediately annoyed. Since he brought them out to play, couldn't he pay a little attention? What's going on? Is he just being perfunctory? Fire Spirit angrily shouted, "Hey, Xiao Chen, are you deaf?" Xiao Chen snapped out of his thoughts and noticed Fire Spirit glaring at him with an angry look, but he had no idea what was going on. Carefully, he asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Fire Spirit was furious. Obviously, Xiao Chen was not paying attention to her at all. Thinking about it, Fire Spirit's anger turned into sorrow, and she suddenly cried in grievance. Initially, she thought that bringing Xiao Chen back to the Imperial City would strengthen their relationship as they spent more time together. However, now that 3 years had passed, their relationship was even worse than it was 3 years ago. Xiao Chen was truly at a loss at this moment, not knowing why Fire Spirit suddenly started crying. He didn't know what to say to comfort her. After all, if he said the wrong thing, it would only make Fire Spirit angrier. Helpless, Xiao Chen could only turn to Fire Yang beside him. Unfortunately, the young Fire Yang had already been completely absorbed by the lively market and hadn't seen what had just happened between the two of them. This was a problem. Just when Xiao Chen didn't know what to do, Fire Yang suddenly tugged at his sleeve and exclaimed, "Master Xiao Chen, look, that person looks so pitiful, locked in a cage." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen followed Fire Yang's gaze. There was indeed a small figure locked in an iron cage, as if being auctioned off. There were already quite a few people gathered around the cage, watching the commotion. Watching this scene, Xiao Chen couldn't help but think of his experience of being abducted and sold to the Qingyun sect. His hands involuntarily clenched. However, before he could do anything, Fire Spirit had already rushed forward. "How dare you! It seems you have the guts to openly traffic human beings within the Imperial City. Get your boss out here." Watching Fire Spirit's resolute and indignant appearance, Xiao Chen couldn't help but show a relieved smile. He then followed with Fire Young. Upon closer inspection, the iron cage contained a young girl of about 11 or 12 years old, with a cloth tied on her head. Despite her young age, she had fair skin and delicate features, definitely a beauty in the making. The young girl huddled in the cage, timidly looking at the onlookers, her eyes filled with fear. Xiao Chen's face darkened involuntarily. How dare they openly traffic human beings within the Imperial City? These people were too audacious. A middle-aged man with a big belly walked up to Huolinger and said with a smile, "Miss, you can't just make baseless accusations. I am not trafficking human beings." "Baseless accusations?" Huolinger laughed in anger. "The evidence is right in front of me, and yet you dare to quibble." However, in the face of the accusation, the middle-aged man remained calm and composed. Looking at the girl in the iron cage, he called out to his men, "Take off the cloth on her head." Huolinger furrowed her brows, not understanding where this middle-aged man's confidence came from. And what difference would it make to take off the cloth? Could she possibly grow horns on her head? Then, the next moment, Huolinger was stunned, because she actually saw two deer-like horns on the girl's head inside the iron cage. Looking at the shocked Huolinger, the middle-aged man smugly said, "Miss, take a good look. What I'm selling is not a human." The onlookers also exclaimed. It was obvious that the girl in the iron cage was indeed not human. Judging from her features, she seemed to be of the demon race. Although it was unclear which type of demon she belonged to, the demon race and the human race had always been at odds. This demon girl, being such a beautiful little creature, immediately piqued the interest of many. Those who had hesitated to bid before, upon confirming that the girl was of the demon race, began to show eagerness. At this moment, Xiao Chen was closely watching the girl in the iron cage. In the past 3 years, in addition to practicing the Heavenly Tao scripture, he had also read many of the royal family's classics in the Imperial Library. Judging from the characteristics of the horns on the girl's head, it was probably not as simple as being of the demon race. Xiao Chen speculated that this girl was likely of the dragon race. Of course, it was unlikely to be the legendary true dragon that had long disappeared. It was highly probable that she belonged to a branch of the dragon race, such as the flood dragon. The dragon race was a far superior existence to the demon race and did not fall under the category of demons. Moreover, the dragon race was proud and almost never involved in worldly affairs. Although they were not close to the human race, they were not hostile either. The dragon race was a symbol of strength and had always been fiercely protective of their own. If this girl was truly of the dragon race, although it was unclear how she ended up here, if something were to happen and it attracted the retaliation of the dragon race, it would likely be a catastrophic disaster for the Tianhua kingdom. Looking at the greed in the eyes of the people around, it was clear that if these people were to buy the girl, she would suffer greatly. Considering this, Xiao Chen could not just stand by and do nothing. Outside the Haotian mirror, many people also realized that this girl was not as simple as being of the demon race. Could this girl be of the dragon race? It looks like it. Only the horns of the dragon race look like that. My goodness, if this girl is truly of the dragon race and is bought by these despicable people, I'm afraid she will suffer the wrath of the dragon race. In the void above, Empress Huolinger of the Tianhua Kingdom looked at the girl in the Haotian mirror, gritting her teeth, her hands unconsciously clenched, suppressing the resentment in her heart. This girl was indeed of the dragon race, and it was not Xiao Chen who had saved her at the time, but her. In the years that followed, she had regretted saving this dragon girl countless times. If she had not saved this dragon girl, perhaps she would not have had to watch Xiao Chen escape right under her nose. Back then, Xiao Chen's attempt to seize the Tianhua had caused a great disaster, resulting in the deaths of his father, the emperor, and half of the innocent people in the imperial city. But Xiao Chen himself was also seriously injured. It was impossible for Xiao Chen to escape on his own. Just as Xiao Chen was about to be captured, the dragon girl revealed her true form and rescued Xiao Chen. To this day, she still cannot forget it. If she were to meet the dragon girl again, she would definitely vent her pent-up resentment. Suddenly, the void trembled, and a figure in a black robe appeared. All eyes were drawn to this figure. That's the black-robed empress. Many people exclaimed. This empress was the most mysterious of the 7 empresses, and no one knew her origins or true appearance. She always appeared in a black robe, hence she was called the black-robed empress. How could the black-robed empress suddenly reveal her true form? Tianhua Empress Huolinger also looked puzzled. The black-robed empress was always mysterious and rarely appeared in front of people. Her sudden appearance was indeed surprising. Then, the black-robed empress slowly placed her hand on the robe, as if she was about to remove it. Everyone was excited to see this. Could they be lucky enough to see the true face of the black-robed empress? Everyone held their breath, and time seemed to stand still. The black-robed empress slowly lifted the robe covering her body. When everyone saw the true face of the black-robed empress, their eyes widened and they were speechless. How is this possible? Countless people exclaimed in disbelief. Some were too shocked to speak. The black-robed empress had always worn a black robe from beginning to end, not because of an ugly face. After all, once a practitioner underwent transformation, there was basically no ugliness, especially female practitioners who paid special attention to their appearance. The black-robed empress was naturally stunning and flawless. However, her appearance was remarkably similar to the dragon girl seen in the Haotian mirror. It was not just the resemblance in appearance. The black-robed empress also had a pair of horns on her forehead, just like the dragon girl, and the timing of the black-robed empress revealing her true form was so deliberate. Everything indicated that the black-robed empress was the same dragon girl seen in the Haotian mirror. At this point, it might be more appropriate to call her the dragon empress. It was truly shocking. The once imprisoned dragon girl had now become a respected empress. The difference was like night and day, truly unbelievable. The crowd did not know what had happened between the dragon empress, Xiao Chen, and Huolinger, so they were simply excited. However, Huolinger's state of mind was different. She had just been thinking about how she would vent her resentment if she ever met the dragon girl again, but to her surprise, the former helpless dragon girl was now a powerful empress, on par with her as one of the 7 empresses, especially since the dragon race was known for its strong physical body. Among the other 6 empresses, even the lofty Xuanguang Empress would not dare to face her without the help of the Haotian mirror. This dragon empress had an incredibly strong defense and was said to build nests in volcanic craters, bathing in magma as if it were water, naturally resistant to high temperatures. Moreover, she practiced fire attribute techniques. It would be extremely disadvantageous to confront her. She could not act rashly without being fully prepared. However, why did this dragon empress suddenly appear? Do you want to save Xiao Chen as you did before? However, at this moment, the Empress of the Heavenly Fire, Huolinger, also had some doubts in her heart. If the purpose of the Dragon Empress is to save Xiao Chen, then why did she join forces with the other 6 Empresses to suppress Xiao Chen before? In short, before determining what the Dragon Empress intends to do, she cannot act rashly. She can only be on guard in advance. The Empress of the Heavenly Fire glanced at the Heavenly Fire King without a word. The Heavenly Fire King understood and secretly ordered the entire Fire Demon army to keep an eye on the Dragon Empress's every move. Above the void, the Empress Xianguang originally did not pay much attention to the sudden appearance of the Dragon Empress, but when she learned that the Dragon Empress was the dragon girl imprisoned in the iron cage in the Haotian mirror, she became inexplicably annoyed. How could such a lowly existence be listed as one of the 7 great empresses alongside her? Since the birth of the heavens and the earth, the heavenly court has inherited countless ages, ruled the heavens and myriad realms, and been worshipped by the world. As the daughter of the heavenly emperor, she was noble, gifted, and had countless resources, which led to her current position as empress. And these lowly born, humble people can now sit on an equal footing with her and be called the 7 great empresses. It really made her feel very annoyed. Not to mention the Empress Nangong, the Empress Tyene, the Dragon Empress, and the two empresses who have not appeared, even the current popular Empress of the Heavenly Fire. In her opinion, none of them deserve to be listed alongside her. There should be only one Empress in the world, and that is her, Empress Xinguang. The title of Empress should belong only to the Heavenly Court, only to her, Empress Xinguang. And Empress Xinguang also discovered a very important issue. That is, Empress Nangong, Empress Tyene, and Empress of the Heavenly Fire all had interactions with Xiao Chun. Or to put it more plainly, they all worshipped Xiao Chen as their master. Even she was once forced to worship Xiao Chen as her master. If it was just a coincidence, it would be too astonishing. The disciples that Xiao Chen once had all became the revered empresses of today. What kind of power does Xiao Chen possess? It made Empress Xinguang not only want to obtain information about her husband's soul-preserving bottle from Xiao Chen's memory, but also to explore the secret of how Xiao Chen could make his disciples achieve the position of Empress. Empress Xinguang then turned her gaze to the Dragon Empress. She wondered if the Dragon Empress also had a master-disciple relationship with Xiao Chun. After the Dragon Empress removed her black robe, she just looked at the Empress of the Heavenly Fire expressionlessly and did not react further. Looking up at the Haoqian mirror in the sky, there was no emotional fluctuation in her eyes. In the Haoqian mirror, Xiao Chen was preparing to rescue the young dragon girl. However, when he saw Huo Linger, who was trembling with anger next to the middle-aged man who had been captured, he silently stood aside. It seemed that he didn't need to take action. Looking at the smug middle-aged man in front of her, Huo Linger was burning with anger, and her eyes seemed to be spewing fire. She didn't really want to save this girl, she just couldn't stand the smug appearance of the middle-aged man with a big belly in front of her. She had been holding back her anger because of Xiao Chen's matter, and now she finally found someone to vent it on. I want this demon race. The middle-aged man had not realized the seriousness of the situation and smiled smugly. Of course, if the lady wants it, but according to the rules, the highest bidder gets it. You want money from me? Huo Linger showed a meaningful smile on her face. Do you want to rob me? The expression of the middle-aged man changed, showing a fierce look in his eyes. You guessed right. Huo Linger directly revealed her cards. Humph. Lady, you seem extraordinary, but this imperial city is not your backyard. You can't do whatever you want. The middle-aged man threatened and signaled to his men beside him. Xiao Chen, seeing the situation, directly used his pressure to suppress the middle-aged man's men. Seeing Xiao Chen stop to help herself, Huo Linger suddenly felt much more cheerful. Then she swaggered up to the middle-aged man, and said with a smile, you just said it wrong. This imperial city is my backyard. Remember my name, I'm called Huo Linger. Huo Linger. The middle-aged man's eyes widened, looking at Huo Linger in panic. The people around, upon hearing this name, also showed a frightened expression. Huo Linger is the real name of the famous third princess of the imperial city. The third princess Huo Linger is notorious for her domineering behavior. Due to the extreme favoritism of the Fire Emperor towards the third princess Huo Linger, she was arrogant and fearless, causing chaos in the entire imperial city. If the woman in front of them is really the third princess Huo Linger, then this middle-aged trafficker might be in big trouble. It would be lucky if he could escape with his life. However, the reputation of the third princess Huo Linger has improved a lot in the past 3 years, and there have been few incidents of her causing trouble. It's just that there have been many rumors about the third princess Huo Linger within the imperial city. It is said that the reason for the sudden calmness of the third princess Huo Linger is because she had taken a male pet 3 years ago and was indulging in pleasure in the Changla Palace every day. Upon hearing the 3 words Huo Linger, the middle-aged man was terrified. He had no doubt about the authenticity of Huo Linger's identity. After all, no one dared to impersonate the third princess Huo Linger within the imperial city. Third princess, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I have offended you just now, please forgive me. The middle-aged trafficker hurriedly shouted to his men, why don't you bring out this demon personally? Do you want the third princess to do it herself? After everything was done, the middle-aged trafficker smiled obsequiously at Huo Linger. It's an honor for me that the third princess likes it. Huo Linger felt like vomiting at the sight of the greasy face of the middle-aged trafficker. At this moment, she just wanted to leave quickly, fearing that if she didn't, she might not be able to resist kicking the middle-aged trafficker in the face. This might damage her image in Xiao Chen's heart, although it seemed that she had no image left in Xiao Chen's heart. Enough nonsense, I'm in a hurry, Huo Linger said impatiently. Seeing this, the middle-aged trafficker dared not complain at all, and he even wanted Huo Linger to leave quickly. He urged his men, what are you waiting for, you useless lot? Are you able to bear the responsibility for delaying the third princess's time? Soon, the dragon girl was pulled out of the cage. The middle-aged trafficker respectfully handed the key to the chains on the dragon girl's body to Huo Linger. Alright, get lost, Huo Linger shouted impatiently, and the middle-aged trafficker and his men immediately ran away. The onlookers had long since scattered. They didn't dare to get involved with the notorious third princess Huo Linger, for fear of provoking her. Looking at the deserted streets around, Xiao Chen seemed somewhat helpless. He had witnessed how terrifying the name Huo Linger could be. It seemed that he couldn't continue to enjoy the temple fair today. Hua Yang, seeing this, looked disappointed. Then her little face turned sour, and she stared at Huo Linger with resentment. Huolinger also felt impulsive, and most importantly, she hadn't intended to save this demon girl. Now, not only could she not enjoy the temple fair, but she also didn't know how to deal with this demon girl. Since she was a demon, why not just kill her? However, looking at the timid appearance of the demon girl, she really couldn't bring herself to do it. But she also couldn't bring this demon girl back to the palace. After all, the relationship between the human race and the demon race is like water and fire. Even if she is confused, there is still this point. Unfortunately, Huolinger could only hand over this difficult problem to Xiao Chun. After all, Xiao Chun was her master. Who else could she deceive if not her master? It's a pity that for Xiao Chun, it was not really a difficult problem. Xiao Chun took the key from Huolinger and directly opened the shackles on the dragon girl. Squatting down slowly, looking at the dragon girl in front of him, whose eyes were full of fear and timidity, Xiao Chun comforted her softly. "Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you." Perhaps feeling the unique affinity in Xiao Chun, the nervousness of the dragon girl eased a lot. After comforting the dragon girl, Xiao Chun stood up and looked at Huolinger. The demon race naturally could not be brought back to the imperial palace, but it was different for the dragon race. If this dragon girl was brought back to the imperial palace and well taken care of, it might be possible to establish a good relationship with the dragon race in the future. This would be a great benefit for the entire Tianhua country and for the Fire Emperor. Thinking of this, Xiao Chun immediately told Huolinger that the dragon girl was not a demon but a dragon. Huolinger was stunned at the words. Then she carefully examined the girl again. Indeed, the two horns on her head were very similar to the characteristics of the dragon race. But as far as she knew, the dragon race could not take human form in their youth. The dragons that could take human form were extremely powerful beings. After all, the most powerful aspect of the dragon race was their incredibly strong bodies. This was the symbol of their strength and their pride. Before absolute strength, the dragon race would not easily take human form. And the dragon race did not like taking human form either. After all, in the eyes of the dragon race, the human body was fragile and incomparable to the dragon race. And this girl in front of her, being imprisoned in a cage, obviously had nothing to do with being powerful. After telling Xiao Chun her thoughts, he smiled faintly and said, "You're right, what you said is exactly the same as what is recorded in the scriptures of the Imperial Library. But you missed a part." "What part?" Huolinger felt a little puzzled. Although she often read the scriptures in the royal library, she was not as immersed in them as Xiao Chun. In these 3 years, Xiao Chun had probably read through the scriptures in the royal library several times. Xiao Chun did not beat around the bush and said in a deep voice, "If she is a hybrid of the human race and the dragon race, she would have been in human form since childhood. It is only after the awakening of the dragon blood in her body that she can truly transform into a dragon form." "You mean she is a hybrid of the human race and the dragon race?" Huolinger's expression was somewhat shocked. If this was true, it would be astonishing. The dragon race itself had an extremely low birth rate, let alone a hybrid with the human race. That would be an extremely rare existence. The little guy, Huiyang, was full of amazement when he heard that this girl was a hybrid of the dragon race and the human race. Excited and curious, he looked at the dragon girl. Although this dragon girl was only a few years older than Huiyang, perhaps the experiences she had been through had made her very timid. She huddled behind Xiao Chun, her eyes timid and fearful. Outside the Haotian mirror, everyone watching the scene showed expressions of surprise. They had not expected such a connection between the Dragon Empress and the Tianhua Empress. It could be said that if the Tianhua Empress had not intervened, the Dragon Empress would not have known what she would have encountered. It was not an exaggeration to say that without the help of the Tianhua Empress, there would probably be no Dragon Empress today. If that was the case, then the relationship between the Dragon Empress and the Tianhua Empress must be very close. But looking at the distance between the Dragon Empress and the Tianhua Empress at this moment, it was clear that their relationship was not as they had imagined. After appearing, the Dragon Empress only glanced faintly at the Tianhua Empress and did not show any other reaction. Obviously, their relationship is not very good. It shouldn't be like this. With such a great favor of saving a life, can't it bring the two closer together? Or did something happen later that caused a rift between the Dragon Empress and the Fire Empress? People are naturally curious, especially when it comes to gossip about the two empresses. Everyone is eager to know what happened next. The Fire Empress, Linger, looked coldly at the Dragon Empress. It was she who had saved the young dragon girl, but this young dragon girl was very resistant to her and instead clung to Xiao Chun every day. At that time, she had been jealous of this young dragon girl. Looking back now, she was just a fool. Not only did she not receive the gratitude she deserved from the young dragon girl, but she also ended up getting Xiao Chun taken away by her. However, the same thing cannot happen twice. Whether it was the former young dragon girl or the current Dragon Empress, neither of them can take Xiao Chun away from her sight again. In the Haotian mirror, it is unknown whether Xiao Chun naturally possesses an inherent affinity, as this young dragon girl is very fearful and timid when facing anyone other than Xiao Chun. Seeing this, Xiao Chun could only keep this young dragon girl by his side. Back at the palace, Xiao Chun wanted to report this matter to the royal family, but the young dragon girl held onto his clothes tightly, not letting him leave. Her eyes were full of fear, afraid that Xiao Chun would abandon her. Helplessly, Xiao Chun could only temporarily stay and comfort the young dragon girl. Only after the young dragon girl fell asleep from exhaustion did he find the opportunity to report to the Fire Emperor. Linger, can you take care of her for a while? Before leaving, Xiao Chen instructed Linger. Okay, Linger reluctantly agreed. Watching Xiao Chen take care of the young dragon girl so attentively, she couldn't help but feel a little jealous. But this young dragon girl was ultimately just an 11 or 12-year-old girl, and Xiao Chen's feelings towards her were clearly more of pity. If she were to be petty, it would make her seem too narrow-minded and would also be tantamount to questioning Xiao Chen's character. As a mature woman, she knew what she should do. Just as Xiao Chen was about to enter the study, he coincidentally met the Fire Dance King coming out from the study. Xiao Chen furrowed his brows. He had been living in the palace for 3 years and had gained a deeper understanding of the Fire Dance King. The Fire Dance King was the half-brother of the Fire Emperor, excelling in both literary and military arts, but because he was not born of the Empress, he ultimately lost the struggle for the throne to the Fire Emperor. However, even after losing the throne, the Fire Dance King remained ambitious, constantly rallying the noble families and ministers in the court. His prestige in the Kingdom of Heavenly Fire was not inferior to the Fire Emperor's. It was only due to the Fire Emperor's benevolence and reluctance to have conflict with his brother that he had been tolerating the Fire Dance King. Moreover, from what he knew, the Fire Dance King rarely entered the palace unless it was for a very important matter. Meeting the Fire Dance King outside the study at this time, could it be that something had happened? Furthermore, there was a hint of worry on the Fire Dance King's face, which was very rare in Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiao Chen stopped in his tracks. Xiao Chen pays his respects to the Fire Dance King. The Fire Dance King also stopped and looked at Xiao Chen. After carefully scrutinizing Xiao Chen, the Fire Dance King's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Xiao Chen, I pride myself on having a discerning eye, but I seem to have misjudged you. It seems that the Fire Emperor's decision to have the Heavenly Fire help you cultivate your potential was correct. You are indeed a talent. Thank you for the praise, but I am not worthy, Xiao Chen replied modestly. After praising Xiao Chen, for some reason, the Fire Dance King suddenly sighed deeply. Xiao Chen, I know that the Fire Emperor values you greatly. I hope you can persuade the Fire Emperor not to make a big mistake. With that, the Fire Dance King brushed his sleeve and left straight away. Xiao Chen was somewhat puzzled. Persuade the Fire Emperor not to make a big mistake? He did not understand what this meant at all. After all, in his heart, the Fire Emperor was an extremely wise and benevolent ruler. If such a wise Fire Emperor still chose to act despite knowing it was wrong, how could he persuade him otherwise? Moreover, compared to the Fire Dance King, he clearly trusted the Fire Emperor's virtue more. Perhaps this was the Fire Dance King sowing discord. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen stopped thinking about what the Fire Dance King's words really meant. After receiving the message, Xiao Chen entered the study. Xiao Chen, didn't you take Linger and Yanger to the temple fair? Why have you returned so soon? The Fire Emperor looked at Xiao Chen with some doubt. Xiao Chen did not answer immediately, but silently observed the Fire Emperor for a while. The Fire Emperor's current state was no different from usual, and the previous state of disarray had disappeared. It seemed that the Fire Emperor had no problems. Although he did not fully believe the Fire Dance King's words, he was also worried that something might really happen to the Fire Emperor. Seeing that the Fire Emperor was not showing any abnormal signs, he let go of his lingering worries. He then informed the Fire Emperor about the matter concerning the Dragon Girl. The Fire Emperor also looked serious. The Dragon Clan was a symbol of great power. Even without cultivation, adult dragons could rival human cultivators in the Dragon Transformation realm. After all, the meaning of the Dragon Transformation realm was that the physical body could match that of a dragon, and they were true members of the Dragon Clan. Among the Dragon Clan, the strongest individuals could even reach the level of a saint after reaching adulthood. The saint level had always been a legendary existence throughout history. Since the founding of the Tianhua Kingdom, the strongest individuals had only reached the peak of the transcendent realm, and had never been able to reach the threshold of the saint level. He had been searching for many years and had only recently found a faint opportunity to break through to the saint level. The Fire Emperor still had some trust in Xiao Chen. Since Xiao Chen said that the girl was from the Dragon Clan and was a very rare hybrid, she naturally needed to be well taken care of. If the Dragon Clan really came looking for her, they would have an explanation. Xiao Chen, since that dragon girl relies on you so much, I will trouble you to take good care of her. Uncle, rest assured, Xiao Chen will not fail in his duty. Xiao Chen said solemnly. Well, if there is nothing else, then you may go back, the Fire Emperor said. Xiao Chen nodded and then took his leave. After Xiao Chen left, the Fire Emperor's face turned pale, and his breath seemed extremely disordered. Is it really so difficult to reach the saint level? The Fire Emperor muttered to himself, his eyes looking somewhat desolate. However, suddenly, the Fire Emperor's eyes became somewhat crazy. No, I don't believe it. In the following days, everything seemed very calm. Xiao Chen had long forgotten the words of the Fire Dance King. Every day, he taught Linger and Yang the ways of cultivation, and the condition of the dragon girl gradually improved. Although she was still very timid and afraid of people, she dared not approach anyone other than Xiao Chen. But recently, she had gradually started to speak. Mas, To. Because she heard Linger and Yang call Xiao Chen master every day, the dragon girl also tried to call Xiao Chen master like a baby learning to speak. Although it was somewhat unclear, it was still a successful first step. Xiao Chen was very happy about this. After that, he became more active in teaching the dragon girl to speak. Linger watched the dragon girl cling to Xiao Chen all day, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Although she had thought about replacing Xiao Chen in teaching the dragon girl to speak, whenever the dragon girl faced anyone other than Xiao Chen, she would shrink behind him and refuse to communicate with others. This made Linger very angry. Come on, your savior should be me. What's the meaning of clinging to Xiao Chen all day? At this rate, Xiao Chen might be taken away by this dragon girl. No, she had to do something. One day when Xiao Chen was not around, Linger forcibly took the dragon girl out of the palace. She did not want to harm the dragon girl. Since this dragon girl is so afraid of people, she will have to force herself to face more strangers. Once she gets used to it, her fear of people will be gone. Xiao Chen recently felt a faint and mysterious feeling of breaking through to the realm of the heavens. In this regard, he planned to seek some experience from the Fire Emperor. Naturally, he couldn't bring this dragon girl with him to meet the Fire Emperor. Fortunately, the situation of this dragon girl has improved a lot recently. Under Xiao Chen's good care, she can already stay alone in Xiao Chen's side hall. I'll be back soon, you stay here and wait for me, okay? Although the dragon girl's eyes were full of reluctance, she still obediently nodded. After comforting the dragon girl, Xiao Chen went to the study. Not long after Xiao Chen left, Linger quietly came to Xiao Chen's side hall. Good, I'll take you out of the palace to play. Linger wanted to take this dragon girl away, but the expression and body of this dragon girl were full of resistance. However, she couldn't resist Linger in the end and was forcibly taken out of the palace by her. When he arrived at the study, Xiao Chen was informed that the Fire Emperor was not seeing anyone today. Although Xiao Chen was slightly surprised, he had to go back first. However, not long after he left, he met the Fire Dance King. The Fire Dance King was in a hurry and looked very serious. Seeing Xiao Chen here, he was stunned for a moment. Then he said in a deep voice, "Good, come with me." Just as Xiao Chen was about to ask what was going on, the Fire Dance King interrupted. "It's too late, let's go." The Fire Dance King grabbed Xiao Chen's sleeve, and in an instant, they arrived at the door of a secret room. Xiao Chen was very familiar with this secret room. It was where the heavenly fire was stored. Xiao Chen didn't understand why the Fire Dance King suddenly brought him here. His Majesty has ordered that no one is allowed to enter. The guards outside the secret room immediately stopped them. Even though the person in front of them was the Fire Dance King, they still showed no intention of backing down. "Get out of the way." With a wave of his hand, the surrounding guards were immediately shaken away by the Fire Dance King. The Fire Dance King then no longer hesitated and shook open the door of the secret room. "Xiao Chen, come in with me." After shouting, the Fire Dance King rushed into the secret room. Although Xiao Chen didn't know what was happening, considering the importance of the heavenly fire to the country, he was worried that something might go wrong. Without much hesitation, he also rushed in. However, when he entered the secret room, Xiao Chen was surprised to find that the Fire Emperor was also in the secret room at this time. The Fire Emperor was sitting in the secret room, struggling with his eyes closed, and above his head, the crimson heavenly fire was burning and expanding rapidly. Xiao Chen keenly sensed that the heavenly fire seemed extremely unstable, constantly expanding, and the surrounding temperature was getting higher and higher. Seeing this scene, the Fire Dance King's eyes were full of horror, and he shouted in a stern voice, "Brother, stop." The Fire Emperor slowly opened his eyes, which were as lifeless as ashes. It's too late. The heavenly fire on the Fire Emperor's head suddenly lost control, expanding at an unimaginable speed. "Brother!" The Fire Dance King's eyes were about to burst, and he pushed Xiao Chen out of the secret room with one hand, then rushed towards the position of the Fire Emperor. Inside the Imperial City, Linger was walking in the crowd with the Dragon Girl, trying to help her overcome her fear of people. However, this only intensified the Dragon Girl's fear and had no effective effect. The Dragon Girl's eyes were full of fear, and her movements seemed very hesitant. "Don't be afraid, there's nothing to be afraid of these people, you have to be brave." Linger encouraged her while pushing the Dragon Girl to interact with people. But for the Dragon Girl, this not only had no effect, but also caused her to have a stress reaction. Suddenly, the Dragon Girl ran away like crazy. "Hey, don't run." The Fire Spirit was about to chase after, but at that moment, a powerful energy burst out from the palace. Boom! Whoosh! A powerful heat wave swept through the entire Imperial City. The surrounding temperature suddenly rose rapidly, and flames erupted. The earth shook, buildings collapsed, and the fire raged, engulfing the entire Imperial City. The sound of agonizing cries filled the air, and the people on the streets turned into charcoal in an instant. In a moment, the entire Imperial City turned into a hell on earth. And at the center of the event, the Fire Emperor was on the brink of death. Lying on the Fire Emperor's body was the corpse of the Fire Dance King. Just now, when the heavenly fire went out of control and erupted, the Fire Dance King rushed up to shield him with his body, taking most of the force. This is what allowed him to still have a breath left. Looking at the lifeless Fire Dance King, the Fire Emperor's expression was filled with sorrow, and tears streamed down his eyes. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the promise between him and the Fire Dance King from their childhood. "Brother, if I inherit the throne in the future, you must assist me well." "What if I inherit the throne?" Brother, if you inherit the throne in the future, I will definitely supervise you well, not letting you make mistakes, and making you a good emperor. Ah, then it's a deal. He didn't know when their relationship had gradually become distant, but the Fire Dance King never forgot their promise. In the eyes of outsiders, the Fire Dance King wielded immense power and didn't regard him, the emperor, highly, seemingly with the intention of replacing him. But only he knew in his heart that the Fire Dance King never had any intention of seizing the throne. His immense power was only to be able to supervise him well as a good emperor. And in the end, he still let the Fire Dance King down. Outside the Hautian mirror, many people felt a bit numb. Obviously, Xiao Chen was once again wrongly accused. It was not Xiao Chen who killed the Fire Emperor and half of the people in the Imperial City, but the Fire Emperor himself. The Fire Emperor, who was wise and benevolent throughout his life, ultimately caused a great disaster due to a momentary lapse in judgment. However, putting oneself in their shoes, if they were in the Fire Emperor's position, they would also take a gamble. After all, from the moment a cultivator steps onto the path of cultivation, the desire to become an immortal is never-ending. If there was a chance for them to break through the realm of a saint, they would probably not be able to resist such temptation. However, now was not the time to ponder these things. Many people had already turned their attention to the Fire Empress of the Heavenly Fire. Now that the truth was revealed, it was unknown what the Fire Empress of the Heavenly Fire was feeling at this moment. It's possible that the Fire Empress of the Heavenly Fire might also defect to the side of the Dark Demon Emperor. Father Emperor. The pupils of the Fire Empress of the Heavenly Fire, Huo Linger, seemed to be trembling at this moment. She found it hard to believe everything she was seeing at this moment. The disaster actually originated from a momentary lapse in judgment by her Father Emperor. The truth was difficult for her to accept. Her Father Emperor was so wise and benevolent, and if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes at this moment, she probably would never have believed that her Father Emperor would cause such a great disaster due to his own selfish desires. Father Emperor, why did you do this? Is it really worth it? Is breaking through the realm of a saint really that important? So important that you would risk your life to take a gamble? If you knew that your momentary lapse in judgment not only caused your own death, but also the death of your younger brother and half of the innocent people in the city, would you still do it? Tears filled the eyes of the Fire Empress of the Heavenly Fire, Huo Linger, and her expression appeared very desolate. Suddenly, she felt very ridiculous. Her Father Emperor, who was wise and benevolent, was the real culprit of that disaster. He was the sinner of the entire Heavenly Fire nation, and she, as the daughter of a sinner, had no right to sit on the throne. The Fire Empress of the Heavenly Fire, Huo Linger, spat out blood. Her mouth was stained red with blood, her eyes looked desolate, and a sorrowful smile slowly appeared on her face. Her breath suddenly dropped rapidly. Gradually, her eyes became lifeless, like dead ashes. Sister Empress, the Heavenly Fire King, Huiyang, shouted in concern for his sister at this moment. He could sense that the Empress had lost the will to live at this moment. The truth was indeed cruel, and for a moment, he found it hard to accept. However, without his Empress, the former Tianhua Kingdom would not have become the present Tianhua Divine Dynasty. Although the Emperor had made a big mistake, the achievements of his Empress, the Tianhua Empress, had long been enough to offset these sins. Although the lives of the innocent victims could not be measured by these achievements, for the people of the Tianhua Divine Dynasty, they needed the Tianhua Empress. The Tianhua Empress was their belief, and she had given them a happy and peaceful life. If the Empress wanted to atone, she should live on well. However, no matter how the Tianhua King, Huiyang, persuaded, the Tianhua Empress, Huo Linger, remained indifferent, without a sound. He couldn't even bring his Empress back. Although the Tianhua King, Huiyang, was anxious at this moment, he was also helpless. Looking at Xiao Chen, who was already like a living dead in the original imperial city, the Tianhua King, Huiyang, looked somewhat disheartened. Perhaps only Master Xiao Chen could persuade the Empress now. It was a pity that this was nothing but wishful thinking. Although he really wanted to use Master Xiao Chen to persuade the Empress to cheer up, he could clearly feel that the attention of the Empress of Xinguan was on him and the Empress. Obviously, the Empress of Xinguan was already on guard against them. If he made any move related to Xiao Chen, he would probably face a thunderous blow. If his Empress were as spirited as usual, the two of them would naturally not fear the Empress of Xinguang. Even if the Empress of Xinguang had the Hautian mirror in hand, they could still escape unscathed. However, in the current state of his Empress, she could not stop the Empress of Xinguang at all. Helplessly, he could only suppress his intentions and silently wait for an opportunity. Humph! Seeing the Tianhua King obediently shrink back, the Empress of Xinguang coldly snorted. Then she turned to look at the Tianhua Empress, who was already as lifeless as ashes, and couldn't help but show a cold smile. With such a weak mind, how could she be compared to her? She had thought that the Tianhua Empress was barely her opponent, but now it seemed that she was nothing. In the current state of the Tianhua Empress, she was no match for her, and not to be feared. However, she did not expect Xiao Chen to be wrongly accused again. Just thinking about it made her feel extremely annoyed. Xiao Chen, I'll see how long you can keep pretending? The Empress of Xinguang looked coldly at Xiao Chen, who was already like a living dead in the original imperial city. Thousands of miles away, the Empress Nangong, as cold as snow, and the Empress Taiyin, Wen Yaxin, after seeing the truth in the Haotian mirror, exchanged a glance and then showed a brilliant smile. Indeed, Master Xiaochen was simply incapable of doing such inhumane things. Although the Empress Nangong, as cold as snow, was very unhappy with the Tianhua Empress, Huolinger, she also knew that personal grievances needed to be put aside for now. If she could also win over the Tianhua Empress, Huolinger, the chance of rescuing Master Xiaochen would be even greater. It was a pity that her cultivation had not fully recovered, so she could only urge the Empress Taiyin, Wen Yaxin, to speed up. Inside the Haotian mirror, Xiaochen slowly climbed out of the ruins. At the moment of the disaster, he was pushed out of the secret room by the Fire Dance King. The secret room containing the Tianhua was made of special materials and was extremely resistant to high temperatures, so it withstood a large part of the out-of-control Tianhua's energy. And he was not at the center of the explosion, coupled with his profound cultivation, which barely saved him. Unfortunately, those guards around him were not so lucky. Looking at the charred bodies around him, the power was so great that even the people in the imperial city would probably not be spared. Xiaochen felt sad, and there was an indescribable sorrow in his heart, because he was very clear about who was responsible for all of this. He didn't want to believe it, but he had to believe what he saw. The secret room was already blown to pieces at this point. Xiaochen struggled to support his body and walked step by step towards the position of the Fire Emperor. Looking at the miserable face of the Fire Emperor, Xiaochen had 1,000 words in his heart to ask the Fire Emperor. But when he saw the suddenly aging and desolate face of the Fire Emperor, all words could no longer be spoken. Perhaps at this moment, the Fire Emperor was more regretful and in pain than anyone else, because the Fire Emperor was originally a wise and virtuous emperor who loved his people like his own children. Looking at Xiaochen's silent gaze, the Fire Emperor smiled bitterly and said, "Are you disappointed in me?" Xiaochen didn't know how to answer, so he remained silent. However, silence was the best answer. The Fire Emperor smiled bitterly and said, "Xiaochen, do you know why I value you so much?" "Why?" Xiaochen was also curious. Over the past 3 years, whenever he had any doubts about his cultivation, the Fire Emperor would give him unreserved guidance. Their relationship was not that of master and disciple, but even closer. If it was only because of Huolinger's affection for him, the Fire Emperor could have simply rewarded him with wealth and glory. But the Fire Emperor treated him so well, not just because of Huolinger. Looking at Xiaochen's puzzled eyes, the Fire Emperor smiled faintly and said, "Xiaochen, sometimes I really envy that you have always maintained a pure and innocent heart that is detached from worldly desires. Humans have desires. Although your cultivation is very diligent, even reaching a state of madness, you have never lost sight of your original intention. And I cannot do as you do, or perhaps almost no one can do as you do. I think this may be the reason why you can comprehend the profound mysteries of the heavenly Tao." With that, a hint of longing gradually appeared in the Fire Emperor's eyes. "Xiaochen, I really want to see you grow step by step, to a point where I cannot reach. It's a pity that I won't be able to see that day." The Fire Emperor's expression became somewhat desolate. He knew clearly his current situation, and having caused such a great mistake, he had no face to live on. Xiaochen was shaken, his expression complex, unable to be described in words at this moment. He had never imagined that the Fire Emperor had placed such great expectations on him. The Fire Emperor's breath gradually weakened, and at this moment, 2 tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. A slight misjudgment had caused such a great disaster, and he had no face to face his ancestors, let alone the innocent victims. Perhaps after this disaster, the vitality of the Tianhua kingdom would be greatly damaged, and it would decline. And if the people of the Tianhua kingdom knew that it was caused by their emperor, it would likely cause turmoil throughout the country. Huolinger was undecided in temperament, and Huoyang was still young. Leaving such a difficult situation to them, he felt ashamed to be a father. "I believe Linger and Younger will definitely govern the Tianhua kingdom better and better," Xiaochen suddenly spoke. The Fire Emperor was stunned for a moment, but soon lowered his eyes. Yes, Xiaochen was such an intelligent person, how could he not guess what he was worried about? Hearing Xiaochen's words, imagining the scene of Huolinger and Huoyang governing the country, a smile unconsciously appeared on the Fire Emperor's lips. "Xiaochen, do you think Linger and Younger can really govern the Tianhua kingdom well?" "They definitely can." Xiaochen's tone was serious and firm. How much I wish I could see that day." Although the Fire Emperor's eyes were open, they had lost focus. Xiaochen looked down at the Fire Emperor with a sorrowful expression, and slowly reached out to help the Fire Emperor close his eyes. Outside the Haotian mirror, the once desolate Tianhua Empress Huolinger shed 2 tears when she saw this scene, and at this moment, all the people of the Tianhua divine dynasty in Zhengzhou looked at the deceased Fire Emperor in the Haotian mirror. "Your Majesty, have you seen it? Under the governance of the Tianhua Empress, the former Tianhua kingdom has long become the Tianhua divine dynasty, revered by all nations. Emperor of Fire, the Empress of Heavenly Fire is a talented and visionary leader, who has worked diligently to make the Heavenly Fire Empire prosperous and its people strong in content. Emperor of Fire, the Empress of Heavenly Fire is a wise ruler, deeply loved by the people." Emperor of Fire. The people of the Heavenly Fire Empire continue to praise the achievements of the Empress of Heavenly Fire, as if telling the Emperor of Fire that the empire is as he had hoped. Indeed, the Emperor of Fire had caused a great disaster due to a moment of negligence, but he had always been a wise and benevolent king. Ultimately, his merits outweighed his faults. Let the past be buried in history's dust. The praise of the Empress of Heavenly Fire by the people of the Heavenly Fire Empire also transformed into a virtuous force that entered the body of the Empress. Sensing this virtuous force, the Empress of Heavenly Fire, Linger, seemed to come alive in an instant, her eyes shining with renewed vigor. Watching this scene, the Emperor of Heavenly Fire, Huiyang, was too moved to speak. And the person most deserving of thanks for all this was Xiao Chen. Looking at Xiao Chen, who was already like a living dead in the original imperial city, Emperor Huiyang's expression changed slightly, as if recalling the past. Whenever he and his sister encountered difficulties, Xiao Chen would patiently help and guide them. This time, it was also because of Xiao Chen that his sister came back to life. Emperor Huiyang solemnly thanked him in his heart. Master Xiao Chen, thank you. Then, Emperor Huiyang and Empress Huolinger exchanged a glance. Everything was understood without words. Empress Huolinger took the lead and flew straight towards the Empress of Dark Light above the void. Humph. Seeking death. The Empress of Dark Light also refused to show weakness and met her head-on. As long as she had the Haotian mirror in her hand, she stood invincible. But she wanted to see, without relying on the power of the Haotian mirror, who would ultimately prevail between her and the Empress of Heavenly Fire. It was happening, just as expected. The Empress of Heavenly Fire indeed leaned towards the side of the Dark Emperor of Darkness, Xiao Chen. The onlookers below were excited and thrilled. This was a rare direct confrontation between two empresses. The great Tao roared, and the void shattered. Each strike was like the collapse of heaven and earth. The onlookers couldn't help but gasp in shock. Emperor-level experts were truly terrifying. Just as the Empress of Heavenly Fire and the Empress of Dark Light were locked in a fierce battle, Emperor Huiyan was directing the Fire Demon Army to attack the Extermination Array outside the original Imperial City. Someone watching this scene couldn't help but worry, will the Extermination Array be broken? If the Dark Emperor is really rescued by them, what will happen? Friend, rest assured, the Extermination Array was set up by 7 Empresses working together, with the Haotian mirror as the eye of the array. It's not something that can be easily shaken. And indeed, even with Emperor Huiyang's quasi-emperor level cultivation, combined with the strength of tens of thousands of Fire Demon Army soldiers, they couldn't even touch the Extermination Array. It seemed that in order to break the Extermination Array, they would first have to break its eye, which was the chaotic divine artifact, the Haotian mirror. And the owner of the Haotian mirror was the Empress of Dark Light. This meant that by capturing the Empress of Dark Light, they could control the Haotian mirror. Emperor Huiyang realized this. Far away, the Empress of Southern Palace, Lang Ruoshui, and the Empress of Taiyin, Wen Yaxin, also realized this. At this moment, sensing that the Empress of Heavenly Fire and the Empress of Dark Light had already started fighting, Lang Ruoshui looked frustrated because her cultivation had not fully recovered, and she couldn't participate in the battle between Emperor-level experts. Helpless, she said to Wen Yaxin, "Don't mind me for now, go help her first." "Okay," Wen Yaxin responded. However, just as she was about to move, a sudden change occurred in the battlefield where the Empress of Heavenly Fire and the Empress of Dark Light were fighting. The Dragon Empress, who had not said a word since appearing, suddenly appeared in the midst of their battle. There was no expression on her face, making her intentions unclear. The intervention of an Emperor-level powerhouse naturally cannot be taken lightly. While the Empress of Heavenly Fire and the Empress of Mysterious Light were fighting, they also had to be wary of the Empress of the Dragon Clan, because they didn't know which side the Empress of the Dragon Clan was trying to help. Finally, the Empress of the Dragon Clan made a move, targeting the Empress of Mysterious Light. Humph. Seeking death. The Empress of Mysterious Light snorted coldly, showing no surprise at all. After all, she had seen through the Haotian mirror earlier that the Empress of the Dragon Clan had always relied on Xiao Chen in her childhood. It was not difficult to predict that she would choose to help the Empress of Heavenly Fire in attacking her. The onlookers below also thought so. What puzzled them greatly was, if the Empress of the Dragon Clan had wanted to save the Dark Emperor Xiao Chen from the beginning, why did she join forces with the other 6 Empresses to suppress Xiao Chen earlier? If the Empress of the Dragon Clan wanted to save Xiao Chen, she could have done so without joining forces with the other 6 Empresses. Although the Empress of Heavenly Fire had turned against the previous Empress of Nangong and the Empress of Taiyin, it was only after the exposure of the memories of the Dark Emperor Xiao Chen, and they had learned the truth of the past, that they turned to the side of the Dark Emperor Xiao Chen. Although they did not know if there had been any other events between the Empress of the Dragon Clan and the Dark Emperor Xiao Chen in the past, her contradictory actions truly puzzled them. The battle in the void above was intense. The Empress of Heavenly Fire, Huolinger, saw that the Empress of the Dragon Clan was helping her side, and although she had some doubts in her heart, she could not care about that at the moment. If they could successfully take down the Empress of Mysterious Light, they could control the Haotian mirror and save Xiao Chen. Faced with the joint attack of the two, even the Empress of Mysterious Light gradually fell into a disadvantage. Since the Empress of Heavenly Fire and the Empress of the Dragon Clan had abandoned all considerations of face, she also had no need to consider face. What could the two of them do to her? As long as she had the Haotian mirror in her hand, she was not afraid of any number of people. Huolinger, the Empress of Heavenly Fire, saw the intentions of the Empress of Mysterious Light. If she succeeded in getting the Empress of Mysterious Light to activate the Haotian mirror, they would have no chance. We must stop the Empress of Mysterious Light from activating the Haotian mirror. After urgently shouting at the Empress of the Dragon Clan, Huolinger, the Empress of Heavenly Fire, rushed towards the Empress of Mysterious Light. Seeing this, the Empress of Mysterious Light also felt some urgency in her heart, and her expression was no longer as calm and composed as before. Although she was eager to activate the Haotian mirror, the Empress of Heavenly Fire had already pressed up against her, so she could only evade the Empress of Heavenly Fire's attacks first. There was also another Empress of the Dragon Clan watching from the side. If the battle continued to drag on, it would be extremely disadvantageous for her. There's a chance. Huolinger, the Empress of Heavenly Fire, was overjoyed, feeling a hint of panic from the Empress of Mysterious Light. Come and help me. Huolinger, the Empress of Heavenly Fire, hurriedly called out to the Empress of the Dragon Clan. However, at that moment, the Empress of the Dragon Clan suddenly stopped in place, making no move. Then the Empress of the Dragon Clan, with an expressionless face, said, "I helped you before, only to repay the favor of saving your life back then. Now we are even." Hearing this, Huolinger, the Empress of Heavenly Fire, was almost infuriated. How is this repaying a favor? If you don't want to help, then don't help, but if you do, then help to the end. Helping halfway and then stopping was not repaying a favor, it was clearly deceiving people. Just as Huolinger, the Empress of Heavenly Fire, was distracted for a moment, the Empress of Mysterious Light seized the opportunity. Haotian Mirror, suppress. In the void, the Haotian Mirror emitted an unparalleled divine might, continuously pressing down on Huolinger, the Empress of Heavenly Fire. Helplessly, Huolinger, the Empress of Heavenly Fire, could only immediately exert all her strength to resist the might of the Haotian Mirror. But facing this legendary chaotic artifact, she could only resist passively, struggling hard. It was probably only a matter of time before she was completely suppressed. Sister! Huiyang, the Fire Emperor of Heavenly Fire, saw the situation and was about to rush up to help Huolinger, the Empress of Heavenly Fire, resist the divine might of the Haotian Mirror. Don't do anything stupid, go quickly. Huolinger, the Empress of Heavenly Fire, sternly reprimanded. The King of Heavenly Fire, Huiyang, although possessing the cultivation of a quasi-emperor, is still light years away from a true emperor-level powerhouse. Charging up would only mean certain death for her. She is well aware that if she misses this opportunity, the Empress Xianguan will not be so careless again. She can only blame the Dragon Clan Empress for leading her into this trap. If she were facing Empress Xianguan alone, she would have left herself a way out and not recklessly charged forward. Even if unsuccessful, she could have retreated unscathed. However, due to the Dragon Clan Empress's earlier involvement, she saw an opportunity and wanted to take down Empress Xianguan at all costs. It's a pity that she was outmaneuvered by the Dragon Clan Empress. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in this situation. No! Huiyang, the King of Heavenly Fire, screamed hoarsely. The sudden change in the battle caught the onlookers off guard. What baffled them the most was the Dragon Clan Empress. This was too much of a setup. However, for them, it was a good thing if Empress Xianguan won. It would mean she would be more cautious and not delay any longer. This also meant that the Dark Magic Emperor Shao Chun was almost impossible to be rescued. This was what everyone wanted to see. Admittedly, so far, Dark Magic Emperor Shao Chun had not done anything outrageous. Even the things he had done made them feel somewhat inferior. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a saint in the world. But you have to understand that Dark Magic Emperor Shao Chun had lived for nearly 10,000 years. What they saw now was only 2 or 3 decades of Shao Chun's life. So far, Shao Chun had been a good person, but it didn't mean he would always be one. Were the countless sins committed by Dark Magic Emperor Shao Chun over the following thousands of years, and the innocent souls he harmed, all just a misunderstanding? It was impossible to think so. They couldn't overlook the heinous crimes committed by Dark Magic Emperor Shao Chun just because of the good deeds he had done in the past 2 or 3 decades. So even if they momentarily felt sympathy and respect for Dark Magic Emperor Shao Chun's past experiences, they couldn't lose their rationality and judgment. Even if Dark Magic Emperor Shao Chun was now a hopeless case, he still had to die. Only in this way could justice be served for the countless beings persecuted by Dark Magic Emperor Shao Chun. It was a simple truth, but the Empress of Heavenly Fire, as well as the previous Empresses Nangong and Taiyin, didn't understand. They were emotionally inclined towards Dark Magic Emperor Shao Chun, which caused countless practitioners and ordinary people who had once admired the Empresses to feel deeply saddened and distressed. They just hoped that such a thing would not happen again in the future. If another Empress were to be swayed by emotions and side with Dark Magic Emperor Shao Chun, it would be like stabbing them all in the heart. The Dragon Clan Empress silently watched as the Empress of Heavenly Fire was about to be completely suppressed by the Haotian Mirror, showing no emotional fluctuations on her face, as if she were observing something completely unrelated to herself. She exuded an extremely indifferent aura, like an emotionless block of ice. She had no intention of harming the Empress of Heavenly Fire. Her previous intervention to help the Empress of Heavenly Fire besiege Empress Xianguan was indeed to repay the debt of saving her life in the past. But in her view, after helping the Empress of Heavenly Fire push Empress Xian Guang into a corner, this debt had been completely repaid. As for what would happen next, it was a matter between the Empress of Heavenly Fire and Empress Xian Guang. The fact that the Empress of Heavenly Fire had fallen below at this moment only meant that she was not as skilled. If the Empress of Heavenly Fire knew about the Dragon Clan Empress's peculiar logic, she would probably be speechless. Please, I'd rather you not repay this debt. At this moment, the Empress of Heavenly Fire, Huolinger, was struggling hard, watching as she was about to be completely suppressed by the Haotian mirror, when the Empress Taiyin, Wen Yaxin, who had secretly arrived, took advantage of Empress Xian Guang's full concentration on suppressing the Empress of Heavenly Fire. The Empress Xian Guang was ambushed. How dare you! The Empress Xian Guang was furious. Each of them was shameless. They dared to call themselves the 7 Great Empresses, yet they resorted to such underhanded tactics, either besieging or ambushing. Fortunately, she was now empowered by the Haotian mirror, and the gentle Empress Taiyin's ambush did not cause any substantial harm to her. However, this gave the Fire Empress Huolinger the opportunity to escape. While the Empress Xian Guang was momentarily distracted by the ambush from the Empress Taiyin, the Fire Empress Huolinger found a gap to escape the range of the Haotian mirror's power. Seeing this, the Empress Xian Guang was infuriated, gritting her teeth and clenching her fists until they turned white. The Fire Empress's strength was on par with hers, and with the presence of the cunning Empress Taiyin and the unpredictable factor of the Dragon Empress, even with the Haotian mirror's empowerment, she could only stand her ground but not suppress them all. Therefore, they could only stalemate at this moment. After escaping, the Fire Empress Huolinger was still trembling with fear. Fortunately, she was not alone now. The gentle Empress Taiyin appeared by her side. Huolinger thanked her, and the Empress Taiyin nodded without saying anything formal. They now shared a common goal, to rescue Xiaochen. With more people, they naturally had more strength and would not stand idly by. Excluding the unpredictable Dragon Empress and the still recovering Empress Nangon Leng Ruoxua, they were in a 2-against-1 situation. Even with the Haotian mirror's empowerment, the Empress Xian Guang could not handle them alone, but at least she had the upper hand in terms of momentum. The Empress Xian Guang naturally realized this. Although she was invincible with the Haotian mirror's empowerment, she could not tolerate being at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. Not to mention the unpredictable Dragon Empress and the still recovering Empress Nangon Leng Ruoxua, she alone needed help to completely suppress the Fire Empress Huolinger and the gentle Empress Taiyin. Thinking of this, the Empress Xian Guang shouted to the void, "How long are you going to hide? Show yourselves!" She was calling out to the other 2 empresses who had not yet appeared. However, there was no response in the space. Obviously, the other 2 empresses did not respond to her call and appear. The Fire Empress Huolinger and the gentle Empress Taiyin were not worried about the Empress Xian Guang's current actions. They knew that the other 2 empresses who had not yet appeared would not respond to the Empress Xian Guang's call. It was not that the other 2 empresses were on their side, but because those who could become empresses naturally had their own pride. Indeed, the Empress Xian Guang was indeed the top ranked among the 7 great empresses, but that did not mean she had the right to command them arrogantly. Previously, they did not know the truth and endured it in order to suppress Xiao Chen. Now that Xiao Chen had been completely suppressed by the immortal sealing array and reduced to a cripple, they no longer needed to obey the Empress Xian Guang's orders. The other 2 empresses who had not yet appeared might not want Xiao Chen to be rescued, but when they appeared was their own decision, not the Empress Xian Guang's. As the other 2 empresses still did not appear, the Empress Xian Guang's expression became increasingly unpleasant. Then, the Empress Xian Guang shouted again, "I command you in the name of the Lord of the Heavenly Court to appear immediately and help me suppress the rebels." However, even with the title of the Lord of the Heavenly Court, there was still no response. The Fire Empress Huolinger and the gentle Empress Taiyin couldn't help but exchange a glance, then they showed a mocking smile to the Empress Xian Guang. The Empress Xian Guang was on the verge of exploding. She had always looked down on the other 6 empresses, feeling that they were not qualified to sit on an equal footing with her. But in the hearts of the other 6 female emperors, they also looked down on the haughty Xian Guang Empress. In their view, the reason Xian Guang Empress could rank first among the 7 female emperors was solely due to her noble birth. If it weren't for the fact that Xian Guang Empress was the daughter of the former heavenly emperor, with her arrogant nature, what qualifications did she have to inherit the position of the ruler of the heavenly court? What qualifications did she have to give orders to them? Even the onlookers felt it was perfectly normal when Xian Guang Empress commanded the other 2 female emperors who had not yet appeared. After all, in their eyes, although there were rankings, the positions of the 7 female emperors were equal. In the past, the ruler of the heavenly court, also known as the heavenly emperor, was an absolute and authoritative figure, worshipped by the people. But now, with the appearance of the other 6 female emperors, they had taken away the people's faith. The so-called ruler of the heavenly court, Xian Guang Empress, had long lost her former glory. If Xian Guang Empress couldn't recognize this reality and still believe that the heavenly court was absolutely supreme, she might suffer even greater setbacks. Of course, they still stood by Xian Guang Empress. After all, they didn't want the Dark Emperor Xiao Chen to be rescued. However, if Xin Guang Empress couldn't rationally handle the situation and humbly request help from the other two female emperors who had not yet appeared, the situation would be dangerous. But with Xin Guang Empress's personality, it would be harder for her to lower her head and ask for help from the other two female emperors than to reach the sky. Everyone felt a bit anxious. If the Moon Empress and the Fire Empress really rescued the Dark Emperor Shao Chun, where would justice be in this world? In the end, an elder couldn't bear the actions of the Fire Empress and the Moon Empress and stepped forward to rebuke them loudly. Fire Empress, Moon Empress, as empresses of the human race, revered and worshipped by the people, do not persist in your mistakes and continue down the wrong path. The Dark Emperor Shao Chun has brought disaster to the people, committed heinous crimes, and no amount of death can atone for his sins. Years ago, several great scholars from my Heavenly Tao Academy saved and helped the people, considering it their duty to save the world. I don't know how many people they saved, but in the end, they were ruthlessly killed by the Dark Emperor Shao Chun. The sins committed by the Dark Emperor Shao Chun over the past thousands of years are too numerous to mention, known to all, and there is no need for me to describe them one by one. Indeed, the Dark Emperor Shao Chun once showed kindness to you, but as empresses of the human race, how can you let emotions cloud your judgment, disregarding righteousness and justice? How will the people who revere you cope with this? The elder was impassioned and vehemently questioned the Fire Empress and the Moon Empress. The elder's identity was soon recognized. He was a great scholar from the Heavenly Tao Academy. Indeed, it was the scholars who could best explain the truth. In fact, they also thought the same way, but dared not say it. Now that someone had spoken out, the crowd became agitated. They all accused the Fire Empress and the Moon Empress of being emotional. Seeing that the people were on her side, Xin Guang Empress felt much better watching the Fire Empress and the Moon Empress being criticized by the people. Fire Empress Huolinger, upon seeing this, became furious. She wanted to teach the talkative scholar a lesson. However, she was stopped by the elegant Moon Empress Wen Yaxian at her side. You mustn't, Moon Empress Wen Yaxian shook her head. If Fire Empress Huolinger really acted, she would completely stand against the people. She didn't mind, she could just find a place to live in seclusion. But Fire Empress Huolinger was different. She had the Fire God dynasty behind her. If Fire Empress Huolinger became an enemy of the people, it would mean that the Fire God dynasty would be at odds with the people. The people of the Fire God dynasty would probably never have peace again. Fire King Huiyang, seeing that Moon Empress Wen Yaxian had stopped his elder sister, also breathed a sigh of relief. His elder sister's temper was sometimes just too explosive. The Empress of the Heavenly Fire, Huolinger, also reacted at this moment. She could be impulsive herself, but she couldn't involve the entire Heavenly Fire God dynasty. Just as she was getting increasingly annoyed, laughter suddenly came from a distance. Ha! It seems that there are still more people in the world who understand reason. Then the void trembled. Countless huge figures revealed their true appearances. The space seemed as if it was about to collapse. Is this the Dragon Clan coming out in force? Everyone was shocked. Thousands of huge dragons appeared in front of everyone. Each one of them had power fluctuations comparable to a saint-level practitioner. The leading dragons even had power fluctuations comparable to quasi-emperor level experts. It was unimaginable to see so many members of the Dragon Clan appearing at the same time. Although the Dragon Clan was a symbol of strength, their reproductive capacity was extremely poor, and their numbers were extremely limited. Moreover, it was heard that thousands of years ago, a fierce battle between the Dragon Clan and the Demon Clan caused heavy losses to the Dragon Clan. After that, the Dragon Clan had been hiding and recuperating. It was extremely rare to see a member of the Dragon Clan on ordinary days, let alone such a large-scale appearance at this moment. It was unexpected that after thousands of years of hiding and recuperating, the Dragon Clan had actually developed and grown to this extent. At this moment, many people had already guessed the reason for their mass appearance. It must be the appearance of the Dragon Clan Empress that had attracted these dragons. The leading dragons came to the front of the Dragon Clan Empress and submitted to her. Long Guang leads the entire Dragon Clan to pay respects to the Empress, and we are willing to serve the Empress as the leader of the Dragon Clan. It's you! The Dragon Clan Empress narrowed her eyes slightly and recognized Long Guang, a member of the Dragon Clan. Empress, you still remember me? Long Guang felt honored and surprised. When he first saw the Dragon Clan Empress, he was still very young, and they had only met briefly. He didn't expect the Empress to still remember him. Thinking of this, Long Guang was suddenly invigorated and said, back then, the Dark Demon Emperor Shao Chun conspired with the Demon Clan Saintus, not only injuring you but also causing heavy losses to our entire Dragon Clan. We implore the Empress to return and revitalize our Dragon Clan, and to kill the Dark Demon Emperor Shao Chun. We implore the Empress to return and revitalize our Dragon Clan, and to kill the Dark Demon Emperor Shao Chun. Thousands of dragons continued to roar. For a moment, the sound seemed as if it would shatter the sky. The Dragon Clan Empress, who had always had an expressionless face and showed no emotional fluctuations, finally showed a slight change in her eyes after hearing Long Guang's words. It was a memory she never wanted to recall for eternity. She didn't care that Shao Chun had injured her. What she cared about was that he had violated their oath. Shao Chun had promised her that he would never abandon her. But in the end, under the enchantment of that demoness, Shao Chun still abandoned her. She had thought that she had become cold and unfeeling, but at this moment, recalling the scene of Xiao Chen abandoning her and leaving with that demoness, her heart was still as unbearable as if it had been torn apart. It seemed that she had not truly become cold and unfeeling. Looking at Xiao Chen, who was already like a living dead in the original imperial city, the Dragon Clan Empress's eyes gradually became indifferent. Originally, she didn't care whether Xiao Chen lived or died, or who killed him. But now, perhaps only by killing Xiao Chen with her own hands could she truly become cold and unfeeling, no longer enduring this painful torment. The people around were full of astonishment after hearing Long Guang's words. They didn't expect that there was such a grudge between the Dark Demon Emperor Xiao Chen and the Dragon Clan. The instigator of the battle between the Dragon Clan and the Demon Clan thousands of years ago was actually Xiao Chen? This was something that no one had expected. Everyone was very curious about how Xiao Chen had become involved with the Dragon Clan and the Demon Clan. If only they could continue to see Xiao Chen's memories. However, at this moment, the Empress of the Profound Light was controlling the Haotian Mirror and confronting the Empress of the Heavenly Fire and the Empress of the Taiyin. If this deadlock couldn't be broken, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to find out how Xiao Chen had become entangled with the Dragon Clan and the Demon Clan. The Empress Xin Guang glanced at the Dragon Empress, wondering if there was really a grudge between the Dragon Empress and Xiao Chen. Perhaps she could win over the Dragon Empress and make it a 2-on-2 situation. At that moment, the Dragon Empress also looked at the Empress Xin Guang and saw through her thoughts. She spoke directly, "I can help you, but I have one condition. I must personally take Xiao Chen's life." Upon hearing this, Empress Xin Guang hesitated. She had some doubts about the reliability of the Dragon Empress after witnessing her so-called repayment. The Empress of Heavenly Fire, Huolinger, glared at the Dragon Empress with anger in her eyes. She had almost been betrayed by the Dragon Empress before. Now, seeing the Dragon Empress leaning towards Empress Xin Guang, she was filled with uncontrollable rage. Although she didn't know what had happened between the Dragon Empress and Xiao Chen after she and Xiao Chen had saved her, the fact remained that without her and Xiao Chen, there would be no Dragon Empress today. Yet the Dragon Empress wanted to personally kill Xiao Chen. How was that any different from repaying kindness with enmity? Well, she had indeed wanted to tear Xiao Chen to pieces just like the Dragon Empress before, but that was a misunderstanding. Thinking about this, Huolinger couldn't help but wonder if there were hidden truths and misunderstandings between the Dragon Empress and Xiao Chen. Of course, to find out the truth, Empress Xin Guang would have to continue using the Haotian Mirror to play Xiao Chen's memories. With this in mind, Huolinger shouted loudly at the Dragon Empress, "I, too, once believed that Xiao Chen was an unforgivable criminal, but the truth proved that I was wrong. Xiao Chen silently bore all the sins, and we misunderstood him. I advise you not to do something that you will regret for the rest of your life before knowing the truth." Despite this, the Dragon Empress remained indifferent, still waiting for Empress Xin Guang's response. Seeing the Dragon Empress's indifferent attitude, Huolinger's anger was about to erupt. Indeed, the Dragon Empress was a fool with well-developed limbs and a simple mind. The Dragon Empress did not respond, seemingly unconcerned. However, that did not mean that the other dragons around her were not concerned. Long Guang, a quasi-emperor-level dragon, immediately retorted, "Empress of Heavenly Fire, do not try to influence our Dragon Empress here. The Dark Demon Emperor Xiao Chen is unforgivable and must be punished. Everyone should exterminate him." Back then, our Dragon Clan warmly invited Xiao Chen as a guest, but he repaid our kindness with enmity, colluding with the Demon Clan to plot against our Dragon Clan's blood and dragon essence, causing the deaths of countless elders and strong individuals of our Dragon Clan, almost leading to our extinction. As he spoke, Long Guang's eyes turned crimson, and he exuded a violent aura, almost losing control. His father had died in the great battle caused by Xiao Chen's collusion with the Demon Clan. In that battle, almost all the strong members of the Dragon Clan were killed or injured, and they were on the brink of extinction. The remaining few strong members of the Dragon Clan had hidden themselves with the young dragons to recuperate. Now, after thousands of years, they had finally recovered. They had held this grudge for thousands of years. Now, the Empress of Heavenly Fire was casually suggesting that there might be a misunderstanding? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Misunderstanding? Our Dragon Clan was almost wiped out, and you tell me it's a misunderstanding? Fortunately, not only had their Dragon Clan developed and grown stronger, but they also had a Dragon Empress. Therefore, they were not afraid of the Empress of Heavenly Fire and dared to stand up and refute her words. It seemed that justice still existed, and their Dragon Clan would surely rise under the leadership of the Dragon Empress. The first step towards revival was to exterminate the Dark Demon Emperor Xiao Chen and avenge the Dragon Clan's deep-seated grudge over the past thousands of years. The people below were also somewhat shocked to hear this. Although the dragon race is full of treasures, the flesh can strengthen the body, the tendons and bones can enhance the physique, the scales can forge armor, and the dragon's essence and dragon element are the most precious treasures. In short, there is almost nothing useless on the dragon race, but they are the dragon race, a synonym for a powerful and untouchable entity. Even though they are full of treasures, does anyone dare to have any ideas? It's really unexpected that Xiao Chen dared to have designs on the entire dragon race back then. It must be said that this courage is truly beyond the reach of ordinary people. However, the Empress Tianhua, Huolinger, didn't pay any attention to what Long Guang said. Even though Long Guang has the cultivation level close to that of an emperor, he is almost powerless in front of a true emperor-level powerhouse. So in the heart of the Empress Tianhua, Long Guang is equated with a mere lackey. The words of a lackey who cannot influence the overall situation need not be listened to. What really can influence the entire situation is the Empress of the Dragon Race. When Long Guang recounted the so-called sins of Shao Chun against the Dragon Race, the Empress Tianhua, Huolinger, found that the Empress of the Dragon Race basically had no reaction at all. This indicates that Long Guang's words are equally meaningless to the Empress of the Dragon Race, and she simply doesn't care. It seems that the Empress of the Dragon Race has another hidden reason for hating Shao Chen. If the reason for the Empress of the Dragon Race's hatred for Shao Chen is not clarified, then this matter will be difficult to handle. The only way to clarify the reason is to continue urging the Empress Xuanguang to play back Shao Chen's memories using the Haotian mirror. But now they are deadlocked, and there is no way to break the deadlock. And once the Empress Xuanguang accepts the request of the Empress of the Dragon Race, the situation will not be favorable for them. On the other hand, the Empress Xuanguang saw that Long Guang had spoken so much about Shao Chen's sins, but the Empress of the Dragon Race had no reaction at all. It seems that she doesn't hate Shao Chen that much. After thinking about it, the Empress Xuanguang still felt that the Empress of the Dragon Race was unreliable. In case the Empress of the Dragon Race suddenly stopped halfway through the attack and let her fall into the siege of the Empress Tianhua and the Empress Taiyin, then she would really be a fool. Even though she is unable to deal with the Empress Taiyin and the Empress Tianhua now, they are equally unable to deal with her. It's better to be cautious and not take the risk of being deceived. So the situation continued to be deadlocked. The Confucian scholar who had previously come out to recount Shao Chen's sins was still not showing any signs of backing down, which deeply distressed the Empress Tianhua and the Empress Taiyin. Then he continued to persuade them to turn back. Empress Tianhua, Empress Taiyin, don't be stubborn. Shut up, you ignorant fools. Just then, the Empress Nangong, Lang Ruoxue, had also arrived. Although her cultivation had not fully recovered, she still had the strength close to that of an emperor. When the Empress Nangong, Lang Ruoxue, appeared, she immediately scolded the Confucian scholar, "You old coot, if you speak ill of my master again, I'll tear your mouth apart." "You? What about me? Bullying? What about bullying?" Every time the Confucian scholar tried to speak, he was preemptively rebuffed by the Empress Nangong, Lang Ruoxue. This left him red-faced and speechless. The Empress Nangong, Lang Ruoxue, was very satisfied with this. Dealing with this kind of person who spouts high-sounding principles, she had to shut him up. Seeing this, the Empress Taiyin, Wen Yaxin, shook her head helplessly. Although it was a bit overbearing, it was indeed a good way. The Empress Tianhua, Huolinger, looked at her with a strange expression. She had thought that her temper was already violent enough, but compared to the Empress Nangong, Lang Ruoxue, she was still not unreasonable enough. When the Confucian scholar was rebuffed, no one dared to meet her gaze. The Empress Nangong, Lang Ruoxue, then restrained herself a bit. After a moment of contemplation, she said firmly, "I know you all think that my master, Shao Chun, is a thoroughly evil demon, and I used to think the same as you. So far, you have seen that everything is not as we thought. My master, Shao Chun, silently bore all the sins in order for a few of us disciples to live well." Speaking of this, Empress Nangong, cold as snow, already had tears in her eyes. She said, "No matter if you think I am impulsive or irrational, I firmly believe that my master, Shao Chun, absolutely did not commit any evil deeds. There must be another hidden truth behind all these crimes. I am willing to guarantee it with my life. Instead of continuing to be at odds like this, let us continue to watch and see whether my master, Shao Chun, is truly a demon. If my master, Shao Chun, has truly fallen into the demonic path, and those heinous crimes are committed by him, I, Empress Nangong, am willing to die with him to atone." Empress Nangong, cold as snow, was sincere and earnest in her emotions at this moment. Even the Confucian scholar who was previously speechless felt somewhat moved. "Why did you keep arguing with me when you could clearly speak well?" After listening to Empress Nangong, cold as snow's words, although they all felt that it was far-fetched to claim that all the crimes of the Dark Emperor Shao Chen had hidden reasons, they were still moved. After all, the dignified Empress Nangong had already guaranteed it with her life, and it was not an unreasonable request. If those heinous crimes committed by the Dark Emperor Shao Chun were truly exposed later, Empress Nangong would have nothing to say. Instead of continuing to be at odds like this, it would be better to let them continue watching and give the world a clear truth. Empress Nangong, cold as snow, said these words not only for the people present but also for the Empress Xuanguang to hear. She was giving Empress Xuanguang a way out. Of course, this also required the cooperation of Empress Wen Yaxin and Empress Huolinger. They were equally unwilling to show weakness. If Empress Nangong, cold as snow, could guarantee it with her life, then they could do the same. No one wanted to lose to anyone. I, Empress Huolinger, guarantee it with my life. If my master, Shao Chun, has truly committed those heinous crimes, I am willing to die with him to atone. I, Empress Wen Yaxin, also guarantee it with my life. If my master, Shao Chun, has truly committed those heinous crimes, I am willing to die with him to atone. They were also speaking to Empress Xuanguang. After experiencing several setbacks, Empress Xuanguang had lost her previous arrogance. Seeing a way out, she no longer resisted. She coldly said, "In that case, I will let you die with peace of mind." After that, she urged the Haotian mirror to continue showing Xiao Chen's memories. Empress Wenyaxian and Empress Huolinger came to Empress Nangong, cold as snow's side. Empress Wenyaxian continued to help Empress Nangong, cold as snow, restore her cultivation, while Empress Huolinger felt that Empress Nangong, cold as snow, had broken the deadlock and wanted to make amends with her. However, when she approached Empress Nangong, cold as snow, she found that the latter completely ignored her. Feeling snubbed, Empress Huolinger was infuriated. If they were not in the same camp now, she would have to fight her. At the same time, she also realized that although they were currently in the same camp, it did not mean they would always be. After all, there was only one Xiao Chun, and no one would want to share him, at least she wouldn't. It was obvious that Empress Nangong, cold as snow, felt the same way. So, although they seemed to be in the same camp, there was also a competitive relationship between them. But it was too early to think about these things now. It was better to wait until the truth was revealed and Xiao Chen was rescued before considering these matters. The three of them looked at the Haotian mirror together, firmly believing that their master, Xiao Chun, must have been misunderstood. The Dragon Empress, on the other hand, looked at the Haotian mirror with a cold expression, but unconsciously placed her hand on her chest. As soon as she thought about revisiting the scene when Xiao Chen abandoned her and followed the demon woman, her heart felt a slight pang again. In the Haotian mirror, above the ruins of the imperial palace, after the disaster, the survivors finally gathered together. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" The royal family and ministers led the soldiers surrounding them. Some of the royal family immediately realized that the heavenly fire was the problem behind the massive fire disaster. They immediately summoned the surviving soldiers to investigate the truth. Most of the royal family of the Heavenly Fire Kingdom had a fire attribute physique and practiced fire attribute techniques. As long as the distance was relatively far, most of them only suffered minor injuries, including the prince, Huiyang. "Father!" When he saw the body of the Fire Emperor, the young Huiyang hurried over. Although he was young, as a member of the royal family, he was already aware of many things. Looking at the silent Fire Emperor, his eyes were filled with fear and dread. Trembling, he asked Xiao Chen beside him, "Master Xiao Chen, what happened to my father?" Looking at Huiyang's innocent eyes, Xiao Chen's heart suddenly felt empty. Xiao Chen absent-mindedly looked up at the sky. Although he knew what Huiyang wanted to hear, the incident had already occurred, and no amount of lies would change that. Someone had to tell Huiyang the cruel truth. Xiao Chen came to his senses and looked at Huiyang with eyes as cold as stone. "He's dead. Your father, the Fire Emperor, is dead." "No! My father is the most powerful person in the world. He can't be dead." Huiyang's small body suddenly threw itself onto the Fire Emperor's body, continuously pushing it. "Father, wake up, I'm Yanger. Father, wake up, I'm Yanger." Watching this scene, Xiao Chen's heart was also in agony. The Fire Emperor was the only elder who had shown him warmth besides his own parents. He had already regarded the Fire Emperor as his own close relative. His pain at this moment was no less than Huiyang's. However, he had more important matters to attend to. Xiao Chen had already noticed that the surrounding soldiers had surrounded him. The royal family and ministers were carefully watching him. Yes, the most important figures of the Heavenly Fire Kingdom, the Fire Emperor and the Fire Dance King, had died in the eruption of the Heavenly Fire, and he had survived. If he didn't arouse suspicion, that would be strange. "Xiao Chen, please explain what happened. Why did the Heavenly Fire go out of control? How did the Emperor and the Fire Dance King die?" The speaker was an elder of the Heavenly Fire Kingdom's royal family, who was usually addressed as uncle by the Fire Emperor. His tone was accusatory, and his eyes were sharp, staring at Xiao Chen like an eagle. Xiao Chen sighed lightly, looked at the Fire Emperor's body, and then at the tearful Huiyang. Even if he spoke the truth, they might not believe him. These members of the royal family might cause trouble for Huolinger and Huiyang. As long as the reputation of the Fire Emperor was preserved, with the prestige and support of the direct line, no one could shake their positions. With this in mind, Xiao Chen made a decision. The Fire Emperor had given him everything he had now. Today, he would return everything to him, thus fulfilling his debt to the Fire Emperor. "It was my momentary lapse that caused such a great disaster. Because I couldn't break through the bottleneck for a long time, I attempted to break through using the Heavenly Fire, but I didn't expect it to completely lose control, causing the deaths of the Fire Emperor and the Fire Dance King who came to stop it. It's all my fault," Xiao Chen said heavily. As soon as these words were spoken, Huiyang, with tears in his eyes, looked at Xiao Chen in disbelief. "Master, are you lying?" Huiyang's voice trembled. He couldn't believe that his master, who had been like family to him for the past 3 years, had caused the death of his father, the Fire Emperor. Xiao Chen looked at him in silence, his eyes filled with lament. Huiyang's young face suddenly froze. Even if he is unwilling to believe it, the fact has already been placed in front of him. One after another such huge blows, it is no longer bearable for his young mind. He sat motionless in place, as if he had lost his soul. "Guards, immediately capture Xiao Chen for me." The elder of the royal family ordered the soldiers around him. Xiao Chen was seriously injured at this time, and it was the best opportunity to capture him. Xiao Chen did not resist. From the moment he made the decision, he chose this path. Stop! What are you doing? In the distance, Huolinger was rushing over. After the disaster in the Imperial City, she immediately realized that something was wrong with the heavenly fire and rushed back. Just as she arrived, she saw these soldiers about to arrest Xiao Chen. Let him go! Huolinger came to Xiao Chen's side and pushed away the surrounding soldiers. What are you doing? Rebelling? Huolinger sternly reprimanded the surrounding soldiers. Third princess, do you know what you are doing? The elder of the royal family stepped forward and loudly reprimanded Huolinger. Xiao Chen plotted against the heavenly fire, causing the death of the emperor and the fire dance king, and causing countless innocent people in the imperial city to suffer. He deserves to be executed immediately. Boom! It was as if a thunderbolt exploded in Huolinger's mind. What did she just hear? Her father, the emperor, was dead? At this moment, Huolinger finally noticed that not far away, Huoyang was lying motionless in front of a corpse, as if he had lost his soul. Huolinger's body trembled, and she almost stumbled to the ground. Her heart was filled with fear as she struggled to walk unsteadily towards Huoyang. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. It was so close, yet it felt like an insurmountable chasm. As she got closer, her face became paler and paler. Finally, when she saw the face of the corpse in front of Huoyang, her body and spirit collapsed instantly. Father, Emperor. Huolinger sat weakly on the ground, pale and speechless. At this moment, her mind was blank, and she couldn't speak. The elder of the royal family on the side also felt a mix of emotions. Such a big blow, I'm afraid Huolinger and Huoyang, this pair of siblings, would not be able to recover so quickly. He then looked at Xiao Chen on the side, his eyes filled with killing intent and anger. Guards! Immediately execute Xiao Chen on the spot to comfort the spirit of His Majesty in heaven. Someone must bear the responsibility for today's disaster. Since Xiao Chen has already admitted it himself, there's no need for further discussion. Stop! Huolinger slowly stood up, trembling as she looked at Xiao Chen. I don't believe he would do such a thing. Upon hearing this, the elder of the royal family felt a pang of heartache. At this point, as a princess, Huolinger was still being emotional. But before he could speak, Huoyang, who had been motionless, suddenly stood up, tears in his eyes, and pointed at Xiao Chen, painfully pleading, Sister, it's him. He's the one who killed Father Emperor. Upon hearing this, Huolinger's body went weak, and as she looked at Xiao Chen, her pupils seemed to tremble. Is it true? Huolinger's voice trembled, and her heart was filled with fear. She was afraid to hear the answer. Xiao Chen looked up at the boundless sky. He dared not meet Huolinger's gaze, nor see the sorrow in her eyes. Yes. Xiao Chen slowly uttered a word from his mouth. Simple and straightforward, yet it struck directly at the soul. Huolinger's face instantly turned pale. At this moment, her heart seemed to be gripped by someone, making it hard for her to breathe. The elder of the royal family, unable to bear to see Huolinger suffer another blow, decided to execute Xiao Chen immediately to prevent any further changes. Guards, immediately execute Xiao Chen. However, before the words had even fallen, Huolinger spoke again. Wait! Third princess! The elder of the royal family thought that after learning the truth, Huolinger was still being emotional, and he was somewhat disappointed. But fortunately, the reality was not as he had imagined. Huolinger's face was ashen, and tears silently streamed down her cheeks. She slowly drew her sword and walked step by step towards Xiao Chen. It was I who brought him to the imperial city. If anyone is to kill him, it should be me. Xiao Chen looked calmly at Huolinger approaching him, a hint of relief in his smile. In the 3 years in the Tianhua kingdom, he had been very happy and content. Not only had he learned a lot and broadened his horizons, but he had also experienced warmth of family and the sweetness of love. If it weren't for Huolinger bringing him to the Tianhua kingdom, he might have lived out his days in isolation in the mountains. It was enough. He was already satisfied. The only regret was that there was something he had never said, and perhaps he would never have the chance to say it. Xiao Chen looked up at the boundless sky, his lips moving silently as he uttered a few words. Outside the Haotian mirror, Empress Huolinger of Tianhua couldn't believe it as she covered her mouth, tears filling her eyes as she looked at Xiao Chen inside the Haotian mirror. She finally understood the silent words spoken by Xiao Chen. She had thought that Xiao Chen had been increasingly indifferent and harsh towards her during his 3 years in the palace. But now, after thousands of years, she finally understood Xiao Chen's intentions. Xiao Chen had not been indifferent to her, he had already loved her deeply. Why? Why do I only understand all this now? Empress Huolinger of Tianhua completely broke down in tears at this moment. Her tears flowed like a spring. She didn't care about losing control, she just wanted to run to the original imperial city where Xiao Chen was now a living dead man. Why? Why didn't you tell me earlier? At this moment, she was no longer the arrogant and fiery Empress of Tianhua, but just a pitiful woman filled with pain and regret. Empress Wenyaxian of Taiyin stopped her. Looking at the pained and regretful Empress Huolinger, she also felt a deep sense of anguish. How could she not understand the silent words of Xiao Chen? Xiao Chen had once loved her as well, but she had ultimately become Xiao Chen's past, a painful memory. At this moment, she didn't feel jealous or resentful towards Xiao Chen. As long as Xiao Chen could be happy, What did it matter if she wasn't the one by his side? As for Empress Leng Ruoxue of Nangong, she was almost exploding with anger at this point. She had never received her master's love, always being treated as a disciple from beginning to end. The reaction of Empress Linger of Tianhua at this moment was undoubtedly a provocation to her. Empress Leng Ruoxue of Nangong immediately sneered and taunted. And why? Isn't it because you're too stupid? Empress Linger of Tianhua, who had been immersed in emotional release, slowly wiped away the tears from her face upon hearing the sarcastic remarks of Empress Leng Ruoxue of Nangong. The past had already happened and could not be changed. Now, the focus should be on the future. When Empress Leng Ruoxue of Nangong said these words, it was nothing more than sour grapes. If she fell for it, then she would truly be foolish. Empress Linger of Tianhua smiled at Empress Leng Ruoxue of Nangong. I'm sorry for losing my composure. I didn't expect my master to love me so deeply. When she said the word love, Empress Linger of Tianhua deliberately emphasized it. Nonsense! You shameless and self-deluded person. Although Empress Leng Ruoxue of Nangong understood in her heart, she didn't admit it at all. Am I self-deluded? I think it's you. You despicable person. Want to fight? I'm afraid you can't handle it. Bring it on. The two of them went back and forth, arguing non-stop. Empress Wenyaxian of Taiyin could only helplessly mediate between them. The crowd below was shocked to see this scene. It turns out that even the high and mighty Empress, when she gets into a fight, is no different from a shrew. Although it's a bit disillusioning, do you want to say you envy them? That's really enviable. If two empresses were to fight over them, it would really be worth dying for. The Empress Xin Guang, high above the void, looked at the two of them with disdain. It was really shameful to be on par with these lowly women who would fight over a man. Only the Dragon Empress had no reaction at this time. She coldly watched Xiao Chen in the Haotian mirror from beginning to end. She knew that the time she would spend with Xiao Chen was coming. Thinking back to that time, her heart couldn't help but ache. In the Haotian mirror, Linger raised her long sword towards Xiao Chen, her hands trembling, filled with pain. Why Xiao Chen? Why? Go ahead, Xiao Chen said calmly. Linger slowly closed her eyes, tears falling from the corners of her eyes. Boom! Suddenly, the earth rumbled, as if some huge creature was rushing towards them. That's a dragon! Someone in the crowd exclaimed, full of shock in their tone. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a giant dragon in the distance, covered in silver-white scales, rushing towards them at high speed. It seemed that the dragon was still not used to its own body, as its body would tilt and knock down the surrounding buildings with each charge. But its speed was getting faster, and its body was becoming more stable, until it finally soared into the air. The crowd panicked and fled. They had already suffered severe injuries from the previous outbreak of heavenly fire, and now suddenly seeing this powerful creature, they instinctively chose to avoid its edge. After all, just being slightly bumped by its huge body would probably result in serious injury. At this time, Xiao Chen had already recognized the true identity of this giant dragon. If he was not mistaken, this silver-white dragon was the Dragon Clan girl. But now, it seemed like she had lost control, and she was coming in his direction. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but look at Linger in front of him. This was something that Linger could not resist. At this moment, Linger also recognized that the silver-white dragon was the Dragon Clan girl. Before she could react, she suddenly felt a force pushing her away. In that instant, the silver-white dragon had already rushed to her side. In front of her, it swallowed Xiao Chen in one gulp, then flew off into the distance. No! Linger wanted to chase after him with her sword, but she was stopped by the royal elder. The dragon emitted an extremely powerful force, indicating a very high bloodline level. Regardless of whether they could catch up, even if they did, they would probably be in danger. After the disaster, with much work to be done, they could not afford any more losses. For the greater good, they could only let it go. The dragon carried Xiao Chen in its mouth, flying who knows how far. Finally, it was exhausted and could no longer maintain its dragon form. After spitting out Xiao Chen, it transformed back into the Dragon Clan girl and fell into a deep sleep. Xiao Chen carefully held her in his arms, full of doubt. In theory, the strength of this Dragon Clan girl should not be enough to transform into a dragon. Could it be that the previous outbreak of heavenly fire had stimulated the dragon blood in her body, causing her body to transform to protect herself? If that was the case, the situation would be bad, because this Dragon Clan girl was a hybrid of the Dragon Clan and the Human Clan. If she was forced to transform into a dragon before her strength had reached its peak, her consciousness would likely become confused, turning into a creature without self-awareness, relying solely on animal instincts. Originally, this Dragon Clan girl was very dependent on him, and no one else could get close to her except him. After transforming into a dragon and losing control, she was still able to save him, which indicates that she still recognizes him on a subconscious level. If anyone can save this dragon girl and bring back her original consciousness, it's probably only him. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen decided to temporarily take the dragon girl to a remote place where there were few people, to prevent her from losing control again and harming innocent people. Several tens of days later, in a secluded valley, the dragon girl finally woke up. Transforming into a dragon form had consumed a huge amount of energy, so she had been in a deep sleep for a long time. but now she was confused, with bloodshot eyes, like a wild beast. Fortunately, Xiao Chen was prepared and had already tied her up in advance. Ah! Ah ah! Ah! The dragon girl stared at Xiao Chen with her bloodthirsty eyes and kept shouting. Do you still recognize me? Xiao Chen asked softly. Ah ah ah! Ah! Even though she didn't recognize him anymore, Xiao Chen was prepared for this, knowing that it wouldn't be easy. He was ready for a prolonged struggle. Let's eat something first, Xiao Chen said as he brought the prepared game and wild vegetables to the dragon girl. However, she struggled and knocked everything over. She had a wild look in her eyes. She wanted to eat meat, fresh and bloody. Xiao Chen knew this, but he couldn't give her these things, as it would only fuel her wild and beastly nature. It wouldn't help bring back her original consciousness and would only make things worse. However, if she couldn't see any blood at all, it would be impossible to calm her down. In the early stages, it was necessary to tempt her a little. With this in mind, Xiao Chen slowly took out a dagger. He slowly cut his palm with the dagger. When the dragon girl saw the fresh blood, a desire appeared in her bloodshot eyes. Do you want it? Xiao Chen looked at her with a serious expression. If it weren't necessary, he wouldn't resort to this. Ah ah ah. The dragon girl struggled desperately, wanting to pounce on the blood in Xiao Chen's hand. Seeing this, Xiao Chen sternly reprimanded her. If you want it, sit still. Ah, ah. Seemingly very unhappy with Xiao Chen's stern tone, the dragon girl behaved very aggressively. Xiao Chen didn't indulge her and simply walked away. Ah, ah, ah. The dragon girl shouted at Xiao Chen's back, her eyes filled with anger. Xiao Chen acted as if he hadn't heard anything. To help this dragon girl regain her original consciousness, the first thing to do was to find a way to tame her wild nature. When she shouted herself hoarse, lost her strength, and her voice gradually weakened, Xiao Chen returned with a bowl of food and a bowl of water. The dragon girl, who had no strength left to struggle, started shouting again when she saw Xiao Chen come in. However, this time, she lacked the previous vigor, and her voice had become hoarse. Xiao Chen looked at her dry and pale lips and picked up the bowl of water, but the dragon girl showed no gratitude. Not only did she knock over the bowl of water, but she also tried to bite Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chen directly held her jaw. Frowning at her bloodthirsty, red eyes, it seemed she still had a way to go. When she was really weak and had no strength left, she should be much more obedient. Then, Xiao Chen turned and left the room again. Ah! The dragon girl shouted at Xiao Chen's back again. But this time, in addition to anger, there was a hint of despair in her bloodshot eyes. This time, Xiao Chen waited a long time before returning. By this time, the dragon girl had almost no strength left. Even when she saw Xiao Chen, she could only open her mouth weakly. Xiao Chen brought a bowl of water and placed it in front of her. This time, the dragon girl finally didn't knock over the bowl of water, but stuck out his tongue and licked it, feeling the moisture on the tip of his tongue, and then suddenly plunged his whole face into the water, drinking desperately. Xiao Chen looked at this scene with some satisfaction. Although it was still far from awakening the consciousness of the dragon girl, at least the first step had been successfully taken. Outside the Haotian mirror. She looks like a dog. Nangong Empress cold as snow sarcastically commented. Tianhua Empress Huolinger, rare without retorting, echoed, a disobedient dog. This kind of disobedient dog needs to be taught a lesson. They seem to be speaking to themselves, but in fact, they were deliberately mocking the Dragon Empress. After all, it was the Dragon Empress who had opposed them. Since it was inconvenient to take action now, they could only use their mouths. Taiyin Empress Wen Yaxian shook her head helplessly at the sight. These two really had similar temperaments. For the sarcasm of the Nangong Empress and the Tianhua Empress, the Dragon Empress showed no reaction on the surface, but unconsciously clenched her fists. As for Long Guang, the quasi-emperor of the Dragon clan behind her, how could he bear to see his empress being insulted like this? Just as he was about to retort, he met the murderous gazes of Huolinger and Nangong Empress cold as snow. One was like the scorching sun, the other like ice, and he instantly felt both hot and cold. Sometimes he shivered all over, and sometimes he felt as if he were being burned. Is this the saying, a world of ice and fire? He could only swallow his retort. He couldn't afford to provoke them. The war between the empresses was not something they outsiders could participate in. The dignified Dragon Empress is being kept like a pig or a dog. This is really too perverted. Someone exclaimed in shock. Friend, that's not the case. Although Xiao Chen's methods are embarrassing, he ultimately wants to help the Dragon Empress regain her consciousness. This is a last resort. It's really helpless. Although the Dark Emperor Xiao Chen is deeply sinful, it's unreasonable to pin all sorts of crimes on him. Makes sense, makes sense. The surrounding onlookers echoed one after another. But still, it's hard to accept. She's an empress after all, the person said indignantly. Friend, stop talking nonsense. Don't think I don't know what perverted thoughts you have. I bet you want to switch places with Xiao Chen, don't you? This statement caused a commotion in the entire crowd. After some thought, it seemed to be true. This person was just being sour. Not to mention the onlookers around, even the members of the Dragon clan looked over at this moment. Who dares to insult our Dragon Empress? Long Guang roared in anger. He couldn't do anything about the Nangong Empress and the Tianhua Empress, but couldn't he handle these small fries? It's not me, It's not me, don't wrong me. The person was shocked and desperately explained. This is all slander, I am a righteous man. Although he said so, he dared not speak again after hiding in the crowd, for fear of attracting the attention of the Dragon Clan. Inside the Hautian mirror, after drinking the water, the dragon girl regained some strength and became tough again. She shouted fiercely at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen didn't mind, as he had anticipated this long ago. After all, she was a dragon, and completely taming her wild nature was not something that could be done overnight. Xiao Chen completely ignored her shouting and left directly. In the days that followed, Xiao Chen repeated this routine. Whenever the dragon girl misbehaved, he would starve and thirst her. When she was almost at her limit, he would feed her some food and water. Through this repeated control, the wildness of the dragon girl was finally tamed by him to some extent. Finally, she didn't shout and scream at the sight of him. On this day, Xiao Chen once again brought food and water to the dragon girl. The dragon girl did not knock over these things this time, nor did she shout and scream. She just turned her head away and didn't look at him. Looking at her proud appearance, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. It seems that the second phase should start soon. Xiao Chen took out the dagger again and cut his palm. The dragon girl, who had previously ignored Xiao Chen, once again revealed desire and ferocity in her crimson eyes when she saw the fresh blood oozing from Xiao Chen's hand. Her body seemed out of control, desperately trying to reach Xiao Chen's palm. Watching this scene, Xiao Chen sighed slightly. As long as the dragon girl could not suppress her desire for fresh blood and flesh, she would never be able to control her animal nature and regain her original consciousness. In order to teach the dragon girl to control her desire for blood and flesh, Xiao Chen deliberately waved his hand in front of her and said, "If you want it, behave and eat this food first." The dragon girl's body hesitated for a moment, clearly understanding Xiao Chen's words. However, she could not control her instinctive desire. Her crimson eyes were full of primitive ferocity, greedily staring at Xiao Chen's bleeding hand. Leaning forward, she desperately stretched out her tongue, wanting to lick the fresh blood on Xiao Chen's palm. "If you don't behave, forget about it." Xiao Chen coldly withdrew his hand. Seeing this, the dragon girl angrily knocked over the food and water in front of her. "Ah! Ah!" The dragon girl glared at Xiao Chen with her crimson eyes, shouting in frustration. Xiao Chen was not angry. He knew that it was not easy to suppress the dragon girl's desire for blood and flesh. This matter could not be rushed. After quietly cleaning up the spilled food, Xiao Chen ignored the dragon girl and left directly. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" The dragon girl glared at his back, shouting in frustration. For some time after that, Xiao Chen repeated the same thing. He used his own blood to tempt the dragon girl, teaching her to control her instinctive animal nature. It was unknown how much time had passed, seasons changed. Finally, the dragon girl began to try to suppress her desire for Xiao Chen's blood. She forced herself not to look at Xiao Chen's bleeding hand and instead ate the food he had brought. Watching this scene, Xiao Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there was some progress. The dragon girl's eating habits were unsightly. Obviously, for her, it was extremely difficult to control herself from looking at Xiao Chen's bleeding hand, so she could only swallow the food in big gulps, wanting to finish the food Xiao Chen had brought as soon as possible. In this way, she would have completed Xiao Chen's command. After finishing the food Xiao Chen had brought, the dragon girl excitedly and eagerly stared at Xiao Chen's bleeding hand, unconsciously licking her lips. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly. Was this what she wanted? Although giving the dragon girl fresh blood and flesh might encourage her animal nature, if he went back on his word, it would also anger the dragon girl. In this way, all previous efforts would be in vain. So, he had to give it, but he had to control the amount. By controlling the amount, not only would it not encourage the dragon girl's animal nature, but it would also make her more obedient after tasting the sweetness. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen slowly extended his bleeding hand to the dragon girl. "You did well, this is what I promised you, but you can only lick it, not bite. Do you understand?" Xiao Chen looked at her solemnly. The dragon girl stared at Xiao Chen's bleeding hand, regardless of what Xiao Chen was saying, just nodding vigorously. Obviously, no matter what Xiao Chen said now, she would definitely nod. Seeing this, Xiao Chen already had an idea. For someone who was almost dying of thirst in the desert, giving them a bowl of water and telling them they could only take a sip was clearly asking the impossible, almost impossible to do. Similarly, this dragon girl probably wishes she could swallow him whole right now. How could she still control herself? But even so, Xiao Chen still reached out his hand in front of the dragon girl. This stage is necessary to go through. The dragon girl first licked the blood on Xiao Chen's palm with her tongue, her eyes full of enjoyment. Then, a bloodthirsty beastly nature appeared in her crimson eyes. Suddenly, she bit down hard. Smack! Xiao Chen mercilessly slapped the dragon girl's head. "You're only allowed to lick, not to bite," Xiao Chen scolded. The dragon girl opened her mouth in pain, and Xiao Chen immediately withdrew his hand. "If you dare not to listen next time, I won't even let you lick." With that, Xiao Chen turned and coldly left the room. Wu, the dragon girl, looked pitifully at Xiao Chen's departing figure, moaning in pain. But no matter how she moaned, Xiao Chen didn't even look back. Xiao Chen's actions were meant to make the dragon girl remember that disobedience leads to nothing. In the blink of an eye, who knows how many years have passed, the dragon girl no longer needs to be confined in the room. "Smile, look at what master brought back for you today." Xiao Chen returned to the house in the valley with 2 wild rabbits. Long Xiao Xiao is the name he gave to the dragon girl. He hopes that she will often show a smile in the future, carefree and happy. Little rabbit, rabbit. Long Xiao Xiao hurriedly approached and threw herself into Xiao Chen's arms. "Do you want it?" Xiao Chen raised the 2 wild rabbits and shook them in front of Long Xiao Xiao. "No, don't." Long Xiao Xiao's eyes showed a struggle, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and turned her head away from the 2 rabbits. Xiao Chen was full of relief. Despite Xiao Chen's continuous help, Long Xiao Xiao gradually regained her consciousness. But her instinctive beastly nature has always been present and has not completely disappeared. But now, it seems that Long Xiao Xiao has been able to completely suppress the beastly nature within her. This is definitely something to be happy about. Long Xiao Xiao rubbed her head against Xiao Chen's chest. "Master is bad, deliberately tempting me." Xiao Chen had only recently taught Long Xiao Xiao to speak, so she was still not very fluent. "Alright, it's all Master's fault. Master won't tempt you again in the future." Xiao Chen gently patted Long Xiao Xiao's head, with a fatherly smile on his face. Over the years, in order to awaken Long Xiao Xiao's consciousness, he had been taking care of her with great effort. Watching Long Xiao Xiao gradually recover, he truly felt like a father. After all, Long Xiao Xiao was the child he had raised with his own hands. Outside the Haotian mirror, seeing the fatherly smile on Master Xiao Chen's face, Empress Nangong let out a sigh of relief. A smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. It seems that this dragon empress is not to be feared and is not her competitor. The expression on the face of Empress Hualinger was similar. She disdainfully glanced at the dragon empress in the distance, whose expression was gloomy. Although the dragon empress was still hostile to them, at least it was not in that aspect of hostility. Suddenly, Empress Taiyuan Yashin looked at the reactions of the 2 with a wry smile. "Come on, is it time to consider these things now?" Looking at the fatherly smile on Xiao Chen's face in the Haotian mirror, the dragon empress Long Xiao Xiao couldn't force a smile. Her fingers turned white as she pinched them, and her arms trembled slightly. Xiao Chen's loving smile deeply pierced her. There were some things she had deceived herself about for a lifetime, but at this moment, they were ruthlessly torn apart. Inside the Haotian mirror, Xiao Chen spent his days with Long Xiao Xiao, and who knows how many years had passed. The days were peaceful and warm. The dragon race has always had an extremely long lifespan, and even after several decades, Long Xiao Xiao is still the same innocent and naive girl. However, even after decades have passed, Long Xiao Xiao is still very timid and afraid of meeting strangers. Xiao Chen does not force her in this regard. Therefore, when going out to buy some daily necessities, Xiao Chen always leaves Long Xiao Xiao alone in the valley. At first, Long Xiao Xiao would indeed hold on to his clothes, not letting him leave, her eyes filled with fear and worry, constantly asking if he would abandon her. For Long Xiao Xiao, who liked a sense of security, Xiao Chen would patiently comfort her and then agree on a fixed time to come back, and he never broke his promise, always returning at the agreed time, because he knew that only in this way could he establish a sense of security in Long Xiao Xiao's heart. The next time he had to go out, Long Xiao Xiao would not be so afraid and worried. However, on this day when Xiao Chen went out to buy some daily necessities, he was delayed due to some incident on the way, so he came back half a day later than usual. And because he came back half a day late, Long Xiao Xiao appeared extremely anxious and restless, her eyes filled with fear and dread. When Xiao Chen's figure finally appeared, she eagerly threw herself into his arms. "Master, I knew you would never abandon Xiao Xiao." Long Xiao Xiao's face was already full of tears. Xiao Chen felt a little guilty as he patted her head and comforted her. "Xiao Xiao, rest assured, Master will never leave you." After wiping away the tears from Long Xiao Xiao's face, Xiao Chen took out a string of candied haws from his bag. Candied haws. Long Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up, and she couldn't wait to take a bite. "Master, it's sweet." Long Xiao Xiao looked at Xiao Chen with a happy smile on her face, full of satisfaction. Xiao Chen's face showed a hint of indulgent smile. She really is like a child, so easily appeased. However, just as the 2 of them were enjoying this warm moment, an unexpected guest interrupted everything. "Who?" Xiao Chen protected Long Xiao Xiao behind him, vigilantly looking towards a certain direction in the valley. Long Xiao Xiao, not understanding, tightly held onto Xiao Chen's sleeve, hiding behind him. With a pair of deer-like eyes, she carefully looked in the direction Xiao Chen was watching. Suddenly, there was a disturbance in the space in that direction of the valley, revealing the figure of a middle-aged man. The man was burly with a stern face. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at him thoughtfully, and said in a deep voice, "It's you." He recognized this middle-aged man. The reason he came back half a day late today was because he encountered this suspicious person. In order not to attract attention, he restrained his aura while buying items in the city. This was the subtlety of the heavenly Tao scripture. As long as he restrained all his aura, even to a practitioner with higher strength, he appeared no different from an ordinary person. However, for some reason, this middle-aged man paid extra attention to him after seeing him. He could sense that the other party was a highly skilled practitioner, probably not inferior to him in strength. In the decades of living with Long Xiao Xiao, his cultivation had reached the peak of the transcendent realm, just one step away from the saint realm. This already made him a top-notch expert in the cultivation world. He did not expect to encounter another practitioner not weaker than him in a human city. This probability was indeed very low. He did not know the other party's intentions, so he had to be cautious. In order to shake off the other party, he deliberately took several detours, which delayed him for half a day. He thought he had already lost the other party, but he didn't expect the other party to find his way here. "Brother, may I ask what your intention is in following me?" Xiao Chen looked calmly at the unexpected guest. Although he did not like this unexpected guest, he did not show any hostility until he understood the other party's intentions. However, the middle-aged man seemed to have not heard Xiao Chen's question. After appearing, he has been staring at the dragon behind Xiao Chen, with excitement and heat in his eyes. Sure enough, the breath I sensed before was not wrong. Xiao Chen's face instantly turned cold. The other party not only completely ignored his existence, but also seemed to have intentions towards the dragon behind him. It seemed that the reason the other party noticed him earlier was obviously because he had the breath of the dragon on him. The other party was not here for him, but for the dragon behind him. In the face of the middle-aged man's undisguised gaze, the dragon smiled and appeared very resistant and fearful. Holding onto Xiao Chen's clothes tightly, she shrunk behind him, avoiding the middle-aged man's gaze. "Don't be afraid, Master is here." Xiao Chen first comforted the dragon smile, and then looked at the middle-aged man again. This time, Xiao Chen did not restrain his breath, and openly displayed his strength in front of the other party. Obviously, if you want to gain respect, you must first show enough strength. Sure enough, when Xiao Chen showed enough strength, the middle-aged man was somewhat shocked and turned his gaze to Xiao Chen. He had not sensed any spiritual power fluctuations on the other party before. Undoubtedly, the other party's cultivation technique must be extremely mysterious, far from ordinary. Therefore, even he had to re-examine the other party. A warm smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. "I was disrespectful before, please forgive me, friend. I am Long Xiao, may I ask for your name?" The middle-aged man bowed to Xiao Chen, showing great courtesy. "Xiao Chen." Xiao Chen responded simply with a raised hand. At this moment, the other party seemed polite, but in fact, it was also because of the strength he had shown. If he was really just an ordinary mortal, or a practitioner with low strength, the other party would obviously still completely ignore him as before. This may be taken for granted in the cruel world of cultivation. But in his opinion, the world should not be like this. Perhaps influenced by the Taoist scriptures, in his heart, all things in the world are equal, and there should be no distinction of high or low. However, if his thoughts were known to outsiders, they would probably think he was too naive and childish. Xiao Chen carefully observed Long Xiao. The surname Long is generally only used by the Dragon Clan, so it is unknown whether it is a coincidence or if he is also a member of the Dragon Clan. After all, Long Xiao's attention has been on the Dragon Smile since appearing. Obviously, he sensed the unique breath of the Dragon Clan on the Dragon Smile, and his expression earlier seemed so excited. Could it be that Long Xiao is a relative of the Dragon Smile? "Brother Long Xiao, may I ask why you are so concerned about my disciple?" Xiao Chen looked at Long Xiao with a serious expression. "Master and disciple?" Long Xiao carefully observed the interaction between Xiao Chen and the Dragon Smile. Indeed, the Dragon Smile seemed very dependent on Xiao Chen, almost always by Xiao Chen's side. In response, Long Xiao said to Xiao Chen very seriously, "Brother Xiao Chen, to be honest, your disciple is my younger brother's biological daughter." As he spoke, Long Xiao sighed lightly. "Speaking of which, I am this child's uncle." Long Xiao said with emotion, "My younger brother and sister-in-law were slaughtered by the Demon Clan. Their child has been wandering outside all these years, and I have been searching for my niece. The heavens have finally not let me down and I have finally found her. Brother Xiao Chen, you are truly the benefactor of my Dragon Clan. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid my niece would have been in great danger long ago." Long Xiao looked at Xiao Chen sincerely. Hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. If what Long Xiao said was true, it would naturally be a good thing. But it was impossible for him to unconditionally believe that anyone who claimed to be the Dragon Smile's relative. Long Xiao seemed to see Xiao Chen's caution, and smiled helplessly. "Brother Xiao Chen, if you don't believe me, why not let me establish a bloodline connection with my niece? My dragon lineage is very special. If we are close relatives, as long as any part of our bodies touches, we can feel the connection of our bloodlines." Xiao Chen had read about this in the ancient texts. It was indeed a simple and clear solution. "All right, I will follow your words," Xiao Chen replied. Immediately, Long Zhao's figure flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Chen and Long Xiao. Long Zhao's eyes revealed excitement as he asked Xiao Chen, "Brother Xiao Chen, have you thought of a name for my niece?" "Long Xiao," Xiao Chen replied straightforwardly. "Xiao, Long Xiao," Long Xiao repeated with a smile. "A good name. It seems Brother Xiao Chen truly dotes on my niece. You are too kind, Long Xiao. Xiao is my disciple, and it is only natural for me to cherish her," Xiao Chen replied calmly. He felt that Long Zhao's enthusiasm was a bit excessive. After all, the dragon race was known for their pride and coldness, although there could be exceptions. Xiao Chen didn't dwell on this issue too much. After all, if Long Xiao was truly related to Long Xiao, there was nothing wrong with his display of warmth. But back to the point, Long Xiao, I need you to extend a finger, Xiao Chen gestured. "All right." Long Xiao didn't hesitate and directly reached out a finger to Long Xiao. She seemed very resistant to the impending bloodline connection. Xiao Chen had anticipated this. Since he had known Long Xiaoxiao, she had been very wary of anyone other than him. So, Xiao Chen had to hold Long Xiaoxiao in his arms and softly comfort her. "Don't be afraid, your master will be by your side." With Xiao Chen's reassurance, Long Xiaoxiao reluctantly extended her finger. However, throughout the process, she kept her head buried in Xiao Chen's embrace. Unable to do anything else, Xiao Chen personally held Long Xiaoxiao's hand and lightly touched it to Long Zhao's finger. Buzz, at the moment their fingers touched, Xiao Chen clearly felt Long Xiaoxiao's body tremble lightly in his arms. There was no doubt that this was the bloodline connection. Long Xiao, excited, looked at Long Xiaoxiao in Xiao Chen's arms and exclaimed, "I knew it. I knew my intuition was right. Xiaoxiao is indeed my niece." After his excitement subsided, Long Xiao looked at Xiao Chen with a serious expression. "Brother Xiao Chen, I have an earnest request." Hearing this, Xiao Chen already knew what Long Xiao wanted to say. "You want to take Xiaoxiao back with you?" "Yes, Xiaoxiao is of my dragon lineage. Only by returning to the dragon race can she truly grow. Brother Xiao Chen, since you are Xiaoxiao's master, you must also hope for her to truly grow and become strong," Long Xiao said with conviction. After hearing Long Zhao's words, Long Xiaoxiao and Xiao Chen's arms suddenly trembled and clung tightly to him. Having spent decades with Long Xiaoxiao, Xiao Chen knew she was afraid that her master would abandon her. Xiao Chen gently stroked her back and softly reassured her, "Don't worry, your master will not leave you." After doing all this, Xiao Chen looked at Long Xiao and said calmly, "I do not wish for Xiaoxiao to become powerful in the future. I only hope that she can live happily and carefree every day. If Xiaoxiao is unwilling, I will not force her to go anywhere or do anything." Xiao Chen's gaze was resolute. "No one can." This was not only meant for Long Xiaoxiao in his arms but also a warning to Long Xiao, whose expression had gradually turned grim. Xiao Chen had anticipated this. After all, the dragon race is known for being proud and domineering. It is very normal for them to turn hostile if things don't go their way. But so what? As long as Long Xiaoxiao is unwilling, as long as he is still alive, no one can force him to do something he doesn't want to do. Outside the Haotian mirror, no one can. When Long Xiaoxiao saw Xiao Chen's determined face and heard his unquestionable tone, her body trembled suddenly, unable to maintain her composure. Although she had experienced this scene personally, at that time her mind was not fully mature, and she could not comprehend the weight of Xiao Chen's words. Seeing this scene again from the perspective of a bystander, her heart was like a stormy sea, unable to calm down for a long time. "Master, is he really thinking like this?" Long Xiaoxiao's lips trembled as she muttered to herself, her eyes filled with pain. At this moment, her heart really hurts. Why? Master was so resolute at that moment. Why did he still cruelly abandon me? Long Xiaoxiao's expression became extremely painful. Seeing this scene, it was as if she had been abandoned again. The pain hidden deep in her heart was brought out mercilessly. She had to experience the past pain all over again. Heart-wrenching, gut-wrenching, unbearable pain. "Oomph, serves you right." Nandong Empress cold as snow couldn't help but snort when she saw Long Xiaoxiao's emotional reaction. "Now you remember how good your master is. Where did your cold-blooded and ruthless attitude go?" Nandong Empress cold as snow seemed to be mocking Long Xiaoxiao, but her tone was somewhat sour. Watching the scene in the Haotian mirror, Long Xiaoxiao kept clinging to Master Xiao Chen, pretending to be pitiful. Master Xiao Chen patiently comforted her. She was so envious and jealous. She regretted that her character was too reserved in the past. She had always been respectful and never knew how to act pitiful. Now she could only envy others. She hated it. It seemed that only disciples who knew how to act pitiful and clingy would be doted on by their masters. You know what? Even Tianhua Empress Will Linger felt the same way at this moment. She regretted that her character was too strong-willed in the past. She had always been arguing with Xiao Chen. She had never experienced the feeling of being comforted in Xiao Chen's arms. She regretted it. As for Taiyin Empress Wen Yaxin, she suddenly blushed for some reason. Above the void, Xuanwang Empress looked at the three people with different expressions and fell silent. There were some things she didn't want to say anymore. Those who understood, understood. Then she looked at Long Xiaoxiao. She was somewhat glad that she hadn't chosen to ally with Long Xiaoxiao earlier. Xiao Chen had just said a few words, and this Dragon Empress couldn't hold it together. Obviously, her will was not as firm as she had shown. It's possible that she might change sides at any moment. Those in the Dragon Clan who shared the same concerns also felt the same way. Long Guang saw that Long Xiaoxiao's emotions were getting out of control and anxiously advised, "Your Majesty, don't be deceived by Xiao Chen's sweet words. No matter how well Xiao Chen speaks, in the end, didn't he still hurt you and leave with the saintess of the Yao clan?" Hearing this, Long Xiaoxiao came to her senses. She tightly held her chest, her eyes showing determination. Yes, what use were all the promises made in the past? In the end, Xiao Chen still broke his promise and heartlessly abandoned her. The more resolute Xiao Chen appeared, the deeper the pain she felt. She used to rely on Xiao Chen so much. In her world, only Xiao Chen existed. When Xiao Chen abandoned her, her world seemed to completely collapse. For thousands of years after, she constantly tried to escape the shadow of being abandoned by Xiao Chen. But she couldn't do it, really couldn't do it. As long as Xiao Chen was alive, she could never escape the shadow of being abandoned by him. Perhaps only by killing Xiao Chen with her own hands could she truly move on. Thinking of this, the Empress of the Dragon Clan, Long Xiaoxiao, firmly held on to her belief and looked expressionlessly at the Haotian mirror. After that, no matter what she saw or heard, her inner self would never waver again. Inside the Haotian mirror, as Xiao Chen mercilessly rejected Long Zhao's proposal, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Xiao Chen protected Long Xiaoxiao behind him, facing Long Xiao, the powerful member of the Dragon Clan, with a calm expression. Although the Dragon Clan was known for its strength, and he had never fought anyone since he started practicing, there was no fear or timidity in his heart. For him, practicing was not about being competitive, but about protecting the ones he cared about. That was the meaning of his practice. However, unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to fight Long Xiao. After all, Long Xiao was Long Xiaoxiao's uncle. But just as the atmosphere reached its peak, seeing Xiao Chen's unwavering expression, Long Xiao, who had been emitting a menacing aura, suddenly changed his expression and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Xiao Chen, with you as my niece's dedicated protector, she is truly blessed. Xiao Chen, by saving my niece, you have become a benefactor of our Dragon Clan. I wonder if I have the honor of inviting you to visit our Dragon Clan. Hearing this, Xiao Chen pondered for a moment. Long Zhao's gesture was already a step back. If he didn't agree, they might really end up in a conflict. Looking at Long Xiaoxiao, who was tightly holding onto his clothes, Xiao Chen actually wanted to help her make a change. Long Xiaoxiao was extremely dependent on him and very resistant to others. In her world, he was almost the only one she had. If he were to leave one day, what would she do? He didn't mean to say that he wanted to leave her, but he had to consider unexpected situations. So he had to help her make a change. At least let her have a few more friends. Perhaps returning to the Dragon Clan and feeling the presence of her kind could help her overcome her current situation. Of course, Long Xiaoxiao was completely reliant on him now, so he had to accompany her back to the Dragon Clan. After considering it, Xiao Chen nodded to Long Xiao and said, "Then I will trouble brother Long Xiao." After getting Xiao Chen's affirmative answer, Long Xiao laughed and said, "To invite someone as distinguished as Xiao Chen is an honor for our Dragon Clan." After a brief preparation, Xiao Chen took Long Xiaoxiao and followed Long Xiao back to the Dragon Clan. When Long Xiao brought them to a volcanic crater, Xiao Chen was still somewhat surprised. Although he had read in the records that the Dragon Clan's habitat was usually near volcanic craters, seeing it in person was still quite shocking. After all, the environment near a volcano was harsh and not suitable for living, even though the Dragon Clan was not afraid of the scorching heat of the magma. However, when Long Xiao led them into a secluded barrier inside the volcanic crater, the surrounding environment instantly underwent a dramatic change. Lush vegetation, green grass, mountains, flowing water, and boundless expanses of land came into view. Occasionally, they could even see giant dragons resting on the grass. It turned out that the Dragon Clan's habitat was a hidden paradise. The barrier inside the volcanic crater was just the entrance to this secret realm, and the actual habitat of the Dragon Clan was the small world within the secret realm. Seeing the Dragon Clan's secret realm, which was no different from the outside world, Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel amazed. The Dragon Clan truly deserved its reputation as a powerful race. To create such a perfect small world, it was definitely not something that could be accomplished by one's own efforts. Certainly, it is under the continuous improvement of the strong in every generation of the Dragon Clan that has created the present small world. Xiao Chen, I wonder what you think of our Dragon Clan's secret realm? Long Xiao asked proudly. This secret realm is the foundation of their Dragon Clan's survival and reproduction, and it is the pride of every member of the Dragon Clan. So he couldn't help but want to show off a bit. Xiao Chen also didn't hesitate to praise, exclaiming, "Supreme power, extraordinary craftsmanship, truly eye-opening." Outside the Haotian mirror, countless people were greatly impressed by the flawless small world of the Dragon Clan's secret realm. They were all seeing the true homeland of the Dragon Clan for the first time. It was truly eye-opening for them. They could guarantee that Xiao Chen's words of praise absolutely did not contain any flattery, because any words of praise for this Dragon Clan's secret realm were absolutely unparalleled. At this moment, behind the Dragon Empress Long Xiaoxiao, those quasi-emperor level strong members of the Dragon Clan were already moved to tears. Perhaps it seemed a bit exaggerated to outsiders, but for them, the emotions bursting forth from seeing their homeland from their memories again were indescribable. Although they now possessed great power and were the leaders of these Dragon Clan members, when they were young, they had always lived carefree lives within the Dragon Clan's secret realm they were seeing now. This was their homeland, the haven of their hearts, and the place where their Dragon Clan had lived for generations. But all of this was destroyed in the great battle between the Dragon Clan and the Demon Clan. The Dragon Clan's secret realm that everyone now saw had long ceased to exist, disappearing into the dust of history. And the mastermind behind all of this was none other than Xiao Chen, who was currently praising the Dragon Clan's secret realm within the Haotian mirror. The Dark Demon Emperor Xiao Chen is wicked and has harmed our people, destroyed our home. This enmity is irreconcilable, and every descendant of the Dragon Clan must always remember it. Kill the Dark Demon Emperor Xiao Chen, revive the Dragon Clan. Long Guang angrily accused Xiao Chen of his crimes to the younger members of the Dragon Clan behind him. He wanted every descendant of the Dragon Clan to remember that Xiao Chen was their enemy. Kill the Dark Demon Emperor Shao Chen. Revive the Dragon Clan. The shouts shook the heavens, and tens of thousands of Dragon Clan members were passionately roaring. The killing intent seemed to condense into substance, as if it could pierce a hole in the sky. The surrounding cultivators all retreated far away, filled with fear. The killing intent condensed by the thousands of Dragon Clan members was truly terrifying. If a cultivator with low strength got too close, they would probably be shaken to the point of bleeding from all 7 orifices and suffer severe damage to their vitality. Even from a distance, one could feel how deep the Dragon Clan's hatred for the Dark Demon Emperor Shao Chen was. In response, the Empress of the Heavenly Fire, Huo Linger, thundered, "Shut up! If anyone dares to shout again, I'll turn them into roasted loaches." Although the Empress of the Southern Palace, Lang Ruoxua, and the Empress of the Tainan Palace, Wen Yaxin, did not speak, their eyes were extremely cold. They three were still alive. How dare the Dragon Clan shout so recklessly about killing their master? Did they think the three of them were easy targets? This is too much. Long Guan was furious. The Empress of the Heavenly Fire actually mocked their Dragon Clan as loaches. Endurance had its limits. Could it be that they thought the Dragon Clan was without an Empress? Presumably, by insulting our Dragon Clan in this way, our Dragon Clan's Empress will not sit idly by. Immediately, Long Guan turned his gaze to the Dragon Empress Long Xiaoxiao. Then he suddenly realized that their Dragon Empress had no reaction at all. She seemed completely indifferent to everything happening around her, her attention focused on the images appearing in the Haotian mirror from beginning to end. "Your Majesty, do you see this?" Long Guan cautiously wanted to ask the Dragon Empress Long Xiaoxiao to stand up for their Dragon Clan. However, as soon as he spoke, the Dragon Empress Long Xiaoxiao frowned slightly and impatiently said, "Shut up." Long Guan's face instantly froze. This is so embarrassing. Our Dragon Empress has no intention of standing up for the Dragon Clan at all. Immediately, another strong member of the Dragon Clan whispered to Long Guan, "Chief, you're confused. Against the 3 empresses on the opposite side, our Dragon Empress will definitely be at a disadvantage. Forcing our Dragon Empress to stand up for our clan will only embarrass her, won't it?" Long Guan suddenly realized and felt regretful. He had let his anger cloud his judgment and almost put their Dragon Empress in a very difficult position. Fortunately, the Empress was clever and pretended not to hear, thus resolving the embarrassment. With such a wise and martial Dragon Empress leading them, their Dragon Clan will surely thrive and prosper. However, in reality, the Dragon Empress Long Xiaoxiao did not hear what they were shouting around her and was actually feeling a bit annoyed. As for the Dragon Clan, she didn't care at all. When Long Guan said he wanted to honor her as the leader of the Dragon Clan, she never agreed to it. It was all just wishful thinking on the part of Long Guan and the Dragon Clan. Her intention to kill Shao Chen was entirely her own, unrelated to the Dragon Clan. Inside the Haotian mirror, Long Xiao seemed very satisfied with Shao Chen's praise, unable to conceal his smug smile. After the pleasantries, Long Xiao took Shao Chen to the core area of the Dragon Clan's secret realm. Pavilions, palaces, and pavilions. The buildings in front of them were surprisingly similar to the architectural style of the human clan. This was indeed unexpected for Shao Chen. He had thought that the Dragon Clan's residence would be more like caves. Seeing Shao Chen's surprised expression, Long Xiao laughed, "Brother Shao Chen, don't be restrained. Most of the humans who come here for the first time react just like you. They all think that our Dragon Clan is uncouth and doesn't know how to enjoy life." Shao Chen nodded slightly, but he was still pondering the meaning behind Long Xiao's words. According to Long Xiao, had many humans visited the Dragon Clan's secret realm? With this question in mind, Shao Chen followed Long Xiao to his mansion. Long Xiao's mansion was a vast garden, probably comparable to the imperial palace of the Tianhua kingdom. After settling Shao Chen and Long Xiaoxiao in the mansion, Long Xiao left to report Long Xiaoxiao's return to the Dragon Clan to the elders. Before leaving, he arranged for the steward to show Shao Chen and Long Xiaoxiao around the entire mansion. "Are you from the human clan?" Shao Chen looked at the steward with some surprise. "Yes, Master Shao," the steward nodded. Then the steward introduced the situation in the mansion to him. Apart from Long Xiao, all the servants in the mansion were from the human clan. Long Xiao also had 385 wives, all from the human clan. This situation was not unique to Long Xiao's mansion, but was prevalent throughout the Dragon Clan's secret realm. The number of humans in the Dragon Clan's secret realm far exceeded that of the Dragon Clan. However, the main task of these humans was to serve the Dragon Clan. It was extremely rare for a human like Shao Chen to be invited as a guest. At least according to the steward, he had never seen Long Xiao invite any human to the Dragon Clan's secret realm. Upon hearing this, Shao Chen couldn't help but ponder for a moment. The situation in the Dragon Clan's secret realm was far beyond his expectations. Later, Shao Chen asked the steward about the relationship between the Dragon Clan and the human clan in the Dragon Clan's secret realm. The steward's tone was very relaxed when he answered. According to the steward, although the human clan was inferior to the Dragon Clan in the Dragon Clan's secret realm, the Dragon Clan did not mistreat or particularly oppress the human clan, perhaps to ensure that the secrets of the Dragon Clan's secret realm were not known to outsiders. The only strict rule was that once someone entered the Dragon Clan's secret realm, they could never leave. Apart from that, there were no other downsides. And like those mortals who choose to enter the Dragon Clan's secret realm and become servants of the Dragon Clan, most of them are either orphans or from destitute families. Unable to eat or dress properly in the outside world, they wander about, with no fixed abode, never knowing when they might starve or freeze to death. Now, within the Dragon Clan's realm, they not only have no worries about food and clothing, but also live without any concerns. In fact, although both the human and Dragon Clans live in this Dragon Clan's secret realm, apart from their own masters, they have little interaction with other Dragon Clans. Essentially, their lives are not much different from those in the outside world, still dealing with humans every day. The space within this Dragon Clan's secret realm is extremely vast. Like the outside world, it also has many towns. For ordinary mortals like them, they spend their entire lives in just one of these towns. After listening to the steward's description, Xiao Chen gained a whole new understanding of this Dragon Clan's secret realm. Overall, the current human population within the Dragon Clan's secret realm either entered voluntarily or are descendants of those who did. Due to the Dragon Clan's extremely low reproductive capacity, the number of humans within the Dragon Clan's realm is thousands of times greater than that of the Dragon Clan. Young dragons who have not yet taken human form basically live between the mountains and forests, rarely interacting with humans. After reaching adulthood and being able to take human form, dragons will establish towns within the Dragon Clan's secret realm, similar to lords of the region. Generally, the higher the status within the Dragon Clan, the closer the territory is to the core of the Dragon Clan's secret realm. The area governed by Long Xiao belongs to a good location within the Dragon Clan's secret realm, close to the core. In short, the presence of these humans enriches the lives of the Dragon Clan, while the Dragon Clan provides a place for these humans to thrive. Both sides essentially benefit each other. After understanding all this, Xiao Chen's previous understanding of the Dragon Clan was overturned. He didn't ask any more questions after that. However, he was still somewhat curious about the steward's earlier statement that Long Xiao had 385 wives. With so many wives, does Long Xiao not have any offspring? He had never heard the steward mention any children of Long Xiao. If Long Xiao did have offspring, perhaps he could become friends with Long Xiao. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's question, the steward explained, "Young Master Xiao, my master has indeed had several offspring over the past few hundred years, but unfortunately, they all died young." "I see," Xiao Chen nodded, not dwelling on it too much. After all, the Dragon Clan's reproductive capacity is extremely low, and the vast difference in bloodlines between the Dragon and human clans makes the birth of life extremely rare. It is even more rare for a mixed blood like Long Xiao to survive successfully. After wandering around the mansion for a while, Long Xiao had returned. He seemed very happy when he came back. "Brother Xiao Chen, the chief of our Dragon Clan is delighted to hear that Long Xiao has returned to our Dragon Clan. He has instructed me to treat you, this great benefactor of the Dragon Clan, with the utmost care." With that, Long Xiao laughed and instructed the steward to prepare a grand banquet to entertain Xiao Chen and Long Xiao, his niece, tonight. Xiao Chen remained composed on the surface, but he couldn't help feeling that something was not quite right. It seemed a bit exaggerated for the chief of the Dragon Clan to be so delighted just because Long Xiao had returned to the Dragon Clan, unless Long Xiao had something very important to the Dragon Clan. Moreover, he could see the undisguised excitement on Long Xiao's face since his return. Could it be that bringing back Long Xiao would earn him some reward from the Dragon Clan? These were all the anomalies he had noticed so far. Of course, it could just be his oversensitivity. But now that he was within the Dragon Clan's secret realm, it was better to be cautious. As night fell, the mansion of Long Xiao was brightly lit. The banquet hall was huge, probably capable of accommodating over 1,000 people. The roar of the dragon, 385 ladies appeared at the same time, which was a rare sight in the Dragon Roar mansion. These 385 ladies were obviously carefully dressed in order to win the favor of the Dragon Roar. The competition among the 385 beauties was truly breathtaking. "Husband, do you like my outfit today?" "Husband, this is something I made for you with my own hands." "Husband." Long laughed and covered his ears, clearly feeling overwhelmed by the noise. Even Xiao Chen felt a bit overwhelmed. However, Long Roar had called out all 385 of his ladies, clearly showing his importance to this banquet. Xiao Chen didn't want to dampen his enthusiasm. Alright. I will take a look at each one later." Long Roar clearly enjoyed the attention. He then turned to the silent Xiao Chen and laughed. "Xiao Chen, feel free to choose. If you like any of my ladies, take her." With a look of anger on his face, Long Roar scolded the ladies around him. "You blind fools, go and attend to my brother Xiao Chen." Many women then surrounded Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was extremely displeased at this point. He could tell that Long Roar was not joking with him. These women seemed more like possessions of Long Roar rather than his wives. Just as Xiao Chen was wondering how to get rid of these women, Long laughed suddenly became angry. "Hiss!" Long laughed roared at the women around Xiao Chen, causing them to back away. Long Roar then laughed loudly. "Ha! Xiao Chen, it seems that my niece has quite the affection for her master." He then told the women who had been scared off by Long laugh to come back and not make things difficult for Xiao Chen. Outside the Haoyan mirror, Empress Nangong and Empress Huolinger were furious to see Xiao Chen being surrounded by these women. This dragon named Long Roar shamelessly sent his wives to seduce their master, Xiao Chen. How shameless! Is this Long Roar dead? If not, they would make him wish he were dead. If he was already dead, they would make sure he suffered even more. Empress Wen Yaxian's expression also turned unpleasant. Although she believed in Xiao Chen's character, Long Roar's actions were an insult to him. If they couldn't find Long Roar, they would have to deal with the current leader of the Dragon Clan. 3 cold gazes converged on Long Guang. Long Guang was at a loss. Come on, I'm Long Guang, not Long Roar. Although Long Roar was indeed his senior, he had fallen in the great battle with the Demon Clan many years ago. What use was he? He felt aggrieved. The Dragon Clan had warmly welcomed Xiao Chen, but in the end, he repaid their kindness by colluding with the Demon Clan, causing countless casualties among the Dragon Clan. Was there no justice in the world? But what could he do about it now? The 3 empresses stared at him. He couldn't fight them or argue with them. He could only swallow his grievances. But soon, when the Houten Mirror exposed Xiao Chen's betrayal and the harm he had caused to the Dragon Clan, they would see who was right. Inside the Houten Mirror, this farcical banquet finally came to an end. After soothing Long Xiaoxiao to sleep with a smile, Xiao Chen looked at the night sky, which was no different from the outside world, and felt worried. Everything seemed ordinary, but he always felt uneasy. Suddenly, he felt that bringing Long Xiaoxiao back to the Dragon Clan might have been a wrong decision. However, since things had come to this point, he could only take it step by step. Hopefully, he was just overthinking it. The next day, Long Xiao came to Xiao Chen's residence and said he wanted to take Long Xiaoxiao to the Dragon Clan's altar to awaken her bloodline. This was a process that every dragon must go through. The Dragon Clan's cultivation was different from that of the human clan, relying on the power of bloodlines. Only after awakening the bloodline could they continue to strengthen themselves. Although Xiao Chen knew that the Dragon Clan's altar was definitely the most important forbidden place for the Dragon Clan and would not easily allow a human to enter, Long Xiaoxiao could not be separated from him, so he insisted on accompanying her. However, to Xiao Chen's surprise, Long Xiao almost immediately agreed without much thought. He even said with a smile that he had already informed the clan leader yesterday. Currently, Xiao Chen was a distinguished guest of the Dragon Clan, and the clan leader also wanted to meet him. To be honest, this was quite unexpected for Xiao Chen. According to the records he had read, the Dragon Clan was an extremely proud and arrogant race, almost disdainful of other races. But what he had seen and heard so far completely overturned his previous understanding. The more this was the case, the more uneasy he felt. After all, when everything went against your understanding, it meant that you knew nothing about everything. Following Long Xiao, Xiao Chen arrived at the most core and sacred place in the Dragon Clan's secret realm, the Dragon Clan's holy city. The first thing that caught his eye was a huge square. The square was filled with countless giant stone pillars, and on the pillars, there were young dragons coiling around. Through Long Zhao's introduction, Xiao Chen learned that the Dragon Clan was a race that attached great importance to bloodlines. Only young dragons who had awakened their bloodlines to a certain level were qualified to cultivate in the Dragon Clan's holy city. This meant that these young dragons in the square were the ones truly worth cultivating for the Dragon Clan. Xiao Chen did not express any opinions on this, just nodded. But in his heart, he was somewhat puzzled. Only pure-blooded Dragon Clan members could maintain their dragon form during their youth. For mixed-blood individuals like Long Xiaoxiao, under normal circumstances, they could not maintain their dragon form until their strength reached adulthood. However, there was not a single mixed-blood dragon in sight. Although mixed-blood dragons were extremely rare, according to the information he had learned, almost all adult male dragons in the Dragon Clan's secret realm had at least hundreds of human women as companions. With such a large base, it was unlikely that there would be no qualified mixed-blood individuals, right? Was it a coincidence? Or was there another reason? Xiao Chen couldn't help but think of what Long Xiao had said earlier, that the Dragon Clan was a race that attached great importance to bloodlines. So, how did the Dragon Clan view mixed-blood individuals with human bloodlines? Xiao Chen couldn't help but think about it a lot. As they passed through the square, these young dragons looked at Xiao Chen and Long Xiaoxiao with curiosity. Long Xiaoxiao also looked at them with curiosity. Perhaps it was the first time she had seen her kind at such a close distance, and she even wanted to reach out and touch one of the young dragons. However, after hesitating for a while, she withdrew her hand. Seeing this scene, a relieved smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face. Regardless of any abnormalities so far, at least Long Xiaoxiao was bravely taking the first step when she saw these young dragons. That was worth it. They finally arrived at the deepest part of the Dragon Clan's holy city. They had finally reached the Dragon Clan's altar that Long Xiao had mentioned. In the center of the altar was a huge dragon-shaped stone pillar, and around the altar, there were a dozen or so silver-haired old men with wrinkled faces. Although these old men appeared aged and frail, with hunched figures, they exuded a majestic and imposing aura. Xiao Chen carefully looked around. If he guessed correctly, these old men should all be powerful elders of the Dragon Clan, the true foundation of the Dragon Clan. Long Xiao pays his respects to the elders. Long Xiao bowed very respectfully to the dozen or so old men. However, these old men kept their eyes closed and did not respond to him. Then, a black dragon hundreds of feet long appeared in the sky, transforming into a middle-aged man with a fierce aura in front of the three. Long Xiao pays his respects to the clan leader. Long Xiao appeared very respectful in front of this middle-aged man. Seeing this, Xiao Chen also bowed to the Dragon Clan leader. However, the Dragon Clan leader did not even look at the two of them. Since appearing, he had been staring at Long Xiaoxiao. His gaze was extremely sharp, and Long Xiaoxiao was afraid and hid behind Xiao Chen. This forced the Dragon Clan leader to look at Xiao Chen. After staring coldly at Xiao Chen for a while, the Dragon Clan leader suddenly smiled and said, "You must be the master of Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao's return to our Dragon Clan is all thanks to you. You are a distinguished guest of our Dragon Clan, there is no need to be so restrained." Xiao Chen was a bit speechless. Did the Dragon Clan always speak with such heavy breathing? "Clan leader, please, I am not worthy," Xiao Chen said. "There is a saying that you should not hit someone who is smiling. If the other party respects him, Xiao Chen will naturally respect them in return." After a simple exchange of pleasantries, the Dragon Clan leader gestured to Xiao Chen, "Brother Xiao Chen, since Xiaoxiao relies on you so much, I will trouble you to take Xiaoxiao to the altar for his bloodline awakening." Xiao Chen did not speak. The bloodline awakening was crucial for Long Xiaoxiao. As his master, Xiao Chen naturally had to accompany him to prevent any accidents. However, before the bloodline awakening, Xiao Chen had the most important doubt in his mind. Until he figured it out, he would not allow Long Xiaoxiao to undergo the bloodline awakening rashly. "Clan leader, forgive my impudence, but does my disciple have any special qualities that make you, the clan leader, value him so much?" Xiao Chen asked. After all, before the bloodline awakening, it was still unknown what talents Long Xiaoxiao possessed. But to make the entire Dragon Clan leader personally take action, there must be some hidden reason. The Dragon Clan leader did not seem too surprised by Xiao Chen's doubt. He looked at Long Xiao beside him and said with a big smile, "Long Xiao, it's up to you to clear up this doubt for Brother Xiao Chen." Hearing this, Long Xiao did not beat around the bush and said very straightforwardly, "Brother Xiao Chen, to be honest, our Dragon Clan places great importance on bloodline talents. The grade of the bloodline determines the achievements one can reach in the future. And my younger brother, who is also Xiaoxiao's father, awakened the highest true dragon bloodline of our Dragon Clan." At this point, Long Xiao seemed very excited and enthusiastic, but then his expression suddenly became gloomy. "My younger brother could have led our Dragon Clan to a new height, but unfortunately, he was killed by the Demon Clan before he could truly grow up. And Xiaoxiao, as the only child of my younger brother, is very likely to have inherited the true dragon bloodline." "I see." Xiao Chen nodded at the words. Things were clear now. The reason the Dragon Clan leader valued Long Xiaoxiao so much was because he believed that Long Xiaoxiao might have inherited the true dragon bloodline. After everything was explained, Xiao Chen had no more doubts. But for Long Xiaoxiao, who had been entrusted with high hopes, things were not so easy. Looking at Long Xiaoxiao, who was always a little timid in his arms, Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Xiaoxiao, you don't need to feel too much pressure. In the eyes of your master, you will always be the best." Long Xiaoxiao almost always clung to Xiao Chen, like a pendant on his body. As for the upcoming bloodline awakening, Long Xiaoxiao's eyes seemed a little at a loss. In response, Xiao Chen gently touched Long Xiaoxiao's head and whispered softly in his ear, "Don't be afraid, master is by your side." Although Long Xiaoxiao was still afraid, as long as he saw his master Xiao Chen by his side, he felt courageous. Immediately, Xiao Chen led Long Xiaoxiao to the altar, facing the enormous dragon-shaped stone pillar. The leader of the Dragon Clan walked to their side and said, "Xiaoxiao, place your hands on the stone pillar. If anything happens, don't be afraid, everything will be fine." After speaking, the leader looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Xiao Chen, thank you." Xiao Chen nodded slightly. The leader's meaning was clear. In case Xiaoxiao had a reactive response when her bloodline awakened, he would help calm her. As Xiaoxiao's master, he would not stand idly by. "Let's begin, Xiaoxiao," Xiao Chen said, placing his hand on her shoulder, hoping to give her confidence and courage. Xiaoxiao looked at the enormous dragon-shaped stone pillar with determination. She must not disappoint her master. She placed her hands on the stone pillar. Suddenly, the earth seemed to tremble. Boom! The enormous dragon-shaped stone pillar seemed to come to life, emitting a dazzling golden light. The golden light soared into the sky, connecting the entire Dragon Clan's secret realm. In an instant, the dim world was illuminated. A huge golden dragon shadow coiled around the golden light. At this moment, both the dragon and human clans in the secret realm were deeply shocked and attracted by the sight. Meanwhile, Xiaoxiao, who triggered all this, closed her eyes, looking somewhat pained. The blood and energy in her body gradually turned into gold, and extremely ancient and mysterious golden runes appeared on her skin. "Hold on, Xiaoxiao." Xiao Chen encouraged her. Although he had never seen what a true dragon's bloodline looked like, he could sense that Xiaoxiao's awakened bloodline was extraordinary. As her master, he was very happy for her. The leader and Long Xiao, who were observing from a close distance, were extremely excited. "Ha ha! True dragon bloodline, this is the true dragon bloodline. The heavens bless our Dragon Clan." The leader laughed loudly. After the awakening ceremony ended, everything returned to normal. Xiaoxiao appeared somewhat weak, unable to control the immense power brought by her awakened bloodline. She needed time to absorb and digest it. Xiao Chen carefully held Xiaoxiao in his arms and said to the leader, "Leader, I want to take Xiaoxiao back to rest." "Very well, Xiao Chen, Xiaoxiao relies on you so much. Thank you for your care." After that, the leader solemnly instructed Long Xiao, Xiao Chen is a great benefactor and honored guest of our dragon clan. Take good care of him. If there is any negligence, I will hold you accountable. For some reason, the leader's gaze towards Long Xiao seemed meaningful. Leader, rest assured, I will take good care of Xiao Chen. Long Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. The leader was very satisfied with this and smiled. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen's attention was focused on Xiao Xiao, and he did not notice the unusual look in their eyes. After Xiao Chen left with Xiao Xiao, the leader's expression turned cold. The dozen or so elderly members of the dragon clan who had been sitting around the altar suddenly opened their eyes. A strange light shone in their cloudy eyes. One of the elders said to the leader, Long Tian, it concerns the dominance of our dragon clan. There can be no more mistakes. Long Tian was the leader's name. Elders, rest assured, the dragon transformation pool is ready. Once that wretched creature's true dragon bloodline stabilizes, we can extract her essence and dragon element to help our dragon clan break through the bottleneck and achieve the true dragon body. Long Tian's tone was excited, and his expression was fervent. For this day, the dragon clan has been planning for tens of thousands of years. The true dragon reaching its peak is a match for an emperor-level powerhouse. Through the dragon transformation pool, all members of the dragon clan can break through the limitations of bloodline ranks and achieve the body of a true dragon. At that time, the dragon clan will dominate the entire world. They will tell all the races in this world who the true masters of this world are. By then, all the heavens and myriad realms will be like the dragon clan's secret realm at this moment. The dragon clan is the true master, and all races will become livestock raised by the dragon clan. Thousands of years ago, the dragon clan discovered the legendary artifact, the dragon transformation pool, in the ancient ruins. As long as the dragon transformation pool is activated according to the method, it can enable the dragon clan to break through the limitations of bloodline ranks and achieve the body of a true dragon. The most crucial part of this is the need for the essence blood of a true dragon and the dragon element to activate it. This matter is of great importance, and only the high-level members of the dragon clan know about the dragon transformation pool and the clan's plan. They have been waiting for a member of the dragon clan to awaken the bloodline of a true dragon for tens of thousands of years. Originally, this plan could have been implemented decades ago, because decades ago, the dragon clan finally had a member who awakened the bloodline of a true dragon, and he is the father of Long Xiao. In order to achieve the great cause of the dragon clan, he must be sacrificed. At that time, Long Xiao's father was still immersed in the joy of awakening the bloodline of a true dragon and preparing to lead the dragon clan to a new height. Little did he know that he had become the sacrifice for the dragon clan's plan for dominance. In order to achieve the revival of the entire group, one person must be sacrificed. I believe that most people would agree. But if the person being sacrificed is you, would you still agree? Therefore, the high-level members of the dragon clan did not intend to tell Long Xiao's father the truth. Instead, they planned to secretly deal with him. However, Long Xiao's father keenly sensed something was amiss and secretly escaped. In order to avoid being found by the dragon clan, Long Xiao's father hid among the mortal kingdoms, married a wife, and lived an ordinary life. He even had a daughter. However, the good times did not last long, as he was eventually found by the dragon clan. In order to protect his wife and daughter and escape, he sacrificed himself. This prevented the dragon clan's plan from being implemented. There is a great possibility that the offspring of the dragon clan will inherit the talents of their ancestors. Therefore, the dragon clan can only place their hopes on his daughter. Now, they have finally found his daughter, Long Xiao, and she has successfully awakened the bloodline of a true dragon. This time, there absolutely cannot be any mistakes. Xiao Chen is still unaware of all this. In his understanding, Long Xiao awakening the bloodline of a true dragon means that the dragon clan will surely carefully cultivate her. This is a thought that any normal person would have. Back at Long Zhao's mansion, a group of new human servants had just arrived. Master, these 20 are all new maids in the mansion. Please arrange for them, the steward reported to Long Xiao. Long Xiao glanced at them, and about 7 or 8 of the 20 maids had decent looks. Long Xiao immediately took a liking to a few of them. However, before making a selection, Long Xiao first greeted Xiao Chun. Brother Xiao Chun, do you have any preferences? Xiao Chun still had some use now, so he must be well taken care of. No need, I don't like others serving me in normal times, Xiao Chun firmly refused. Long Xiao suddenly laughed and then teased. Brother Xiao Chun, I didn't mean to have them serve you, but my niece is, after all, a girl, and she always needs maids to serve her. Hearing this, Xiao Chen felt awkward. Indeed, Long Xiao relied too much on him, even requiring him to be by her side when bathing. It was indeed inconvenient. If there was a maid to help, it would indeed be much more convenient. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen did not refuse further. He selected a maid with a relatively ordinary appearance from the 20 women. Seeing Xiao Chen picking the most ordinary one, Long Xiao felt a bit bored. He didn't say anything more. He chose a new wife for himself. Xiao Chen gestured and then took Long Xiao and the newly acquired maid back to their courtyard. After carrying the somewhat weak Long Xiao back to the room to rest, Xiao Chen asked the new maid, "What is your name?" "Master, my name is Yoru." The ordinary-looking maid smiled gently, with a hint of charm in her eyes. Yoru. Suddenly, the scene in front of Xiao Chen changed abruptly. "Master, do you think I'm beautiful?" Lang Ruoshua was dressed in a thin veil, her eyes full of charm and allure. "Master, take a good look at me, am I beautiful?" When Yaxian was also dressed in a thin veil, her demeanor charming and captivating. "Master, my dear master." Linger appeared out of nowhere, sitting directly on Xiao Chen's lap, twisting her graceful body, stimulating every pore on Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen seemed to smell the fragrance on her body. However, Xiao Chen remained unmoved by these bone-chilling temptations, with no ripples in his heart. "Drink!" Xiao Chen shouted, and the illusions in front of him instantly disappeared. At this moment, the maid named Yaru looked at him with astonishment. "Who are you exactly?" Xiao Chen asked solemnly. "Ha ha! Interesting, it's really interesting." The maid named Yaru seemed to have discovered something extremely interesting, her eyes filled with joy. Xiao Chen looked at her with a serious expression, re-evaluating this ordinary maid he had chosen. Obviously, she was far from being just a maid. Outside the Haoqian mirror, when the Empress of the Nangong clan, Lang Ruoshua, and the Empress of the Tianhua clan, Linger, saw Xiao Chen being deceived by the illusion, they were furious. This damned demoness had made them look so unbearable. She deserved to die 1,000 times. Even the usually calm and gentle Empress Wenyaxian was somewhat annoyed at this moment. For women, the last thing they want is for their loved ones to see them in such a state. Even if it's fake, it's not acceptable. However, when they saw that Xiao Chen was completely unmoved, they still felt a faint sense of loss in their hearts. When they saw the maid in the picture, Long Xiaoxiao, the Empress of the Dragon Clan, who had always had an expressionless face, couldn't help but tremble involuntarily. It was due to the anger in her heart. It was this demoness who had taken away her master, Xiao Chen. She would never forget. Ha ha! A silver bell-like laughter came from the void. "Xiaoxiao, long time no see, how have you been?" Then, ripples appeared in the space next to Long Xiaoxiao, revealing a figure. Under a head of exotic purple long hair was a face that could overturn the world, and a voluptuous body was covered only by a low-cut purple skirt, with fair and tender skin faintly visible. A pair of slender and fair legs, under the dazzling sunlight, were dazzling and breathtaking, making it hard for people to look away. This enchanting woman was full of allure in every move she made. Underneath, the onlookers were all staring blankly at her. However, their eyes were all grayish-white, mouths drooling, and their faces showing a look of infatuation. Then, embracing the man next to her, who was also in a state of infatuation, they rolled on the ground in a frenzy. They thought they had seen the true appearance of that enchanting woman. But in fact, from the moment that enchanting woman appeared, they had already fallen into an illusion. Seeing such an unbearable scene below, as the ruler of the heavens and the myriad realms, and the maintainer of the order of the world, the Empress Shuguang naturally showed a look of anger, trembling with rage. "Break!" Only to hear the Empress Shuguang shout, and all the illusions disappeared. At the moment when the illusions disappeared, the people below were all dumbfounded, looking at the people in front of each other embracing and entwining. The scene that was just unbearable to look at suddenly appeared in front of their eyes. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Everyone was vomiting. "I can't believe I just did that. Ugh." Everyone forced themselves to forget everything that had just happened. Some people didn't believe it and still wanted to look at the enchanting woman. However, before he could see the woman clearly, he fell into the illusion again. Then, he became obsessed with the illusion once again, and began to grope the sturdy chest of the man next to him with a fascinated look on his face. Fortunately, the person next to him, who had suffered before, dared not look again and remained sober at this time. Seeing this reckless person next to him, who was shamelessly touching his chest and even trying to put his hand into his clothes, was really disgusting. Without hesitation, he punched him in the nose, sending him flying out. But it also helped him break the illusion. The man touched his nose and got up, looking terrified. It was really terrifying. Who exactly is this enchanting woman? At this time, an older practitioner loudly warned everyone, "Fellow Taoists, if I'm not mistaken, this woman should be the famous Empress of the Yao clan. The Empress of the Yao clan can enchant countless people. Just one look and you will fall into an illusion. If you sink into it and can't extricate yourself, you will eventually become a slave of the Empress of the Yao clan. Fellow Taoists, please do not look at the Empress of the Yao clan again." Upon hearing this, everyone felt extremely frightened. They had long heard of the enchanting power of the Empress of the Yao clan. Any living being who had seen the Empress of the Yao clan, regardless of their race, could not escape her enchantment. Seeing is believing. If it weren't for the Empress Xianguang helping them dispel the illusion earlier, they would probably have become slaves of the Empress of the Yao clan by now. Now they had also experienced the power of the Empress of the Yao clan. Even though they were curious about the captivating appearance of the Empress of the Yao clan, they dared not look again. Even the Dragon clan, such as Long Guang, dared not look at the Empress of the Yao clan at this time, but they were filled with anger. After all, there was an irreconcilable enmity between the Dragon clan and the Yao clan. However, the other party was the Empress, and once they started a fight, it would be a world-shaking battle. It was not the time to seek revenge on the Yao clan, so they could only temporarily suppress their hatred. As long as they had their Empress of the Dragon clan, they would eventually have the day of revenge. The most important thing now was to expose the crimes of the Dark Emperor Xiao Chen. Once the truth about the collusion between the Dark Emperor Shao Chun and the Yao clan harming the Dragon clan was exposed, the Dragon clan would stand on the moral high ground when seeking revenge on the Yao clan, so there was no need to rush. Looking at the cowardly appearance of these males below who wanted to look but dared not, the Empress of the Yao clan revealed a contemptuous smile. There was not a single useful man in the world, except him. The Empress of the Yao clan cast her gaze towards Shao Chun, who was already a living dead in the original imperial city, with a hint of loneliness rarely seen in her enchanting eyes. How many years had passed? To this day, Shao Chun was still the only man who had caught her eye. Seeing the unrestrained appearance of the Empress of the Yao clan, Empress Xin Guang had endured it for a long time. This Empress of the Yao clan really did not regard her, the master of the heavenly court, in her eyes. How dare she enchant the world in front of her? Immediately, Empress Xin Guang sternly said to the Empress of the Yao clan, Empress of the Yao clan, as one of the 7 great empresses, your actions are so lawless and wanton, where is the rule of heaven? In response to Empress Xin Guang's reprimand, the Empress of the Yao clan didn't even bother to look at her. Instead, she wore a meaningful smile and looked at the Dragon clan Empress Long Xiao Xiao, who seemed a little puzzled, with enchanting eyes. Little sister Xiao Xiao, big sister neglected it. With that, the Empress of the Yao clan's body flashed with a purple light, transforming into a very ordinary appearance. Little sister Xiao Xiao, you should recognize big sister like this, right? When the Dragon Empress Long Xiao Xiao saw the other appearance of the Demon Empress, her eyes changed from confusion to extreme anger. Because the Demon Empress in front of her was none other than the demoness who had once been abandoned by her master, Shao Chen. It's no wonder she didn't recognize her earlier. After all, even when the 7 empresses joined forces to suppress Shao Chen with the Zhuxian formation, they did not reveal their true identities to each other. Moreover, the demoness had only shown false appearances in front of her. Boom! The space shattered. With almost no warning, the Dragon Empress Long Xiao Xiao made her move. Her target was clearly the enchanting Demon Empress in front of her. My dear sister, there's no need to welcome me so eagerly. The Demon Empress had obviously anticipated that the Dragon Empress Long Xiao Xiao would attack her, and effortlessly dodged her attack. Not only that, she had somehow maneuvered behind the Dragon Empress Long Xiao Xiao, with her arms around her waist, and whispered a fragrant breath in her ear. My dear sister, don't you want to know why Shao Chen abandoned you back then? Hearing this, the originally intent Dragon Empress Long Xiao Xiao suddenly hesitated. What do you mean? Long Xiao Xiao's eyes were cold, suppressing her anger. How dare this demoness ask her why Shao Chen had abandoned her back then? Watching the Dragon Empress Long Xiao Xiao's current ruthless appearance, the Demon Empress wore a meaningful smile and a hint of mockery in her eyes. She looked up at the Haotian mirror in the sky and said lightly, My dear sister, the climax is about to begin. Why not be patient and watch? There might be a pleasant surprise, demoness. Don't try to deceive me. The Dragon Empress. Long Guang angrily rebuked. He didn't expect that this Demon Empress was the same demoness who had colluded with Shao Chen. Although he dared not look at the Demon Empress, he could still curse at her. The Demon Empress was not angered by his words, but looked at the Dragon clan with pity. TSK, such a pitiful bunch of little loaches. Long Guang was instantly furious and shouted, Demoness, don't push your luck with the dragons. Buzz, how dare you? You stinky loaches, dare to insult my Demon Empress, bully my Demon clan and not expect consequences. Suddenly, the void shook, and countless figures appeared before them. In an instant, the air was filled with overwhelming demon energy. Are those demons? Yes, and the leaders among them are extremely powerful demon saints. Looking at the densely packed demons around them, everyone was deeply shocked. It seemed that the entire Demon Clan's strong warriors had come out in force. Could it be that a earth-shattering battle between the Demon Clan and the Dragon Clan was about to happen here again? In the void, the Empress Xin Guang's face was extremely gloomy. Whether it was the Demon Clan or the Dragon Clan, they truly did not regard her, the ruler of the heavens and all realms, in their eyes. Especially the previous disregard from the Demon Empress had further fueled her anger. But watching the current confrontation between the Demon Clan and the Dragon Clan, as the ruler of the heavens and all realms, the master of the heavenly court that maintained order in the world, she had to step forward to prevent the conflict. It was her duty. Demon Empress, Dragon Empress, control your respective clans. This is not your battlefield. Empress Xin Guang warned. In response, the Demon Empress finally turned her gaze to Empress Xin Guang. Yao Shi, I advise you not to meddle in this. You wouldn't want the 3 of us to join forces against you, would you? As she spoke, the Demon Empress smiled and glanced in the direction of the Empress of the Southern Palace, the Empress of the Dark Moon, and the Empress of the Heavenly Fire. The 3 of them were also somewhat surprised. This Demon Empress was truly an unpredictable demoness. However, if they could have another Empress stand on their side, it would naturally be a good thing. How dare you! The anger in the heart of the Empress Xin Guang had reached its peak. Not only did this Demon Empress call her by her true name, but she also openly threatened her. Yao Shi, let me advise you, don't take your so-called Lord of the Heavenly Court too seriously. Otherwise, I might become interested at some point and want to take your place as the Lord of the Heavenly Court. The face of the demon empress still wore a smiling expression, with no concealment of sarcasm in her eyes. With the coexistence of the 7 emperors, the heavenly court was no longer the same as it used to be. The so-called authority had become nothing more than a joke. Only Empress Xin Guang had not yet realized the reality, still maintaining the facade of the Lord of the Heavenly Court. You! Empress Xin Guang's body trembled with anger. However, the words of the demon empress struck deep into her heart. After several setbacks, she gradually lost her former pride. In the end, the Heavenly Court, which had been passed down since the beginning of the creation of the world, had to face desolation. Her so-called position as the Lord of the Heavenly Court was now just a name without substance. Enough, she no longer wanted to be the so-called Lord of the Heavenly Court. After finding the soul-reviving bottle of her husband, she planned to find a way to resurrect him. From then on, they would become a pair of immortal companions and no longer concern themselves with worldly affairs. After dealing with Empress Xin Guang, the demon empress looked at the rising anger and blood of Long Guang and mockingly said, "Little Loach, are you sure that when the fight breaks out, this dragon empress will help your dragon race?" This question left Long Guang speechless. If the dragon empress didn't help their dragon race, would she help the demon race? This was the assumption in the minds of every dragon present. TSK, such a pitiful bunch of little loaches. The demon empress showed a look of pity. Seeing how pitiful you are, I might as well tell you a cruel truth in advance. Demoness, our dragon race will not be swayed by you. Long Guang angrily shouted. Obviously, he thought the demon empress was trying to influence them. They were prepared, and no matter what the demon empress said later, they would not believe it. The demon empress looked at the dragons with a smiling expression and slowly said, "Let me tell you. When our demon race attacked your dragon race, those tough elders of yours were difficult to deal with, but thanks to your dragon empress, she chewed them all up, which allowed our demon race to easily achieve complete victory." As soon as these words were spoken, the dragons present widened their eyes. Even though they were prepared in advance and would not believe anything the demon empress said, the words she spoke at that moment were truly shocking. There was an uproar in the hearts of the dragons present. Impossible! Demoness, you will not succeed in sowing discord between our dragon race and the empress. Long Guang was the first to speak, his eyes showing great determination. Then, the other dragons behind him also refuted the words of the demon empress. You don't believe it? The demon empress looked somewhat gleeful. Why don't you ask your dragon empress then? Upon hearing this, Long Guang looked at the dragon empress Long Xiao with no hesitation. He said solemnly, "Your Majesty, we, the entire dragon race, absolutely believe in you and will not be influenced by this demoness' divisive tactics." Long Guang looked pitifully at the dragon empress Long Xiao, hoping that the dragon empress could give them a definite answer and reassure the entire dragon race. However, the dragon empress did not even glance at them. From beginning to end, it was all wishful thinking on the part of these dragons. She had never intended to have any dealings with the dragons, nor had she ever thought of leading the dragon race towards so-called revival. At this moment, she only wanted to understand one thing. What did the demon empress's earlier words mean? What did the unexpected surprise refer to? Seeing that the dragon empress showed no reaction, Long Guang felt a chill in his heart. However, this did not mean that he believed the words of the demon empress. Maybe the dragon empress is just more silent and not good at speaking. She couldn't be bothered to explain such absurd things. Long Guang immediately informed the entire dragon clan of his understanding. The dragons were deeply comforted. Exactly, such absurd lies. If the empress pays attention to them, then she would have fallen for that witch. When the Dark Emperor Xiao Chen's memories are exposed, the truth will be revealed, and all lies will be exposed. Empress is mighty. She will lead our dragon clan to revival. Empress is mighty. She will. The dragons cheered and shouted, their momentum even stronger than before. This scene was something the demon empress had never expected. Sometimes having well-developed limbs and a simple mind can lead to a happy life. However, she couldn't help but wonder if these little fish would still be so happy after the truth is revealed later. The demon empress couldn't help but show a look of anticipation on her face. In the Haotian mirror, Xiao Chen looked solemnly at the maid named Yuru in front of him. Just now, this maid told him an astonishing secret. A secret about the dragon clan's plan for thousands of years. Decades ago, Long Xiaoxiao's father awakened the true dragon bloodline, but tragically fell victim to the demons. This was a widely circulated version in the outside world. After all, the relationship between the demons and the dragon clan has always been contentious. Seeing the dragon clan awaken a prodigy with the true dragon bloodline, it was reasonable for the demons to try to kill him. But this maid in front of him now told him that Long Xiaoxiao's father was not killed by the demons, but was forced to death by the dragon clan. The dragon clan had produced a prodigy with the true dragon bloodline, but instead of protecting and nurturing him, they forced him to death? This was obviously unreasonable. But then, this maid told him an astonishing secret. A secret about why Long Xiaoxiao's father was forced to death. The relationship between the demons and the dragon clan has always been contentious, and it was not uncommon for them to throw mud at each other. However, the dragon clan awakened a prodigy with the true dragon bloodline, who then tragically fell. This matter was considered unusual within the demons. Therefore, the demons had been investigating the true cause of Long Xiaoxiao's father's death for years, and this maid named Yaru was not an ordinary human. She was the demon saint, Gongsun Yaru, proficient in disguise and illusion. She had been infiltrating the Dragon Clan's secret realm for decades. She had now learned the Dragon Clan's secret. The Dragon Clan intended to transform the entire clan through the true dragon blood and the activation of the dragon element pool, ultimately becoming the dominant race in the world. And if the Dragon Clan truly achieved the transformation of the entire clan, the first target for their dominance would undoubtedly be the demons. But even though she had learned the Dragon Clan's secret, she had been unable to convey this information back to the demons while being inside the Dragon Clan's secret realm. Therefore, after noticing the Dragon Clan's special treatment of Xiao Chen, maybe she could use Xiao Chen to pass the message back to the demons. So this time entering Long Zhao's mansion was actually intentional, just to get close to Xiao Chen. As for being chosen by Xiao Chen by chance, that was purely fate. After listening to Gongsun Yaru's words, Xiao Chen's shock could not be calmed for a long time. If what Gongsun Yaru said was true, then Long Xiaoxiao was in danger. And after losing his usefulness, he would certainly be dealt with by the Dragon Clan. But how could he be sure that everything Gongsun Yaru said was true? Moreover, Gongsun Yaru easily told him everything, which was very unusual. Did Gongsun Yaru really have no defenses against him? Thinking of this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but be curious about Gongsun Yaru and asked, "How can you be sure that I will believe what you say? What if I don't believe everything you say and tell Long Xiao that you are a demon, then won't you be in danger?" Regarding Xiao Chen's question, Gongsun Yaru suddenly smiled as if she was as gentle as water. Clearly, she had a very ordinary face, but at this moment, she inexplicably appeared charming and alluring. "Brother Xiao Chen, are you worried about me?" Gongsun Yaru's eyes were as soft as silk as she gazed affectionately at Xiao Chen. Her waist seemed boneless and weak, as she directly sat on Xiao Chen's lap. Her fair and smooth arms were delicately placed around Xiao Chen's neck. Gongsun Yaru's eyes contained a hint of flirtation as she lightly exhaled a fragrance near Xiao Chen's nose. "Brother Xiao Chen, I fell deeply in love with you the first time I saw you. I have given you my heart and soul. You must not disappoint my sincere affection." Xiao Chen furrowed his brows, feeling quite uncomfortable. Outside the Haotian mirror, the Empress Nangong coldly scolded, "Shameless." She didn't have any particular opinion of the demon Empress before, but seeing her shamelessly seduce her master Xiao Chen made her furious. Truly a demon, shameless. The Fire Empress Huolinger was also furious. This demoness was too provocative. She must be closely watched in the future and not allowed to approach Xiao Chen again. Although the Empress Taiyin Wenyaxian also disapproved of the shameless behavior of the demon Empress, she remained rational. At this moment, the real concern was not the shameless behavior of the demon Empress, but the secret she mentioned about the dragon race. If the words of the demon Empress in the Haotian mirror were true, then the ambitions of the dragon race were too great. The onlookers were shocked. The dragon race actually intended to transform as a whole and become the true rulers of the world, keeping all other races as livestock. If the dragon race truly had such grand ambitions, it undoubtedly meant they were enemies of all other races. Could it be that Xiao Chen's supposed collusion with the demon race actually saved the world? Long Guang couldn't bear it and directly shouted, "Slander! It's all slander! My dragon race has always been peaceful and could not possibly have such ambitions. All of this is just the demoness slandering my dragon race." The demon Empress Gongsun Yaru looked at him with pity. TSK, little guppy, why are you in such a hurry? Is it that I'm slandering the dragon race? Just keep watching and you'll know. For some reason, Long Guang, who had been confident and resolute, now felt uneasy. Even so, as the current leader of the entire dragon race, he couldn't show any signs of retreat. Therefore, he could only continue watching. Inside the Haotian mirror, Xiao Chen was quite displeased with the behavior of this demoness and had intended to stand up and throw her out. However, he keenly sensed someone approaching the courtyard. Gongsun Yaru also noticed and suddenly hugged his neck tightly, pressing her face against his chest. "Brother Xiao Chen, I'm scared." Although Xiao Chen was dissatisfied, he didn't want to make any unusual moves in front of the newcomer. "Oh, it seems I came at the wrong time." Watching the scene before him, Long Xiao laughed and teased. He had thought Xiao Chen was a righteous and noble person, but it seemed he was just putting on an act. However, he didn't expect Xiao Chen to like the unattractive. No wonder he didn't fancy so many beautiful women. Now, Long Zhao's true dragon bloodline was of utmost importance. Once he fully stabilized his newly awakened true dragon bloodline, he could begin implementing the great plan of their dragon race. Long Xiao relied heavily on his master Xiao Chen, so for now, he had to treat Xiao Chen well to avoid any accidents. "Xiao Chen, I won't disturb your leisure here. These are the medicinal herbs to stabilize Xiao Xiao's bloodline. I hope you can keep this in mind when you have time." Long Zhao's eyes were ambiguous, not hiding his teasing. After leaving the medicinal herbs, Long Xiao laughed and left. Xiao Chen's attention was now focused on the medicinal herbs brought by Long Xiao, if what Gongsun Yaru said was true. Then these so-called medicinal herbs to stabilize Long Zhao's bloodline were actually a death warrant for Long Xiao. Because of this, Xiao Chen looked worried. It was about Long Zhao's life, and he couldn't afford to be careless. So, even though he didn't fully believe Gongsun Yaru's words, he had to be cautious about the Dragon Clan. The best way to find out if Gongsun Yaru's words were true was to find the so-called Dragon Transformation Pool. If the Dragon Transformation Pool really existed, then the Dragon Clan's plan was almost certain. After pushing Gongsun Yaru to the ground without any mercy, Xiao Chen looked at her coldly. You've been lurking in the Dragon Clan's secret realm for decades. Do you know where the Dragon Transformation Pool is? Gongsun Yaru didn't answer immediately, but looked at Xiao Chen with resentment. Xiao Chen, you've hurt me. Gongsun Yaru's eyes were tender and pitiful, but she was also a bit angry. This guy Xiao Chen was really clueless. She didn't believe it. She was determined to make Xiao Chen kneel under her feet and become her lackey. Enough nonsense. If you want me to pass on a message to the Demon Clan, tell me everything you know. Xiao Chen's expression was cold, not swayed by this demon woman. Dealing with such a cunning woman, there was no room for mercy. Gongsun Yaru was itching with anger. It was the first time she had been so humiliated, but it also aroused her competitive spirit. She was determined to bring Xiao Chen down completely. Xiao Chen, my butt hurts from your fall. Can you massage it for me, and then I'll tell you the secret of the Dragon Transformation Pool? Xiao Chen found it somewhat amusing. Did this demon woman have no shame at all? He wanted to see how long she could keep up the act. Fine, come over and lie down. Xiao Chen patted his thigh. This move caught Gongsun Yaru off guard. She thought Xiao Chen would definitely scold her mercilessly, but he actually agreed. Now, she felt a bit trapped. After hesitating for a moment, she made up her mind. If she backed down now, she would really lose to Xiao Chen. How could she make Xiao Chen her subordinate? She didn't believe that Xiao Chen would really dare to help her massage. So, Gongsun Yaru slowly lay down on Xiao Chen's thigh. Xiao Chen, be gentle, don't hurt me, Gongsun Yaru said pitifully. Xiao Chen's heart was as steady as a rock, without any ripples. He circulated his true energy and began to pat her. Slap, 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 slap. Xiao Chen's palms kept striking, gradually increasing the force. Oh ah, ah ah, ah ah ah. Xiao Chen, be gentle. I can't bear it. Gongsun Yaru moaned, but tears were welling up in her eyes. It really hurt. This guy Xiao Chen really didn't know how to cherish a woman. He used his true energy to stimulate her pain. Although it wouldn't hurt her, it would trigger her pain receptors, making her suffer. Xiao Chen's move was undoubtedly to make her admit defeat. So, even though it hurt, she gritted her teeth and persevered. She was determined to save face and endure the suffering, but she would definitely get her revenge for this. In the end, Xiao Chen was the first to compromise. Xiao Chen felt helpless, but he couldn't help but admire the resilience of this demon woman. She was too tough to admit defeat. Alright, get up. I lost. You don't need to pretend anymore. Xiao Chen sighed lightly. Gongsun Yaru felt a little proud in her heart, but she remained calm on the surface. Slowly standing up, she then sat directly on Xiao Chen's lap. She once again wrapped her two fair and smooth arms around Xiao Chen's neck, gazing at him affectionately. Brother Xiao Chen, the blow you just struck made me so happy. It seems like I love you even more now. Gongsun Yaru sneered inwardly. Xiao Chen had let her suffer such a big loss, and all it took was one word of surrender? No, she wanted more. She was determined to make Xiao Chen her devoted follower, to enchant him, to drive him mad for her. Xiao Chen was speechless. How could this demoness play so many tricks? Alright, quickly tell me where the Dragon Transformation Pool is. Xiao Chen's expression turned serious. This matter was of great importance, and he had no time to waste with Gongsun Yaru. Brother Xiao Chen, you're so domineering, I love it, Gongsun Yaru coquettishly said, taking advantage of Xiao Chen's change in demeanor. She continued, Brother Xiao Chen, if I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid we're already inside the Dragon Transformation Pool. We're already inside the Dragon Transformation Pool? This statement shocked Xiao Chen. Are you saying that this Dragon Clan's secret realm is the Dragon Transformation Pool? Xiao Chen was somewhat astonished. Yes, Brother Xiao Chen, Gongsun Yaru looked charming, but she felt a sense of satisfaction within. She had deduced this earth-shattering secret after much effort. Brother Xiao Chen, have you ever thought about the true purpose of the Dragon Clan keeping so many human beings in this secret realm? Hearing this, Xiao Chen pondered for a moment. If this Dragon Clan's secret realm was indeed the Dragon Transformation Pool, then the answer was obvious. Are you suggesting that the human beings in this secret realm are meant to be the nourishment for the Dragon Transformation Pool? Xiao Chen found it difficult to speak. A preliminary estimate indicated that there were at least tens of millions of human beings in this Dragon Clan's secret realm. If the true purpose of the Dragon Clan keeping these human beings was indeed to use them as nourishment for the Dragon Transformation Pool, it was truly a despicable and outrageous act. Xiao Chen couldn't help but recall the sea of corpses and blood he had witnessed at the Qingyun sect years ago. A nameless anger surged within him. The law of the jungle, or the strong prey on the weak. Is this truly the world's law? Something was wrong. The world was truly sick. At this moment, Xiao Chen's anger burned to its peak. However, at that moment, the profound and cool energy cultivated through his practice of the heavenly Tao scriptures suddenly emerged, extinguishing the fire of anger within him. Xiao Chen's emotions calmed down, and he seemed to have gained some insight. If he was dissatisfied with the existing rules, then he should become the one to establish the rules. At this moment, the closest person to Xiao Chen was Gong Sun Yero, and she clearly sensed the change in Xiao Chen at this moment. Xiao Chen, at this moment, seemed to have changed somewhat from before, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Xiao Chen looked down, calmly gazing at Gong Sun Yero. Alright, now that I know all of this, I won't let it happen. However, it's indeed a bit difficult for me to do it alone. Why don't we discuss the possibility of cooperation? Do you really believe what I've said? Gong Sun Yero was somewhat surprised by Xiao Chen's sudden change. Yes, Xiao Chen nodded. He didn't know why, but under the influence of the cool energy from the heavenly Tao scripture, he believed everything Gong Sun Yero had said. Seeing that Xiao Chen was not joking, Gong Sun Yero knew it was time to discuss serious matters, and her expression gradually became more solemn. After a discussion with Gong Sun Yero, Xiao Chen reached an agreement with her. Gong Sun Yero needed him to find a way to communicate with the outside demon clan, to let the demon clan know about the dragon clan's plan. Then, at an opportune moment, when the dragon clan was defenseless, they would open the entrance to the secret realm and allow the demon clan's army to attack. If a great war were to break out between the dragon clan and the demon clan, the people in the secret realm would surely be affected. As for the demon clan, they do not care at all about the lives of these people in the dragon clan's secret realm. Their only goal is to stop the dragon clan's plan and take the opportunity to annihilate them. Xiao Chen naturally would not ignore the people in the secret realm. In order to cooperate with him, it must first be ensured that there will not be too many casualties among these people in the secret realm. Gong Sun Yero did not hesitate too much and readily agreed. She promised that the demon clan would not harm the people once they entered the secret realm. As for implementing this plan, there is a very important key. That is to use Long Xiao Xiao to attract the attention of the Dragon Clan's high-level members. Only when the Dragon Clan is ready to use Long Xiao Xiao's blood and dragon element to activate the dragon pool, all the attention of the Dragon Clan's high-level members will definitely be on Long Xiao Xiao. They will have no time to consider anything else. This is their best opportunity to open the entrance to the secret realm and lead the Demon Clan's army in. This is certainly extremely dangerous for Long Xiao Xiao. Xiao Chen did not want to use Long Xiao Xiao as bait, but this is the only way. After Gong Sun Yero repeatedly assured that she would definitely ensure Long Xiao Xiao's safety, Xiao Chen reluctantly agreed. After everything was settled, the next step should be to figure out how to leave the Dragon Clan's secret realm openly and inform the Demon Clan without arousing suspicion from the Dragon Clan. Xiao Chen really needs to think about this. Master, Master. Long Xiao Xiao's panicked voice came from the room. Obviously, after waking up and finding Xiao Chen not by his side, Long Xiao Xiao was searching everywhere for him. Xiao Xiao, don't be afraid, Master is outside in the courtyard, Xiao Chen instinctively responded. Long Xiao Xiao feels very insecure. As long as he doesn't see Xiao Chen for a while, he becomes very anxious. Creak! The door opened. Gong Sun Yero was still sitting on Xiao Chen's lap, her hands hooked around Xiao Chen's neck. When Long Xiao Xiao saw this scene, his body paused for a moment. Then he ran over very anxiously and pulled Gong Sun Yero up. Ouch! Gong Sun Yero was once again thrown to the ground. Although there was an element of acting, it had to be said that Long Xiao Xiao, this little dragon calf, was really strong. After pulling Gong Sun Yero away, Long Xiao Xiao sat on Xiao Chen's lap and rubbed his head against Xiao Chen's chest. Obviously, he was asserting his dominance. Looking at Long Xiao Xiao's dependence on him, Xiao Chen sighed lightly and helplessly patted Long Xiao Xiao's head. Although Gong Sun Yero was annoyed, she couldn't be bothered to argue with this simple-minded little girl. However, when she looked at Long Xiao Xiao, she found that although Long Xiao Xiao was leaning against Xiao Chen's chest and appeared obedient and innocent, his eyes were fixed on her. His eyes were full of fierceness and killing intent. Oh, this little girl has two faces. Gong Sun Yero suddenly became interested. She had thought that Long Xiao Xiao was just a naive and innocent girl who relied heavily on Xiao Chen. She couldn't be bothered to argue. But now, seeing the other side of Long Xiao Xiao, it was obvious that Long Xiao Xiao was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. He was possessive of Xiao Chen, and her lifelong hobby was to snatch things that others liked. The more Long Xiao Xiao resented her, the more she was up for the challenge. Then she stared back without showing any weakness. Xiao Chen did not realize that the two were